what it means, how we achieve it, and I've been thinking a lot lately about success. What it means, how we achieve it, and most importantly, how we embody it. And I've come to a powerful realization that I want to share with you today. The secret to becoming successful is to act as if you're already there. Now, I know what you might be thinking, act successful, but I'm not there yet. I haven't achieved my goals. I don't have the money, the status, the accomplishments. I get it. I've been there too. We all start somewhere, usually far from where we want to end up. But here's the thing. Success isn't just an endpoint. It's a mindset, a way of being. And the fascinating truth is that when we embody that mindset, when we truly act as if we're already successful, we set powerful forces in motion that can transform our reality. Think about it for a moment. How do truly successful people carry themselves? How do they think? How do they approach challenges and opportunities? There's a certain confidence, a certain poise, a way of engaging with the world that sets them apart. And here's the key. That mindset, that way of being, isn't a result of their success. It's what created their success in the first place. You see, when we act as if we're already successful, we start making different choices. We carry ourselves differently. We speak differently. We think differently. And bit by bit, those small shifts start to compound, creating real, tangible changes in our lives. Let me give you an example. Imagine two people starting new jobs. They have similar backgrounds, similar skills. But one of them walks in on day one with their shoulders slumped, speaking hesitantly, constantly second-guessing themselves. The other walks in with their head held high, speaking clearly and confidently, ready to contribute. Who do you think is going to make a better impression? Who's more likely to be given important assignments, to be seen as leadership material? It's not about faking it or being arrogant. It's about embodying the best version of yourself, the successful version that you know you can become. Now, I want to be clear. This isn't about pretending to be something you're not. It's not about putting on a show or trying to fool anyone. It's about aligning your actions, your thoughts, and your energy with the successful person you know you can be. It's about stepping into that version of yourself. Even before all the external markers of success are, think of it like this. If you were to suddenly achieve all your goals overnight, how would you carry yourself? How would you approach your work? How would you interact with others? That's the energy, the mindset we're talking about cultivating. And here's where it gets really interesting. When we start embodying that successful version of ourselves, we often find that opportunities start to present themselves. People respond to us differently. Doors begin to open. Why? Because success attracts success. When we carry ourselves with confidence and purpose, when we approach our work and our relationships from a place of abundance rather than scarcity, we become magnetic. We draw in the very opportunities and connections that can help us achieve our goals. But let's dig a little deeper. What does it really mean to act like you're already successful? It's not just about walking tall or speaking confidently, although those things matter. It's about adopting the habits, the mindset, and the values of truly successful people. Successful people take responsibility for their lives. They don't blame others or make excuses. They look at challenges as opportunities for growth. When something goes wrong, they ask themselves, what can I learn from this? How can I use this to become better? Are you approaching your life that way? When faced with a setback, do you look for someone to blame, or do you look for the lesson? Successful people choose the latter every time. Successful people are lifelong learners. They're constantly seeking to expand their knowledge and skills. They read voraciously. They ask questions. They're not afraid to admit when they don't know something because they see it as an opportunity to grow. How much time are you dedicating to learning and personal growth? Are you investing in yourself, in your education, and expanding your mind? Successful people make this a priority. Successful people set clear goals and work towards them with focus and determination. They don't just drift through life hoping good things will happen. They decide what they want, create a plan to achieve it, and then take consistent action. Do you have clear, written goals? Are you taking daily action towards them? If not, that's a crucial shift to make if you want to embody true success. Successful people understand the power of
You can't breathe. Chaos is spreading. Water's been cut off. Where will you get water? Thin air? Yes, you heard.
relationships. They nurture their networks. They give generously of their time and knowledge, and they surround themselves with positive, ambitious people. How are you approaching your relationships? Are you focused on what you can get or what you can give? Are you surrounding yourself with people who uplift and inspire you? These are the kinds of shifts in mindset and behavior that truly embody success. And here's the beautiful thing. You can start making these shifts right now, today, regardless of your current circumstances. But I know what some of you might be thinking. This all sounds great, but isn't it a bit dishonest? Aren't I just pretending to be something I'm not? I want to address that head on, because it's a crucial point. Acting as if you're already successful isn't about deceiving anyone. It's about yourself. It's about aligning yourself with your highest potential. It's about choosing to step into the best version of yourself, right here, right now. Think of it like this. If you were learning to play tennis and you wanted to improve your serve, what would you do? You'd study the technique of great tennis players. You'd practice that technique over and over. At first, it might feel awkward, unnatural. But over time, as you continue to practice, it would become second nature. You wouldn't be pretending to be a great tennis player. You'd be training yourself to become one. That's exactly what we're talking about here. You're not pretending to be successful. You're training yourself in the habits, mindset, and behaviors of successful people. You're choosing to embody those traits now, rather than waiting for some future date when you feel you've earned the right to do so. And here's a powerful truth. You already have everything you need to start this journey. Success isn't something that's bestowed upon us from the outside. It's something we cultivate from within. It's a choice we make every single day in how we think, how we act, and how we engage with the world around us. Let me share a personal story that illustrates this principle. Early in my career, I was working in a job where I felt stuck. I was doing okay, but I knew I was capable of so much more. I was frustrated, feeling like I wasn't living up to my potential. Then one day, I had a realization. I was waiting for someone else to recognize my potential, to give me the opportunity to shine. But the truth was, I wasn't showing up as the person I knew I could be. I was letting my frustration and self-doubt hold me back. So I made a decision. I decided to start showing up differently. I began to dress a little sharper, even though no one required it. I started speaking up more in meetings, offering ideas and solutions. I took on extra projects, not because I had to, but because I wanted to contribute more. At first, it felt a bit uncomfortable. I worried people might think I was being presumptuous or overstepping. But I kept at it, reminding myself that I was simply stepping into the best version of myself. And you know what happened? People started to notice. My boss began giving me more responsibility. Colleagues started coming to me for advice and input. Within a few months, I was offered a promotion. Your actions with your aspirations, behavior with your beliefs. Think about the people you admire most, the truly successful individuals who inspire you. I'm willing to bet that what draws you to them isn't just their achievements or their bank accounts. It's who they are as people. It's how they carry themselves, how they treat others, how they approach challenges and opportunities. Those qualities, the inner attributes of success,
I'm going
are
to
available
Burley,
to all of us right now.
Burley, Idaho.
We don't have to wait to embody them. We can choose to cultivate them today. But here's the catch. It's not always easy. Acting as if you're already successful, especially when you're facing challenges or setbacks, can be incredibly difficult. It requires courage. It requires faith in yourself and your potential. And most of all, it requires consistency. You see, success isn't created in a day. It's built through small, consistent actions over time. It's the cumulative effect of showing up day after day, embodying your best self, even when you don't feel like it, especially when you don't feel like it. So let me ask you, how are you showing up in your life right now? Are you embodying the successful person you know you can be? Or are you waiting for success to come to you before you start acting a part? Take a moment to really reflect on that. Think about your daily habits, your interactions with others, your approach to challenges. Are they aligned with the successful person you aspire to be? Or is there a gap between who you are now and who you know you could become? If there's a gap, and for most of us there is, that's okay. Recognizing it is the first step towards closing. And that's what I want to challenge you to do starting today. Choose one area of your life where you can start acting more in alignment with the successful person you want to be. Maybe it's in how you approach your work. Instead of just doing the minimum, start going above and beyond. Look for ways to add extra value. Approach your tasks with enthusiasm and excellence, even if they seem mundane. Or perhaps it's in how you take care of yourself. Successful people prioritize their health and well-being. They understand that their body and mind are their most valuable assets. Start treating yourself with the same care and respect that a highly successful person would. It could be in how you manage your finances. Successful people are intentional with their money. They budget, they save, they invest in their future. Start making financial decisions as if you're already wealthy. That doesn't mean spending recklessly. It means being wise and purposeful with your resources. Or maybe it's in how you treat others. Truly successful people understand the value of relationships. They're kind, generous, and supportive. They lift others up. Start approaching your interactions with that same spirit of abundance and goodwill, whatever area you choose. Commit to it. Make a conscious decision to embody that successful version of yourself consistently for the next 30 days. It won't be easy. There will be days when you don't feel like it, when it seems pointless. Push through those moments. Remember, you're not just acting a part. You're training yourself to become the person you're capable of being. And here's the exciting part. As you start to make these shifts, as you begin to truly embody success, you'll likely start to see changes in your external world. Opportunities may arise. Relationships may improve. You may find yourself making progress towards your goals more rapidly than before. But even if those external changes don't happen immediately, something more important will be taking place. You'll be changing from the inside out. You'll be building the inner resources, the character, the mindset that forms the true foundation of lasting success.
How many sales calls could you book if you sent 50,000 cold emails per month? My man Alex books 200 calls in a single month for his cold call agency. My man Anthony booked 168 calls for his podcast agency. Get this. We scaled our software company.
Because here's a truth that many people miss is real. Enduring success isn't just about achieving external markers like money or status. Those things can be fleeting. True success is about becoming the kind of person who is capable of achieving and maintaining those things. It's about personal growth, about constantly expanding your capacity to create value and make a positive impact in the world. And that kind of success, that's available to you right now. You don't have to wait for permission. You don't have to wait until you feel ready.
I just started, so
You
I
can
got
choose to
10
step
hours
into it today in this
10
very
hours
moment.
to drive.
So I want to challenge you. As you leave here today,
Hours to
ask yourself,
Idaho,
if
about
I were
40.
already the successful person I aspire to be, how would I approach the next 24 hours? How would I treat the people I encounter? How would I handle the tasks and challenges that come my way? Then go out and live that way. Not as an act, not as a performance, but as a genuine expression of the successful person you're choosing to become. Do it with sincerity, with authenticity, with the understanding that you're not pretending, you're practicing, you're training, you're becoming. Remember, success isn't something that happens to you. It's something you embody, something you become choice by choice, day by day. And it all starts with a decision. A decision
How
to
you
stop
doing this
waiting
morning?
and start
Good?
doing. A decision to act as if you're already successful, knowing that in doing so, you're creating the very success you seek. You have everything you need to start this journey. The potential for greatness, for success, for fulfillment, it's already within you. Your task isn't to go out and find success. It's to uncover it, to nurture it, to express it in everything you do. So I invite you, I challenge you, I implore you, Start today. Choose to embody success. Choose to live as the best version of yourself. Choose to act as if you're already successful. Because in making that choice, you take the first and most crucial step towards making it your reality. The world is waiting for you to step into your greatness. Don't make it wait any longer. Embrace the successful person you're capable of being, starting right now. Your future self will thank you for it. Now let's delve deeper into what it truly means to act like you're already successful. It's not just about external behavior.
Glad you enjoy it.
It's about cultivating a successful mindset, one that will serve you in every
It
area
actually
of
doubles
your
as
life.
my dash cam.
One of the key attributes of truly successful people is their ability to maintain a positive, growth-oriented mindset even in the face of challenges. They understand that setbacks and failures are not endpoints, but stepping stones on the path to success.
Well, come along
Think
with me.
about
I'm on a consistent
how do you react
road
when
trip.
things don't go your way? Do you get discouraged, maybe even give up? Or do you see it as an
Anytime you
opportunity
feel the urge to
learn,
take a ride, I'll
grow,
be here.
become better? Successful people choose the latter. They understand that every setback carries within it the seed of an equal or greater benefit. They actively look for the lessons in their failures, using them as fuel to drive them forward rather than reasons to turn back. So I challenge you, the next time you face a setback, big or small, approach it with the mindset of a truly successful person. Ask yourself, what can I learn from this? How can I use this experience to become better, stronger, more capable? This simple shift in perspective can transform obstacles into opportunities. Another crucial aspect of acting like you're already successful is taking full responsibility for your life and your outcomes. Successful people don't blame others for their circumstances. They don't make excuses. They understand that they are the authors of their own lives. And they take ownership of both their successes and their failures. This level of personal responsibility can be uncomfortable at first. It's much easier to point fingers, to blame our boss, our parents, the economy, or any number of external factors for our lack of success. But here's the truth. As long as we're blaming others, we're giving away our power. We're putting our success in someone else's hands. When we take full responsibility, even for things that don't seem to be our fault, we reclaim that power. We put ourselves in the driver's seat of our own lives. And from that position, we can start to create real, lasting change. So I urge you, stop looking for someone or something to blame for where you are in life. Instead, ask yourself, what can I do, starting right now, to move closer to where I want to be? That's how successful people think. That's how they act. And that's how they create the lives they desire. Now, let's talk about another key attribute of successful people. Their commitment to continuous learning and personal growth. In today's rapidly changing world, the most successful individuals are those who never stop learning, who are always seeking to expand their knowledge and skills. Think about the most successful people you know or admire. I bet they're voracious readers. They attend seminars and workshops.
Thanks for the safe travels.
They seek out mentors.
I did some of the
They're
Appalachian
constantly
Trail
pushing
myself.
themselves
It's
to
fun,
learn and
man.
grow. Why? Because they
woman.
understand that knowledge is power.
Don't really know who I'm
They know
speaking
that in
to.
order to create extraordinary success, they need to become
But yeah, in the morning,
extraordinary
you
themselves.
gotta keep it positive.
And that requires a lifelong commitment to learning and self-improvement. So ask yourself,
Get your energy
how
right.
much time are you dedicating to your personal growth?
Because every
Are
day
you
has
reading
its own
regularly?
challenges.
Are you seeking out new experiences and challenges that push
And I hope you have a great day, beautiful.
So many people think sunspots are from the sun. In fact,
you out of your comfort zone? Are you investing in your education and skills? If not, it's time to start. Commit to reading at least one book a month on a topic that will help you grow personally or professionally. Seek out a mentor who can guide you and push you to new levels. Take an online course to develop a new skill. Remember, in the modern world, if you're not growing, you're falling behind. Successful people understand this, and they make learning a non-negotiable part of their lives. Another crucial aspect of acting like you're already successful is how you manage your time and
Just
energy.
you being up this early
Successful people
lets me know
understand that
you're
time is
already
their
ready
most
to go.
valuable resource,
I like that.
and they guard it fiercely. They're intentional about how they spend their days, focusing on high-value activities that move them closer to their goals.
Hope you achieve everything
Think
you
about Are you focused on activities that truly matter? Your long-term goals and values? Or are you getting caught up in busy work and distractions that don't really serve you? Successful people are masters at prioritizing. They understand the difference between urgent and important, and they focus their energy on the latter. They're not afraid to say no to things that don't align with their priorities, even if those things seem appealing in the moment. So I challenge you to start managing your time like a truly successful person. At the start of each day, ask yourself, what are the most important things I need to accomplish today? What activities will move me closest to my goals? Then focus ruthlessly on those tasks. Don't let distractions or less important matters derail you. This might mean saying no to some things. It might mean disappointing some people in the short term. But remember, every time you say yes to something that doesn't align with your goals, you're saying no to something that does. Successful people understand this, and they make their choices accordingly. Now let's talk
I don't
about
know where
another
I'm going to
crucial
stop you
aspect.
today. Maybe
Your
Ohio.
environment and the people you surround yourself
I'm
with.
definitely going to stop at
Truly
Pennsylvania
successful
for a little
people
while.
understand that they are, to a large
this truck
extent,
doesn't
a
squeeze
product
me.
of their environment. They know that the people they spend time with, the information they consume,
Consider this wall over
the places
here.
they frequent,
You gotta
all
stay in
these
his
factors
line.
have a profound impact on their thoughts, their behaviors, and ultimately
Yeah, so I'm
their
going to stop in
outcomes.
Pennsylvania for a
So
little
they're
while and
intentional
probably
about
head
creating an
to
environment that
Ohio
supports their
tonight
success. They surround themselves with
tomorrow
positive, ambitious
well, if I
people
stop,
who
if I
inspire
stay
them
in
to be better.
Pennsylvania today,
They seek out mentors and role models
end
who
up
have
in
achieved
Chicago
what they aspire
tomorrow.
to. They create physical spaces that energize and motivate them. Take a
and then
moment to reflect on your
Chicago
own
to maybe
environment.
Wyoming or
Are the
Nebraska,
people
probably
in your life
Chicago to
lifting you up or
Nebraska,
holding you back?
and then
Is your
Nebraska
physical
to
space
Idaho.
conducive to productivity and creativity? Are you exposing yourself to ideas and information that challenge you to grow? If not, it's time to make some changes. Start seeking out people who inspire you, who challenge you to be better. Create a workspace that energizes you and supports your goals. Be intentional about the media you consume, choosing content that educates and uplifts you rather than merely entertains or distracts. Remember, you don't have to make drastic changes overnight. Small, consistent shifts in your environment can lead to profound changes over time. The key is to start being intentional about creating an environment.
And thanks for
that
talking
supports
this
the
morning. This
successful
is
person you're
good. It's
becoming.
always nice to
Another
talk to
key
somebody.
attribute of truly successful people
These
is
rides
their
get pretty
ability to
long.
handle failure and rejection. This is crucial because the path to success is rarely smooth or straightforward. It's often filled with setbacks, disappointments, and moments of doubt. What sets successful people apart is not that they never fail. It's how they respond to failure. They don't see failure as a reflection of their worth or their potential. They see it as feedback, as valuable
when it's fun.
information that can help them adjust their approach and get closer to their goals. Think about how you handle failure and rejection.
But since
You let
it's
it
work,
discourage you?
it gets to be
You take
both
it as
for
a
me.
sign that you're not cut out for success?
Really
Or do you
isn't too
see
many
it
places
as
I haven't
a
been in
necessary part
the
of the
United
journey?
States.
As an opportunity to
Except for Alaska
learn
and
and
Hawaii.
grow? Successful people choose the latter.
But I got a cousin
They
in
understand
Alaska
that
I might go
every
see.
no brings them closer to a yes, that every failure contains
Go to
within it the
Anchorage
seeds
for
of future success.
A week.
They're not afraid to fail because they know that failure is not the opposite of success. It's a crucial part of success. So I challenge you to start embracing failure. The next time you face a setback or rejection, instead of getting discouraged, ask yourself, what can I learn from this? How can I use this experience to become better, stronger, more resilient? This simple shift in perspective can transform obstacles into opportunities. Now, let's talk about another crucial aspect of success, the ability to delay gratification. In our instant gratification culture, this can be challenging, but truly successful people understand that great achievements often
do you
require
fly out of the
short-term
country now?
sacrifices for long-term
That sounds
gains.
like the next best
They're willing to
option.
put in the hard work now, even when the rewards aren't immediate. They understand that success is often the result of doing the things that others aren't willing to do, of pushing through discomfort and resistance when others would give up. Think about your own habits and behaviors. Are you willing to make sacrifices today for a better tomorrow? Are you disciplined enough to stick to your goals, even when you don't feel like it, even when you're not seeing it?
Did you know there's a hidden gem in the tax code that could transform your home into significant tax savings? No, we're not talking.
Seeing immediate results? If not, it's time to start cultivating that discipline. Start small. Choose one area of your life where you can practice delayed gratification. Maybe it's saving a portion of your
Why was
income
Wyoming
instead of
scared to
spending
drive
it
through?
all.
What road
Maybe
was
it's
you
waking
on?
up an hour earlier to work on a personal project before your workday begins. Whatever it is, commit to it, even when it's uncomfortable. Remember, success is not about doing extraordinary things. It's about doing ordinary things extraordinarily well, consistently over time. It's about making the right choices daily.
Mr. Bishop's from Chicago. He usually comes on
Another key
the
attribute
live
of successful
around
people is
the
their
evening
ability
time
to
and
manage
says hello.
stress and maintain their
Oh
well-being.
yeah, highway at night does
They
get a little sketchy.
understand that their health,
Especially in the
physical,
snow.
mental, and emotional is their most valuable asset. Without it, no
The
amount
first
of
time I
money
drove through
or
Wyoming
achievement can
and,
bring true fulfillment. So they
Utah,
prioritize self-care.
it felt like the hills had
They make
eyes.
time for exercise, for proper nutrition, for adequate rest. They practice stress management techniques like meditation or mindfulness. They understand that taking care of themselves isn't selfish, it's essential for sustained success and happiness. How are you treating yourself right now? Are you prioritizing your health and well-being? Or are you running yourself into the ground in pursuit of your goals?
Last winter I got
Remember,
stuck in
true
Cheyenne and
success
snowed
isn't
so
just
hard
about
the highway
achieving your
closed for
goals.
2 days.
It's about being able to enjoy those achievements. And that requires a healthy mind and body. Start treating yourself with the same care and respect that a highly successful person would. Make time for exercise, even if it's just a short walk each day. Prioritize getting enough sleep. Learn to say no to commitments that drain you without adding value to your life. Remember, you can't pour from an empty cup. Taking care of yourself isn't a luxury. It's a necessity for long-term success. Now let's talk about another crucial aspect of success. The ability to build and maintain strong relationships. Truly successful people understand that no one achieves
the
greatness
car
alone.
camper.
They know how to build a network of supportive relationships.
Sometimes you gotta turn the car
How to
into the
collaborate
camper.
effectively. How to lead and inspire others. They approach relationships
Well, I'm glad you
with a
didn't
spirit
get
of
stuck.
generosity, always looking for ways to add value to others' lives. They understand that the more they give, the more they ultimately receive. They're skilled at communication, at resolving conflicts, and bringing out the best in those around them. How are you approaching your relationships? Are you focused on what you can get or what you can give? Are you investing time and energy in building
that's
a
light work.
strong
That's something
network
small
of
to a
positive
giant.
relationships?
You
Are
seem
you
like
developing your emotional intelligence, your ability to
seem like a
understand
survivor.
and
Anybody
connect
that
with
travels
others?
is a
If not,
survivor.
it's time to start. Begin by looking for ways to add
Little
value
excitement in your life.
to others' lives without expecting anything in return.
Little adventure.
Practice active listening. Work on resolving conflicts in a way that strengthens relationships rather than damaging them. Remember, your network is your net worth. The relationships you build and nurture can often be the key that unlocks doors of opportunity. Another key attribute of successful people is their ability to adapt and remain flexible in the face of change. In today's rapidly evolving world, rigidity is a recipe for obsolescence. Successful people understand this, and they cultivate a mindset of adaptability and continuous learning. They're not wedded to a single way of doing things. They're open to new ideas, new technologies, new ways of thinking. When circumstances change, they don't resist. They reassess and adjust their approach. They see change not as a threat, but as an opportunity to grow and improve. How do you handle change? Do you resist it, clinging to the familiar even when it's no longer serving you? Or do you embrace it, seeing it as a chance to learn and evolve? Successful people choose the latter. They understand that the ability to
Yeah,
adapt
anxiety
is not
does
just a
kick
useful
in when you're
skill.
about to be stuck.
In today's world, it's a survival
It's
trait.
the fear of the
So I
unknown.
challenge you to start cultivating a more adaptable mindset. When you encounter change, instead of resisting, ask yourself, how can I use this to my advantage? What opportunities does this present? Practice being open to new ideas. Even
But I
if they
see you were
challenge your
brave and
existing beliefs.
persevered. That's good.
Remember, the most successful people are often those who are able to unlearn old ways of thinking.
Don't panic. Keep calm. It'll be all
Now let's
right.
talk about another crucial aspect of success. The ability to think big and maintain a vision for the future. Truly successful people are visionaries. They don't just react to the present. They
All
actively
right, we're in
create.
New Hampshire.
They have a clear vision of what they
And
want.
all the snow's
And
falling
they
off
use that
these
vision
trucks.
to guide their decisions and actions in the present. They're not afraid to dream big. They understand that the size of their success is directly proportional to the size of their dreams. They know that if they aim for the stars, they might just reach the moon. But if they aim for the treetops, that's the highest they'll ever go. How big are you thinking right now? Do you have a clear vision for your future? One
That's
that
right.
excites and
Deep breaths,
inspires
calm
you?
you down. Soothe
Or are
you.
you just focused on getting through the day, the week,
Get
the
you back
month?
focused.
Successful people always have their eye on the bigger picture, even as they're dealing with day-to-day reality. So I challenge you to start thinking bigger. Take some time to really envision your ideal future. What do you want your life to look like in 5 years? In 10 years? In 20 years? Don't limit yourself based on what seems realistic
Live
or
free or
practical. Allow
die,
yourself to
Steve.
dream big.
You lost me
Then
on
use
that.
that vision to guide your actions in the present.
But the live
Ask
free I
yourself,
like.
is what I'm doing right now moving me closer to that vision or further away from it? Remember, your vision doesn't have to be perfect or completely figured out.
Oh yeah,
Can and
New
will
England.
evolve
Okay, I
over
get it
time.
now.
The important
Live
thing
free
is
or
to
die
have
with the
direction,
flag, with the snake,
North
I got
Star
it.
that guides your decisions and actions. Another key attribute of successful people is their ability to take calculated risks. They understand that playing it safe
It's early,
all the
it's
time
early. You're
is
throwing these
actually one of the riskiest things you
Trivia
can do in
questions
life.
at me now.
They know that growth and success often require stepping out of your comfort zone, trying new things, and yes, sometimes failing. But their risk-taking isn't reckless. It's calculated. They do their homework. They weigh the potential rewards against the potential losses. They prepare as much as possible to minimize the downside. But once they've done their
Here's the one travel mistake that costs people thousands every year. And how a tiny car
Good old
is
New
not
England
able to
clam
cause
chowder
scammers to strike. The
and
fastest growing
lobster
scam of 2025.
and lobster
Even
rolls.
if success isn't guaranteed, how comfortable are you with taking risks?
Clam
Do you
chowder
tend
and
to
lobster
play it
roll.
safe, sticking to what's familiar and comfortable? Or are you willing to step into uncertainty for the sake of potential growth and success? Successful people understand that the biggest risk in life is not taking any risks at all. So I challenge you to start cultivating a more courageous approach to life. Look for opportunities to step out of your comfort zone. Take on challenges that stretch you. Be willing to fail in pursuit of your goals.
Yeah, it's time for that
Courage
alarm
isn't
clock
the
and some
absence
coffee.
of fear. It's the willingness to act in spite of fear. Now, as we near the end of our time together, I want to circle back to where we started. The importance of acting as if you're already successful. Because here's the truth. All of these attributes we've discussed, all of these habits and mindsets of successful people, they're not things you have to wait to embody. You can start practicing them right now today. You can choose to take full responsibility for your life, starting in this moment. You can decide to approach challenges with a growth mindset, starting with the very next obstacle you face. You can begin prioritizing your time more effectively, starting with how you plan the rest of your day. You can start building stronger relationships, beginning with your very next interaction. Every moment presents an opportunity to act like the successful person you aspire to be. Every decision, every interaction, every challenge is a chance to embody success. And here's the beautiful thing. As you consistently make these choices, as you consistently embody these attributes of success, you'll find that success
Outside of
becomes not
Boston.
just something you're acting out, but something you're living. Because
My
success
favorite
is
state.
about what you achieve. It's about who you become in the process. It's
Well, that's
about
a
the
toss-up.
person
I
you
got-
grow into as you pursue your goals.
I like different
As you
states for
overcome
different reasons.
challenges, as you learn and adapt.
But when you
and
say favorite
persist.
state, my
So I
state
wanna
that
leave
pops
you
up
with
is
this final
Kansas.
challenge. Starting right now, in this very moment,
It's just so
choose to embody
wide
success.
open with super
Choose
straight,
to think,
fast
to act,
roads.
to live as if you're already
It's so
the
quiet.
successful person you aspire aspire to be. Do it
And
not
there's all
as a
these little
performance,
towns just
not as a
dotted
way to
around the
deceive yourself
landscape.
or others, but as a way of stepping into your highest potential. Because the truth is that successful
America.
version of yourself, it's not
It's
some
really
far-off
beautiful.
future possibility. It's
So
already
I'm from
within
Pennsylvania, so
It's who you really are.
I see farmland a
beneath
lot,
the layers of
and I like that in those
fears
rolling
and
hills and
beliefs.
whatnot. But there's something about
Your
Kansas
task isn't to become someone new.
I really find
It's to
peaceful.
uncover, to embody, to express the greatness that's already within you. So go forth from here with courage, with determination, with the unshakable belief in your own potential. Act as if you're already successful, knowing that in doing so, you're creating the very success you seek. The world is waiting for you to step into your greatness. Don't make it wait any longer. Your time is now.
What's your favorite state?
Embrace it. Live it. Be it. Remember, success isn't something you pursue. It's something you attract by the person you become. So become that person starting right now. The future you dream of is counting on the choices you make today. Make them count. Act as if you're already successful and watch as your reality begins to align with that vision. Your journey to success begins with a single step, a single choice, a single moment of deciding to embody the successful person you know you can be. That moment is now. Embrace it, and as you do, know that you're not just acting successful, you're becoming successful.
I like the mountains, Colorado. Yes, I like Colorado.
Time is now.
Colorado's
Your future
beautiful.
self is counting on you.
I want to go
Don't
to the
let
hot
it down.
springs in Colorado. I
Step into your
really
greatness.
gotta make it
Act as if you're already successful.
a conscious
Because in
effort
doing so, you're creating
to get my
a
butt there this year.
self-fulfilling prophecy of success. that
Matter of fact,
will
probably while it's still
transform
cold outside.
The lives of everyone you touch. Go forth and create the success you
I don't see
desire.
the point
and
of hot
deserve.
springs in the
The
summer.
world is waiting for the unique gifts only you can offer. It's time to deliver them with confidence, with purpose, with the unwavering belief in your own potential. Act as if you're already successful. Be the person you know you can be. And watch as your life transforms in ways you never thought possible. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Take that step today. Your future self will thank you for it.
There's a spot in Utah
Dr. Gundry.
where Utah and Wyoming meet on 80, where you go through a like a crevasse and you come out the other side, and then there's just giant mountain on your right and wide open prairie on your left. That's like, it's the most beautiful scene in the morning driving through there. I love that. The sun's coming up. The sky's like a auburn and purple with the mountains in the backdrop, and the sun's not quite in the sky. And you still got a shadow from the mountain. It's really something to behold. God's great earth is wonderful. I really appreciate having a job like this where I get to see things like that. I think the hot springs are outside of Denver. Yeah, they're somewhere around Denver. Like they're outside of Denver. I end up dotting my GPS when I pass by things like that. A little less brown this morning.
Commitment shows up in your life through action. You can tell people who are committed and those people who don't feel worthy. The people that are committed are busy doing it. The people that don't feel worthy are like the guy I talked to last night. Who told me, hey, I sure like to do what you're doing. However, I just don't want the responsibility. The company I work for, they're taking good care of me. I say, let me tell you something. Once you increase your sense of worthiness, you won't even be able to open your mouth saying that somebody is taking care of you. You want to take care of yourself. You see, because he doesn't feel worthy. He's intelligent. 17 years for a major corporation. They've spent thousands of dollars training him. He knows he has the book knowledge. But his attitude is, his vision of himself, his sense of deservingness says, you can't have that. So he will fabricate all kinds of excuses on why he can't have it. Robert Anthony said something. Robert Anthony said that you can only have two things in life. Reasons or
Montana's
results.
nice also.
Notice, reasons don't count. Folks will always point out reasons on why they're not living their dream, on why they're not manifesting their greatness. They will always be able to
go
point
ride
those
some
things
horses
out.
in
But none
Montana.
of those things count. The only thing that counts are results. And results don't lie, ladies and gentlemen. They tell it all. Judge a tree by the fruit that it bears, not the ones that it might talk about, not the ones that it might wish for, or think about, or affirm about, but the fruit that it actually bears. So let us look. I think that all of us are committed, but I think that some of us are producing results in our lives that level of commitment brings that we particularly don't like or find distasteful. I don't think that as a participant in life, you cannot be committed. You either
I drove
committed to
through Washington
mediocrity
in the
or you're committed to
wintertime.
greatness. You're
Up
either
in
committed to
Tacoma,
being
it is
productive or
sketchy.
you're committed to being
It's
non-productive.
very beautiful,
You're
but you
committed
feel
to
like
being
you're gonna
happy
slide
or
off
you're
the side of
committed
the
to being
mountain.
unhappy. See, whatever you're doing, however you spend your time, that tells you who you are. So think about what it is you like to create in your life experience. Once I look at how you commit your time, once I do an evaluation on how you spend your time, I can tell you exactly what you're
nutrient deficiencies are an underlying driver, things like poor immune system, poor energy, poor focus.
time. Once I do an evaluation on how you spend your time, I can tell you exactly what you're committed to. People that say they have dreams or want to open a business or want to do something differently than what they're now doing, they don't like their jobs, they're unhappy, they're unfulfilled. People who say they want to improve their income level, look at how they spend their time. How they spend their time, the commitment of their time, how they use that will really tell the truth. People who said, I'd like to do
I like
better for
driving
finding
through
in
Nevada,
vocational or technical
in
schools,
Arizona,
upgrading their
New
skills and their
Mexico.
knowledge, how they spend their time, that
Love
will
going
tell
through
you
that desert
what's
area.
going on. People who say they want to normalize their weight, they want to be
I
healthy,
like California too,
but every
minus
time
the
you see them,
traffic.
they're eating, that will tell you that they're committed to
California
being
is
obese for the
huge.
rest of their lives.
It's
People
like a
tell you they
long
want to stop
Texas.
smoking and they're lighting up at that time.
Without all the guns.
Folks that say, I want to stop drinking, and every time you're in their face, they're reeking with alcohol, that will tell you what's going on. Don't have to listen to what they say, just watch what they do. Commitment shows up in your life in what you do. On the other hand, you can make the commitment to your life that you don't like the results that you have, and that you're going to do
Yes, I
something
drove
about
down the $1 Million
it.
Highway.
See, that
It's
power
nice.
is available to all of us.
It looks like they
People
put a
who
couple dollars
look at
into it.
life and decide, I want something different for myself. Carol Hatfield. Carol lives in Detroit, single mother, decided that she wanted to go into her own business, did not have enough money to do it. She wanted to have a health food store. She sold her car and used the money to start in a little storefront, a little hole in the wall. She rode to work on a bicycle, and then when she got enough money, she bought a motor scooter and did that for a long time. She's now a very successful person. She now has 3 health food stores. She said it was harder to struggle less. She said, but I did it. She said, I made the commitment to do it, and I did it. Why is it that people are frightened by commitment? Because when you say the word commitment, that intimidates a lot of people. Why? Because it means you have to deliver. See, most people, you ask them, hey, look here, I'd like you to do this. They'll say, I'll try. I'll try means that is my
Yes,
escape
California's
clause.
nice. You got
When I don't
mountains,
come through,
coast,
it's really a polite
desert,
no. I don't have the courage to
tropical
tell you
area.
no, so I'll tell you I'll try.
California's good.
Hey, look here, I need you
I
to
got
come to this meeting. I'll
family
try. I
in
said, what do you mean? You're going to lean forward?
LA and San Diego.
Try and sit down. You either do or you don't. Try and take this pencil out of my hand. You either do or you don't. There's no such thing as try.
Last summer, my
So
son
most people like to use
and
that
I
language.
went
They don't want to
We
commit
did,
themselves because
we did the
commitment
loop
means, among many things,
from
no
New York
excuse
to
is
LA
acceptable. That's
to
what it
San
means.
Diego
No excuse. That if you decided that
to
you're going to do
Atlanta
this, if it becomes
and
hard,
back up
then do it hard.
80 to 40.
If it's difficult, so what? If it's inconvenient, so what? See, a lot of people make
80
a
to 5
commitment to
to
come here tonight,
40
but they
to
look outside and say it's
78.
raining. The temperature dropped.
No, the 81.
It's cold outside. And they
Big
decide
circle around
to
the
give
whole
up on
country,
their
top and
commitment.
bottom.
And that's how people do about their dreams. They don't honor their commitments to themselves. Let me tell you what happens when you don't keep your commitment. Number one, it begins to deplete your self-esteem and it erodes your self-image. It weakens your faith in yourself. You don't feel good when you don't keep your commitments. The other thing is that you begin to develop weak relationships with people. People begin to realize they can't depend upon you. They can't rely on you because you won't keep your word. You establish that kind of reputation. Just think, what would your life be like if you decided to keep your commitments? What will all of our lives be like if we decided to keep our commitments? That we decided to do the things that we said that we were going to do. That we wouldn't even speak it unless we were going to do it. If we decided just for a week, just see what your life can be like. Just let's do it for a commitment to make it a 7-day commitment that I won't say I will do anything unless I'm going to do it. And find what your life will be like. Let me tell you what, if you follow it through, if you keep your commitment to the commitment, at the end of the 7 days, you'll feel strong and powerful. Because by honoring your commitment, each time that you do, that empowers you. Whatever discipline that is required, whatever it is that you must do. So I'm suggesting, number one, commit yourself to live in the present. I saw the movie, The Dead Poet Society, Robin Williams, and they had a line in there, seize the moment. Many of us are not able to move forward and develop and manifest our greatness because we spend so much time looking back or worrying about the future. Seize the moment. See, you cannot go into the future and manifest your greatness when you have various things in your life that's blocking you. Let's look at how we can begin to keep our commitments. Remembering what Dr. Robert Anthony said about results. When you keep your commitments, you're able to produce some different kinds of results in your life. So how can we keep our commitments? And do we keep all commitments? No, we don't. You will not be at 100%. However, you will have a greater percentage rate of maintaining your commitments to yourself, whatever those things might be. If it's going into business, if it's changing a habit that you know that works against you, if it's overcoming self-destructive behavior, if it's retraining your thinking, if it's reinventing yourself, if it's trying to begin to design your relationship differently, all of us have a possibility by focusing and really harnessing our attention and concentrating on it. We really have available to us.
I haven't been able to hike it or anything, but I've been by it many times.
One, make it priority. Your chances of getting there to your destination as good as your luck. See, and I say the reason that you will reach your destination more times than your luggage will is because the airline, and I'm glad that they do, has made it a priority to move the human beings from one point to the other safely, not send you off to Boston or someplace with your luggage. So I'm not really upset.
I didn't know that.
When my luggage
That's a
doesn't
cool
show up, I'm
fact.
glad they delivered me because they've made me a priority. See, they have made delivering you to your destination important. So if you want to honor your commitment, whatever you decide that you're going to do, make sure you make it important. Make sure it is priority. Keep it before you. The other thing is, whatever that you want to do, whatever you want to begin to create and beginning to manifest your greatness and strengthening your level of commitment, and it's really exercising your will. Find something that you want to do on your goal, one action step, but make sure it stretches you, that it challenges you, but it's doable, that you can do it. This year I decided that I was going to exercise. So I started out doing just 10 setups and 10 push-ups. I know I can do that and not get upset about it. I can do that without thinking. So I started out small. Now I'm up to 50, but if I try to do 50 starting out, I wouldn't still be doing it. So I started doing it in manageable segments. Do that, and that strengthens your will. So my commitment now is strengthened and fortified by the activity of actually doing it. So now I can expand and build from there. When I began to manage my money differently. And I started saving 5% of my money. Then I increased it to 10%, then to 15%. So now I have disciplined myself to live off 75% of my income. I took discipline to do that, but I started watching how I was spending my money. I started keeping a law and following myself. So you want to begin to find something that is manageable, that you know that you can do. The next thing, in beginning to keep your commitments to yourself, have some friends that will hold you accountable, that won't let you off the hook, that won't tolerate anything less than the best from you. People that will support you in this new way of being, in this new state of consciousness. The other thing is important is
I didn't know we had any rainforests.
See, many times when you make a commitment to do
Especially
something,
not that
there are
high
some
up.
other variables that will happen that you can't control or you perhaps did not think about. So you want to have some other plans going on. You want to become... See, most people don't keep their commitments because when something goes wrong, they just stop. They have a contingency plan. So they don't know what to do next. Start being creative. If you challenge yourself, many times I say, I don't know what to do, and I always ask myself, but if you did know what to do, Les, what will it be? That activates another part of my mind. I start thinking about the possibilities and just experimenting. But many of us just stop dead in our tracks. I don't know what to do. You do know what to do. You got genius in you. Challenge yourself, push yourself, make yourself come up with something. Use your imagination.
Olympic
And what you
National
will find is
Forest.
that you know more than you realize that you know. That you're more creative and more resourceful than you realize that you
I
are.
want to go to the Redwood
And
Forest
as you
in
do that, the more
California.
you do it, the easier
I
it
still
will
haven't
become.
been
At
to
first,
San
it's gonna be a
Francisco.
struggle.
I need to drive across
And
that
after you
bridge.
get into a certain level
That's
of
one of
consciousness, you will
my...
ask yourself, how is it that I
That's
didn't
on
see
my
this
truck
before?
and bucket
At
list
the
to
level
drive
that
this
I'm
truck across
managing my
that
business
bridge.
now, they say consciousness is what...
It's a surprising reason people
They
don't
drive my
know here in the
Sequoia
70s.
through a Sequoia.
Chuck and I were both around in the 70s.
That would be
People
so
just looked
dope.
healthier back before.
At the level that I'm managing my business now, they say consciousness is what we are. I literally look at myself and say, how is it that I didn't do this before? Why
I
is
would
it
love
that
to go.
I
I
couldn't
wanna
see
go
this
so
before?
bad.
And the reason that I didn't see it before, because I
Redwood
didn't
Forest.
challenge myself.
I want to see the
I
big
didn't put
trees.
myself out here. See, the reason that most of us go through life never discovering our true greatness, literally walking,
Open
breathing
my
corpses,
imagination
the
as to how
uncommitted
the
life
world
isn't
used to
worth
be before
living.
we were here.
Why? Because it doesn't produce anything. See, you only make things happen. Your life only counts. You only make a difference when you are committed. When you make a commitment with your life. That's the people that make a commitment with their lives. The people that make a commitment to their customers. The people that make a commitment to their families, to their relationships, are the people that make the greatest impact in life. What is commitment? Commitment is the salesman who says, look here, I'm going to make $1,000 today and I'm not going home. You can turn the lights out. The janitors could be here running the vacuum cleaner. I'm not leaving here till I do it. I used to be a door-to-door salesman. I had X number of TVs. I had a minimum amount that I knew I had to sell every day.
Also, there's
for my mother who was ill at
the
the time. Who
petrified
lost her
forest.
job
I
at the
wanna
M&M
check that out,
cafeteria
too.
because of arthritis. And I said, I'm going to go door to door. And sometimes I would not come home until 1 o'clock at night. Knocking on people's door, people closing. What do you want? Would you like to buy a nice working month's television set, no money down? No! What about a Emerson TV? No! Thank you very much. Do you know anybody else that would be interested? No! Thank you very kindly. Knock on another. Hello? Would you like to buy a nice working television set, no money down? No! Get away from our door. Thank you very kindly. Do you know anybody else would be? Yeah, my cousin, he lives 2 doors down. Thank you very kindly. I tell him he sent me. When I had your cousin told me that you wanted to buy a television set, told me to come here and talk to you, got a special discount for you. Yes, come in, I'm interested. I would just keep right on. I would not go home until I did. It's an interesting thing, ladies and gentlemen, that when we put ourselves in a situation where we say we're going to do it, it puts you in another zone where the universe responds to you. When you have that kind of consciousness, see, the universe responds to the man or woman that refuses to be denied, because that is your commitment.
Highway going slow. And then don't speed up. Get moving. You see traffic moving and they're just gonna sit here and hold it up. Making it dangerous for everybody else. You see it's not the best conditions out here. Drive that truck. Or get off the road, please. I got too far to go. Let me get around these people. That was close, right? That pesky truck, he couldn't decide whether he wanted to slow down or speed up. It just got like a deer in the headlights. What do I do? What do I do? So they don't do nothing. But when I'm out, I always watch for Penske, Ryder, or U-Haul because they're not really truck drivers. They just, you know, sometimes these people just rent big vehicles to do what they got to do. Don't realize that they should just drive it like a regular vehicle, but it gets intimidating having something big when you're not used to the proportions. I get it, but you still gotta drive that thing like this Honda all over the lines. Get in your lane. Gotta nudge people. Wake up, wake up. Hit them with the horn a couple times. I'm just working. I'm just out here working. Think these things stop fast just because they got a whole lot of wheels. They don't. They don't want to stop. There's 80,000 pounds on this truck. It wants to keep moving. Even if I hit the brake. Even if I hit something, everything else behind me in this trailer is going to keep going. But I'm not hitting nothing. No. Not do that. Oh yeah, let me get on my Earl Nightingale this morning. Gotta get a little bit of Earl in. I'm gonna put the cap on my creativity for the day.
This is a real B&H customer story.
Okay, we connect all four systems and team with a go.
B&H wheel folks find the products they need.
I'd like to tell you about the strangest secret in the world. Some years ago, the late Nobel Prize-winning Dr. Albert Schweitzer was being interviewed in London, and a reporter asked him, "Doctor, what's wrong with men today?" And the great doctor was silent a moment, and then he said, "Men simply don't think." It's about this that I want to talk with you. We live today in a golden age. This is an era that man has looked forward to, dreamed of, and worked toward for thousands of years. But since it's here, we pretty well take it for granted. We in America are particularly fortunate to live in the richest land that ever existed on the face of the earth. A land of abundant opportunity for everyone. But
yeah,
you know
they
what
should
happens?
put,
Let's take 100
more
men who
truck
start
information
even
on
at the age
regular
of
driving
25. Do you have any idea what will happen to those men by the time they're 65? These 100 men who all start even at the age of 25 believe they're going to be successful. If you ask any one of these men if he wanted to be a success, he'd tell you he did. And you'd notice that he was eager toward life, that there was a certain sparkle to his eye, an erectness to his carriage, and life seemed like a pretty interesting adventure to him. But by the time you're 65, 1 will be rich, 4 will be financially independent, 5 will still be working, 54 will be broke.
Those 3
Now
questions.
take a moment. Out of the 100, only 5 make the grade. Now why do so many fail? What has happened to the sparkle that was there when they were 25? What's become of the dreams, the hopes, the plans? And why is there such a large disparity between what these men intended to do and what they actually accomplished? When we say about 5% achieve success, we have to define success. And here's the best definition I've ever been able to find. Success is the progressive realization of a worthy ideal. If a man is working toward a predetermined goal and knows where he's going, that man is a success. If he's not doing that, he's a failure. Success is the progressive realization of a worthy ideal. Rollo May, the distinguished psychiatrist, wrote a wonderful book called Man's Search for Himself. And in this book he says, the opposite of courage in our society is not cowardice. It is conformity. And there you have the trouble today. It's conformity. People acting like everyone else without knowing why, without knowing where they're going. Now think of it. In America right now, there are over 18 million people 65 years of age and older. And most of them are broke. They're dependent on someone else for life's necessities. Now, we learn to read by the time we're 7. We learn to make a living by the time we're 25. Usually by the time we're not only making a living, we're supporting a family. And yet by the time we're 65, we haven't learned how to become financially independent in the richest land that has ever been known. Why? We conform. And the trouble is that we're acting like the wrong percentage group, the 95 who don't succeed. Now, why do these people conform? Well, they really don't know. These people believe that their lives are shaped by circumstances, by things that happen to them, by exterior forces. They're outer-directed people. A survey was made one time that covered a lot of men, working men, and these men were asked, why do you work? Why do you get up in the morning? 19 out of 20 had no idea. If you ask them, they'll say, well, everyone goes to work in the morning, and that's the reason they do it, because everyone else is doing it. Now let's get back to our definition of success. Who succeeds? The only person who succeeds is the person who is progressively realizing a worthy ideal. He's the person who says, I'm going to become this, and then begins to work toward that goal. I'll tell you who the successful people are. A success is the school teacher who's teaching school because that's what he or she wants to do. The success is the woman who's a wife and mother because she wanted to become a wife and mother and is doing a good job of it. The success is the man who runs the corner gas station because that was his dream. That's what he wanted to do. The success is the successful salesman who wants to become a top-notch salesman and grow and build with his organization. A success is anyone who is doing deliberately a predetermined job because that's what he decided to do deliberately. But only 1 out of 20 does that. That's why today there isn't really any competition unless we make it for ourselves. Instead of competing, all we have to do is create. You know, for 20 years I looked for the key which would determine what would happen to a human being. Was there a key I wanted to know which would make the future a promise that we could foretell to a large extent? Was there a key that would guarantee a person's becoming successful if he only knew about it and knew how to use it? Well, there is such a key, and I found it. Have you ever wondered why so many men work so hard and honestly without ever achieving anything in particular, and others don't seem to work hard and yet seem to get everything? They seem to have the magic touch. You've heard them say that about someone. Everything he touches turns to gold. And have you ever noticed that a man who becomes successful tends to continue to become successful? And on the other hand, have you noticed how a man who's a failure tends to continue to fail? Well, it's because of goals. Some of us have goals, some don't. People with goals succeed because they know where they're going. It's that simple. Think of a ship leaving a harbor, and think of it with a complete voyage mapped out and planned. The captain and crew know exactly where it's going and how long it'll take. It has a definite goal. Now, 9,999 times out of 10,000, it will get to where it started out to get. Now, let's take another ship, just like the first, only let's not put a crew on it or a captain at the helm. Let's give it no aiming point, no goal, no destination. We just start the engines and let it go. I think you'll agree with me that if it gets out of the harbor at all, it'll either sink or wind up on some deserted beach, a derelict. It can't go anyplace because it has no destination and no guidance, and it's the same with a human being. Take the salesman, for example. There's no other person in the world today with the future of a good salesman. Selling is the world's highest paid profession, if we're good at it, and if we know where we're going. Every company needs top-notch salesmen, and they reward those men. The sky's the limit for them. But how many can you find? Someone once said the human race is fixed, not to prevent the strong from winning, but to prevent the weak from losing. The American economy today can be likened to a convoy in time of war. The entire economy is slowed down to protect its weakest link, just as the convoy had to go at the speed that would permit its slowest vessel to remain in formation. That's why it's so easy to make a living today. It takes no particular brains or talent to make a living and support a family today. So we have a plateau of so-called security, if that's what a person's looking for. But we do have to decide how high above this plateau we want to aim. Now let's get back to the strangest secret in the world, the story that I wanted to tell you today. Why do men with goals succeed in life and men without them fail? Well, let me tell you something which, if you really understand it, will alter your life immediately. If you understand completely what I'm going to tell you from this moment on, your life will never be the same again. You'll suddenly find that good luck just seems to be attracted to you. The things you want just seem to fall in line, and from now on you won't have the problems, the worries, the gnawing lump of anxiety that perhaps you've experienced before. Doubt, fear, well, everything's of the past. Here's the key to success and the key to failure. We become what we think about. Now let me say that again. We become what we think about. Throughout all history, the great wise men and teachers, philosophers and prophets have disagreed with one another on many different things. It's only on this one point that they are in complete and unanimous agreement. Listen to what Marcus Aurelius, the great Roman emperor, said. A man's life is what his thoughts make of it. Disraeli said this. Everything comes if a man will only wait. I've brought myself by long meditation to the conviction that a human being with a settled purpose must accomplish it, and that nothing can resist a will that will stake even existence for its fulfillment. Ralph Waldo Emerson said this, a man is what he thinks about all day long. William James said, the greatest discovery of my generation is that human beings can alter their lives by altering their attitudes of mind. And he also said, we need only in cold blood act as if the thing in question were real, and it will become infallibly real by growing into such a connection with our life that it will become real. It will become so knit with habit and emotion that our interest in it will be those which characterize belief. He also said, if you only care enough for a result, you will almost certainly attain it. If you wish to be rich, you will be rich. If you wish to be learned, you will be learned. If you wish to be good, you will be good. Only you must then really wish these things and wish them exclusively, and not wish at the same time 100 other incompatible things just as strongly. In the Bible you read in Mark 9:23, if thou canst believe, all things are possible to him that believeth. My old friend Dr. Norman Vincent Peale put it this way, this is one of the greatest laws in the universe. Fervently do I wish I had discovered it as a very young man. It dawned upon me much later in life, and I found it to be one of the greatest, if not my greatest discovery outside of my relationship to God. The great law, briefly and simply stated, is that if you think in negative terms, you will get negative results. If you think in positive terms, you will achieve positive results. That is the simple fact, he went on to say, which is at the basis of an astonishing law of prosperity and success. In 3 words, believe and succeed. William Shakespeare put it this way, our doubts are traitors and make us lose the good we oft might win by fearing to attempt. George Bernard Shaw said, people are always blaming their circumstances for what they are. I don't believe in circumstances. The people who get on in this world are the people who get up and look for the circumstances they want, and if they can't find them, make them. Well, it's pretty apparent, isn't it? And every person who discovered this for a while believed that he was the first one to work it out. We become what we think about. Now, it stands to reason that a person who's thinking about a concrete and worthwhile goal is going to reach it, because that's what he's thinking about, and we become what we think about. Conversely, the man who has no goal, who doesn't know where he's going, and whose thoughts must therefore be thoughts of confusion and anxiety and fear and worry, becomes what he thinks about. His life becomes one of frustration and fear and anxiety and worry. And if he thinks about nothing, he becomes nothing. Now, how does it work? Why do we become what we think about? Well, I'll tell you how it works as far as we know. Now, to do this, I want to tell you about a situation that parallels the human mind. Suppose a farmer has some land, and it's good fertile land. Now, the land gives the farmer a choice. He may plant in that land whatever he chooses. The land doesn't care. It's up to the farmer to make the decision. Now, remember, we're comparing the human mind with the land because the mind, like the land, doesn't care what you plant in it. It will return what you plant, but it doesn't care what you plant. Now let's say that the farmer has 2 seeds in his hand. One is a seed of corn, the other is nightshade, a deadly poison. He digs 2 little holes in the earth and he plants both seeds, one corn, the other nightshade. He covers up the holes, waters and takes care of the land, and what will happen? Invariably, the land will return what's planted. As it's written in the Bible, as ye sow, so shall ye reap. Now remember, the land doesn't care. It'll return poison in just as wonderful abundance as it will corn. So up come the two plants. One corn, one poison. Now the human mind is far more fertile, far more incredible and mysterious than the land, but it works the same way. It doesn't care what we plant. Success, failure. A concrete, worthwhile goal, or confusion. Misunderstanding, fear, anxiety, and so on. But what we plant, it must return to us. You see, the human mind is the last great unexplored continent on Earth. It contains riches beyond our wildest dreams. It will return anything we want to plant. Now you might say, well, if that's true, why don't people use their minds more? Well, I think they figured out an answer to that one, too. Our mind comes as standard equipment at birth. It's free, and things that are given to us for nothing we place little value on. Things that we pay money for, we value. The paradox is that exactly the reverse is true. Everything that's really worthwhile in life came to us free. Our minds, our souls, our bodies, our hopes, our dreams, our ambitions, our intelligence, our love of family and children and friends and country, all these priceless possessions are free. But the things that cost us money are actually very cheap and can be replaced at any time. A good man can be completely wiped out and make another fortune. He can do that several times. Even if our home burns down, we can rebuild it. But the things we got for nothing, we can never replace. The human mind isn't used because we take it for granted. Familiarity breeds contempt. It can do any kind of job we assign to it, but generally speaking, we use it for little jobs instead of big, important ones. Universities have proved that most of us are operating on about 10% or less of our abilities. So decide now, what is it you want? Plant your goal in your mind. It's the most important decision you ever make in your entire life. What is it you want? Do you want to be an outstanding salesman? A better worker at your particular job? Do you want to go places in your company? In your community? Do you want to get rich? All you've got to do is plant that seed in your mind, care for it, work steadily toward your goal, and it will become a reality. It not only will, there's no way that it cannot. You see, that's a law, like the laws of Sir Isaac Newton, the laws of gravity. If you get on top of a building and jump off, you'll always go down. You'll never go up, and it's the same with all the other laws of nature. They always work. They're inflexible. Think about your goal in a relaxed, positive way. Picture yourself in your mind's eye as having already achieved this goal. See yourself doing the things you will be doing when you've reached your goal. Ours has been called the phenobarbital age, the age of ulcers and nervous breakdowns and tranquilizers. At a time when medical research has raised us to a new plateau of good health and longevity, far too many of us worry ourselves into an early grave, trying to cope with things in our own little personal ways, without learning a few great laws that will take care of everything for us. These things we bring on ourselves through our habitual way of thinking. Every one of us is the sum total of his own thoughts. He is where he is because that's exactly where he really wants to be, whether he'll admit that or not. Each of us must live off the fruit of his thoughts in the future, because what you think today or tomorrow, next month and next year, will mold your life and determine your future. You're guided by your mind. I remember one time I was driving through eastern Arizona and I saw one of those giant earth-moving machines roaring along the road at about 35 miles an hour with what looked like 30 tons of dirt in it. A tremendous, incredible machine. And there was a little man perched way up on top with the wheel in his hands guiding it. And as I drove along, I was struck with the similarity of that machine to the human mind. Just suppose you're sitting at the control of such a vast source of energy. Are you going to sit back and fold your arms and let it run itself into a ditch? Or are you going to keep both hands firmly on the wheel and control and direct this power to a specific, worthwhile purpose? It's up to you. You're in the driver's seat. You see, the very law that gives us success is a two-edged sword. We must control our thinking. The same rule that can lead a man to a life of success, wealth, happiness, and all the things he ever dreamed of for himself and his family. That very same law can lead him into the gutter. It's all in how he uses it, for good or for bad. This is the strangest secret in the world. Now, why do I say it's strange, and why do I call it a secret? Actually, it isn't a secret at all. It was first promulgated by some of the earliest wise men, and it appears again and again throughout the Bible, but very few people have learned it, understand it. That's why it's strange, and why for some equally strange reason it virtually remains a secret. I believe that you could go out and walk down the main street of your town and ask ask one man after another what the secret of success is, and you probably wouldn't run into one man in a month who could tell you. Now, this information is enormously valuable to us if we really understand it and apply it. It's valuable to us not only for our own lives, but the lives of those around us, our families, employees, associates, and friends. Life should be an exciting adventure. It should never be a bore. A man should live fully, be alive. He should be glad to get out of bed in the morning. He should be doing a job he likes to do because he does it well. One time I heard Grove Patterson, the great late editor-in-chief of the Toledo Daily Blade, make a speech, and as he concluded his speech, he said something I've never forgotten. He said, "My years in the newspaper business have convinced me of several things. Among them, that people are basically good, and that we came from someplace, and we're going someplace. So we should make our time here an exciting adventure. The architect of the universe didn't build a stairway leading nowhere." And the greatest teacher of all, the carpenter from the plains of Galilee, gave us the secret time and time again. As ye believe, so shall it be done.
You'll be back! Emu can't help people customize and save at Liberty Mutual!
Will obey. Only pay for what you need. Liberty, 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 liberty.
I take you, body, in sickness.
So shall it be done unto you. I've explained the strangest secret in the world and how it works. Now on this side I want to explain how you can prove to yourself the enormous returns possible in your own life by putting this secret to a practical test. I want you to make a test that will last 30 days. It isn't going to be easy, but if you'll give it a good try, it will completely change your life for the better. Now, back in the 17th century, Sir Isaac Newton, the English mathematician and natural philosopher, gave us the natural laws of physics, which apply as much to human beings as they do to the movement of bodies in the universe. And one of these laws is that for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. Simply stated, as it applies to you and me, it means we can achieve nothing without paying the price. The results of your 30-day experiment will be in direct proportion to the effort you put forth. To be a doctor, you must pay the price of long years of difficult study. To be successful in selling, and remember that each of us succeeds to the extent of his ability to sell. Selling our families on our ideas, selling education in schools, selling our children on the advantages of living the good and honest life, selling our associates and employees on the importance of being exceptional people. To, of course, the profession of selling itself. But to be successful in selling our way to the good life, we must be willing to pay the price. And what is that price? Well, it's many things. First, it's understanding emotionally, as well as intellectually, that we literally become what we think about, that we must control our thoughts if we're to control our lives. It's understanding fully that as ye sow, so shall ye reap. Second, it's cutting away all fetters from the mind and permitting it to soar as it was divinely designed to do. It's the realization that your limitations are self-imposed and that the opportunities for you today are enormous beyond belief. It's rising above narrow-minded pettiness and prejudice. And third, it's using all your courage to force yourself to think positively on your own problem, to set a definite and clearly defined goal for yourself, to let your marvelous mind think about your goal from all possible angles, to let your imagination speculate freely upon many different possible solutions, to refuse to believe that there are any circumstances sufficiently strong to defeat you in the accomplishment of your purpose, to act promptly and decisively when your course is clear, and to keep constantly aware of the fact that you are, at this moment, standing in the middle of your own acres of diamonds, as Russell Conwell used to point out. And fourth, save at least 10% of every dollar you earn. It's also remembering that no matter what your present job, it has enormous possibilities if you're willing to pay the price. Now let's just go over the important points in the price each of us must pay to achieve the wonderful life that can be ours. It is, of course, worth any price. 1. You will become what you think about. 2. Remember the word imagination and let your mind begin to soar. 3. Courage. Concentrate on your goal every day. 4. Save 10% of what you earn. And 5. Action. Ideas are worthless unless we act on them. Now I'll try to outline the 30-day test I want you to make. Keep in mind that you have nothing to lose by making this test and everything you could possibly want to gain. There are two things that may be said of everyone. Each of us wants something, and each of us is afraid of something. I want you to write on a card what it is you want more than anything else. It may be more money. Perhaps you'd like to double your income or make a specific amount of money. It may be a beautiful home. It may be success at your job. It may be a particular position in life. It could be a more harmonious family. Each of us wants something. Now write down on your card specifically what it is you want. Defined. You need with you so that you can look at it several times a day. Think about it in a cheerful, relaxed, positive way each morning when you get up. And immediately you have something to work for, something to get out of bed for, something to live for. Look at it every chance you get during the day and just before going to bed at night. And as you look at it, remember that you must become what you think about. And since you're thinking about your goal, you realize that soon it will be yours. In fact, it's yours really. The moment you have as much right to this abundance is yours for the asking. Now we come to the difficult part. Difficult because it means the formation of what is probably a brand new habit, and new habits are not easily formed. Once formed, however, it will follow you for the rest of your life. Stop thinking about what it is you fear. Each time a fearful or negative thought comes into your consciousness, replace it with a mental picture of your positive and worthwhile goal. And there are times when you feel like giving up. It's easier for a human being to think negatively than positively. That's why only 5% are successful. You must begin now to place yourself in that group. For 30 days, you must take control of your mind. It will think about only what you permit it to think about. Each day for this 30-day test, do more than you have to do. In addition to maintaining a cheerful, positive outlook, give of yourself more than you've ever done before. Do this knowing that your returns in life must be in direct proportion to what you give. The moment you decide on a goal to work toward, you're immediately a successful person. You are then in that rare and successful category of people who know where they're going. Out of every 100 people, you belong to the top 5. Don't concern yourself too much with how you're going to achieve your goal. Leave that completely to a power greater than yourself. All you have to do is know where you're going. The answers will come to you of their own accord and at the right time. Remember these words from the Sermon on the Mount, and remember them well. Keep them constantly before you this month of your test. Ask, and it shall be given you. Seek, and ye shall find. Knock, and it shall be opened unto you. For every one that asketh receiveth, and he that seeketh findeth, and to him that knocketh it shall be opened. It's as marvelous and as simple as that. In fact, it's so simple that in our seemingly complicated world, it's difficult for an adult to understand that all he needs is a purpose and faith. For 30 days, do your very best. If you're a salesman, go at it as you've never done before, not in a hectic fashion, but with the calm, cheerful assurance that time well spent will give you the abundance in return you deserve and want. If you're a homemaker, devote your 30-day test to completely giving of yourself without thinking about receiving anything in return. And you'll be amazed at the difference it makes in your life. No matter what your job, do it as you've never done it before for 30 days. And if you've kept your goal before you every day, you'll wonder and marvel at this new life you've found. Dorothea Brand, the outstanding editor and writer, discovered it for herself and tells about it in her fine book, Wake Up and Live. Her entire philosophy is reduced to the words, act as though it were impossible to fail. She made her own test with sincerity and faith, and her entire life was changed to one of overwhelming success. Now, you make your test for 30 full days. Don't start your test until you've made up your mind to stick with it. You see, by being persistent, you're demonstrating faith. Persistence is simply another word for faith. If you didn't have faith, you'd never persist. If you should fail during your first 30 days, by that I mean suddenly find yourself overwhelmed by negative thoughts, you've got to start over again from that point in 30 more days. Gradually, your new habit will form until you find yourself one of that wonderful minority to whom virtually nothing is impossible. And don't forget the card. As you begin this new way of living. On one side of the card, write your goal, whatever it may be. On the other side, write the words we've quoted from the Sermon on the Mount. Ask, and it shall be given you. Seek, and ye shall find. Knock, and it shall be opened unto you. Nothing great was ever accomplished without inspiration. See that during these crucial first 30 days, your own inspiration is kept at a peak. And above all, don't worry. Worry brings fear, and fear is crippling. The only thing that can cause you to worry during your test is trying to do it all yourself. Know that all you have to do is hold your goal before you Everything else will take care of itself. Remember also to keep calm and cheerful. Don't let petty things annoy you and get you off course. Now, since
Thank
making
you,
a
sir.
test is difficult, some will say, why should I
Or
bother?
ma'am.
Well,
Who am I talking
look at the
to?
alternative.
Thank you.
No one wants to be a failure. No one really wants to be a mediocre individual. No one wants a life constantly filled with worry and fear and frustration. Therefore, remember that you must reap that which you sow. If you sow negative thoughts, your life will be filled with negative things. If you sow positive thoughts, your life will be cheerful, successful, and positive. Now, gradually, you will have a tendency to forget what you've heard on this recording. Play it often. Keep reminding yourself of what you must do to form this new habit. Gather your whole family around at regular intervals and listen to what's been said here. You know, most men will tell you that they want to make money without understanding the law. The only people who make money work in a mint. The rest of us must earn money. This is what causes those who keep looking for something for nothing or a free ride to fail in life. The only way to earn money is by providing people with services or products which are needed and useful. We exchange our time and our product or service for the other man's money. Therefore, the law is that our financial return will be in direct proportion to our service. Now, success is not the result of making money. Making money is the result of success, and success is in direct proportion to our service. Most people have this law backwards. They believe that you're successful if you earn a lot of money. The truth is that you can only earn money after you're successful. It's like the story of the man who sat in front of the stove and said to it, "Give me heat, I'll add the wood." How many men and women do you know or suppose there are today who take the same attitude toward life? There are millions. We've got to put the fuel in before we can expect heat. Likewise, we've got to be of service first before we can expect money. Don't concern yourself with the money. Be of service, build, work, dream, create. Do this and you'll find there's no limit to the prosperity and abundance that will come to you. Prosperity, you know, is founded upon a law of mutual exchange. Every person who contributes to prosperity must prosper in turn himself. Sometimes the return will not come from those you serve, but it must come to you from someplace, because that's the law. For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. As you go daily through your 30-day test period, remember that your success will always be measured by the quality and quantity of service you render, and money is a yardstick for measuring this service. No man can get rich himself unless he enriches others. Now, there are no exceptions to a law. You can drive down any street in America and from your car estimate the service that's being rendered by the people living on that street. Had you ever thought of this yardstick before? It's interesting. Some, like ministers and priests and other devoted people, measure their returns in the realm of the spiritual, but again, their returns are equal to their service. Once this law is fully understood, any thinking person can tell his own fortune. If he wants more, he must be of more service to those from whom he receives his return. If he wants less, he has only...
My travels are all 48.
This is the price you must pay for what you want. If you believe you can enrich yourself by deluding others,
gotta
you
keep
can
it
end
rolling.
only by deluding yourself.
I see you keep it
It may
rolling
take some
too.
time, but just as surely as you breathe, you'll get back what you put out. Don't ever make the mistake of thinking you can avert this. It's impossible.
Check back in on me
The
sometime.
prisons and the streets where the
Have
lonely
a
walk
great
are
day.
filled with people who tried to make new laws just for themselves. We may avoid the laws of man for a while, but there are greater laws that cannot be broken. An outstanding medical doctor recently pointed out 6 steps that will help you realize success. 1. Set yourself a definite goal. 2. Quit running yourself down. 3. Stop thinking of all the reasons why you cannot be successful and instead think of all the reasons why you can. 4. Trace your attitudes back through your childhood and try to discover where you first got the idea you couldn't be successful, if that's the way you've been thinking. 5. Change the image you have of yourself by writing out a description of the person you would like to be. And 6. Act the part of the successful person you have decided to become. The doctor who wrote those words is a noted West Coast psychiatrist, Dr. David Harold Fink. Do what the experts since the dawn of recorded history have told you you must do. Pay the price by becoming the person you want to become. It's not nearly as difficult as living unsuccessfully. Make your 30-day test, then repeat it again, and each time it will become more a part of you until you'll wonder how you could ever have lived any other way. Live this new way and the floodgates of abundance will open and pour over you more riches than you may have dreamed existed. Money? Yes, lots of it. But what's more important, you'll have peace. You'll be in that wonderful minority who lead calm, cheerful, successful lives. Start today. You have nothing to lose, but you have a whole life to win. This is all I can give.
Hey guys, today I'm going to show you how I analyze a stock with people at. And when it comes to assessing this,
we don't know what is going to change in the future in terms of when's the next recession, what's the next big technology, who's going to win the next election. We've never been able to get those right. But the behaviors that have always been enduring and always been with us, regardless of what happens in the future, regardless of what is the next technology or the next recession, we know how people are going to respond to it regardless of what it is.
your new book is titled Same as Ever. It's a phenomenal read and just full of timeless lessons. And for anyone who read The Psychology of Money, that should be no surprise. When we look back at history over centuries, I think one of the first things I sort of realized is just how much things change over time. You know, you look at someone like John D. Rockefeller in the early 1900s, people today have a higher standard of living than he did, even though his inflation-adjusted net worth at that time was $400 billion. And then also just like everyone's talking about AI in 2023 and just technology, this exponential trend of technology is changing things faster than ever. And it seems like you sort of have to keep in touch with what's going on just to keep up. So in writing this book about things that don't change, what are some of the key overarching themes you found?
Yeah, I've always been just an amateur student of history, as many people are. And you just hinted at this. There are so many things that have changed, and you see those when you're studying history. But to me, that took place 50 or 5 years, you're like, oh, that's exactly what people do today. It hasn't changed at all. And you see enough of these across history that you start piecing together. You're like, look, we don't know what is going to change in the future in terms of when's the next recession, what's the next big technology, who's going to win the next election. We've never been able to get those right, even among the very big things by and large. But the behaviors that have always been enduring and always been with us, those are things that we know that, like, regardless of what happens in the future, regardless of what is the next technology or the next recession, we know how people are going to respond to it regardless of what it is. So to me, a lot of this started with just kind of my cynicism over how bad we were as an industry at forecasting the next bear market, the next recession. It's just we're not any good at it. That's not a controversial statement. And two things you can do with that. One, you can become even more of a cynic and say nobody knows anything. Just throw up your hands and say don't even try. Or you can say let's focus on the things that we know are not going to change, these behaviors over time. So you ask like what some of the common denominators were. I think a lot of them fall under this umbrella of risk, greed, fear, uncertainty, and opportunity. And this goes obviously way beyond investing. It's very important and related to investing. But those topics fit all kinds of things, which is really important because now when you're reading the history of politics, the history of technology, the history of military, whatever it might be, you start seeing all these behaviors that also apply to investing. So to me, not only is it more interesting than just burying yourself in a big expression of how the world works and how to work going forward as well.
Yeah, you hit on some really good points there, and your first few chapters really hit home for me, and I just loved them. One of the first ones was titled Hanging by a Thread, and I think one of the striking things you sort of opened my eyes up to was just how fragile life is and how fragile our world can be. The way you put it is that events compound in unimaginable ways, and it's a good reminder to set up our finances and set up our portfolios in a way that's anti-fragile. And I loved the way Naval put it as well. He said, if you simulated your life 1,000 times, you want to become wealthy in 999 of them. So essentially just take out any factor of luck. And it also led me to this realization that instead of figuring out what's going to happen in the future, instead we should be asking ourselves, how can we construct our financial situation in a way where we're going to be in a good position, you know, no matter what happens.
Regardless of what happens. And it's just the observation that we live this version of the world, but there are an infinite number of other ways the world could have turned out. And think about just the very big, broad events. What would the modern world look like in the year 2024 if there was no COVID, if 9/11 had not happened, if World War II had not happened, if the massive, broad events. It's impossible to think of, like,
That's right,
virtually nothing
always.
was,
Hey,
particularly some of
good,
the big events like World War II.
good
World War II
advice.
didn't happen. Almost nothing. It's a good chance we would not be having this conversation today because the technology that we're using would not have existed. So much of the world hangs by a thread. And also, that goes both ways as well. There are a lot of amazing things that happen in your individual life and in the global economy that are positive events that happen because of a tiny, random, little know-nothing fluke of what, maybe it's two founders who meet each other in a very serendipitous way and go on to create a technology that changes everybody's lives. Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak, Bill Gates and his first partner, Ken Evans. There's all these situations where it's like, if there wasn't that serendipity, the entire world would have been worse off than it actually is. So just realizing how fragile the world is it's and I think what you mentioned, that you want to situate your life so what happens, you're going to at least do okay in all of those different versions, realizing that you don't know where it's going to go. I was thinking this the other day. I read this quote that said, I'm going to paraphrase it, but it was like, the definition of sad or something like that is, on your deathbed, you meet the person who you could have been, who you could have become. That's the definition of like a really depressing thing. And I was like, I think there's a positive spin on that, where you could say, of course, this is all just philosophical, hypothetical, where on your deathbed, you meet the 100 versions of yourself of what your life could have been if you had made different decisions. And so you're like, look, this is who you turned out to be, but here's who you could have been in all these different hypotheticals. And I think the definition of a good life is, in that exercise, you end up in the top half of what you could have been. You're like, look, my life could have been better, and it could have been a lot worse as well, and I ended up in the top half. But I think that, like, very philosophical, hypothetical thing, I think that should play out with a lot of things in investing and life. I think you could look at your portfolio and say, look, if I had bought this stock or that stock, here's what my returns would be, here's what my net worth would have been. You can do that all day long. There's also a million situations in which you could have ended up so much worse off in your career and your investing. And I think if you take all of those hypotheticals and you realize that you're probably in the top half, that's the definition of you're doing great. You're doing great. It could always do better. You could always be worse. If you're kind of square in the middle, you're doing excellent.
Yeah, people like to have those sort of outliers that make the headlines, make the news, and they don't consider the survivorship bias and then all the luck that sort of played into it. Instead of the hanging by a thread that happened to take the company down, it was the opposite, where just these totally random things happened that happened to benefit them tremendously, and then they were just in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, I mean, a very tangible example. It's now accepted, and this is not just guessing here, that in 2018 Tesla was weeks, if not days, from bankruptcy, and obviously they pulled through. Well, in 2023, the Model Y was the car in the world of any model. And so, like, look, now we have what is literally the best-selling car in the world was hanging by a thread by potentially hours from even existing at all, not that long ago. So there's all these positive threads of how the world could have been, and I think it's just probably in equal amounts. You can look at things and say, wow, the world would have been better if we didn't have X, Y, and Z. But also, like, man, it could have been so much worse off if this thing had happened that didn't happen, that we just barely escaped.
I think what a lot of people's favorite chapters in your book was risk is what you don't see. And I want to touch on this one because we have a lot of active investors.
This is a real B&H birthday story. We've been known for our customer service since 1973. Look at...
I recently read Same as Ever by Morgan Housel. If there were 1,000 versions of your life playing out right now, how would you guarantee financial success in 999? The answer lies in embracing timeless truths about human nature and financial markets. When you use timeless truths to guide your financial decisions, you need not rely on luck. This summary will unveil 3 such truths and illustrate them with these insightful stories: the punch that killed Houdini, the California Super Blue, and the world's largest man. First, the punch that killed Houdini. After a performance in 1926, Houdini invited a group of people backstage to meet him. As he started introducing himself, a skinny Canadian student named Gordon Whitehead started punching him in the stomach without warning. The kid meant no harm. He was just trying to reenact a stunt he'd seen on stage, in which Houdini gets punched in the stomach and doesn't flinch. But unlike that punch on stage, Houdini didn't see this punch coming. and he winced in pain afterward. The next morning, Houdini had extreme pain in the area where White had punched him. Hours later, Houdini died from a ruptured appendix. Houdini had survived extremely dangerous situations throughout his life, like being thrown to a river chained up and being buried alive, because he saw those events coming. His biggest risk was the punch he couldn't see coming. In our financial lives, the economic events we don't see coming pose the biggest threat. On September 10th, 2008, the 158-year-old bank, Lehman Brothers, was ranked one of the safest banks in the world. But 72 hours later, it was bankrupt. The Lehman Brothers punch that sparked the financial crisis could seem predictable in hindsight, especially after you watch a movie like The Big Short. But at the time, virtually no one saw it coming. Likewise, no one was predicting COVID-19 a year before it took over the world. At least once a decade, the world breaks in unexpected ways. Instead of trying to predict every way the world could break, we should just create an investment portfolio that can withstand a variety of unexpected storms. Here are two ways to do that. First, invest in several uncorrelated assets. That is, things that increase in value for different reasons. Investor Ray W. discovered that a portfolio of 15 uncorrelated assets can reduce risk by 80% while still generating an average market return. Number two, have more cash available by having more of your portfolio in a safe money market fund than you believe is necessary. That way, when the world unexpectedly breaks, you can still sleep at night and don't feel the need to stock holdings. Also, having more cash readily available allows you to take advantage of a once-in-a-decade opportunity. Warren Buffett is often criticized for having too much cash on hand. As of 2023, Berkshire Hathaway had 33% of his portfolio in cash. But Buffett knows the opportunity he will get after an unexpected event is far greater than the opportunity cost of holding cash. Story number 2. The California Super Bowl. After 6 years of drought and fires, Californians got what they were hoping for, and much more. In 2017, California experienced a record rainfall and a Super Bowl that made desert towns turn green. Times were good, so what happened next was shocking. After the record rainfall stopped, the record vegetation died, which became dry kindling and fueled some of the largest wildfires California had ever seen. Too much of a good thing becomes the catalyst for a really bad thing. A timeless truth that takes many forms. In financial markets, extended periods of calm lead to crazy corrections. Or, as Hustle says, calm plants the seeds of crazy. Because optimism leads to greed. Greed leads to more debt. More debt causes instability. And instability produces a recession. The stimulus that everyone loved during the pandemic created the inflation that everyone hated. If you're not careful, success can be a catalyst for failure and extreme stress. Hustle says, paranoia leads to success because it keeps you on your toes. But paranoia is stressful, so you abandon it quickly once you achieve success. But now you've abandoned what made you successful, and you begin to decline, which is even more stressful. There are two ways to counteract this cycle and combat complacency without having to live in a perpetual state of paranoia. First, adopt a Jeff Bezos day one approach. Regardless of your company's size or success, wake up each day with a startup mentality. Number two, pull a Jerry Seinfeld at different stages of your career by seeking a new opportunity before you exhaust your current opportunity. In the book, also writes, Jerry Seinfeld had the most popular show on TV, then he quit. He later said the reason he killed his show while it was still thriving was because the only way to know where the top is to experience the decline, which he had no interest in doing. Jerry went back to doing stand-up, back to the grind, back to where he could challenge himself in new ways. Story number 3, the world's largest man. Robert Wadlow was 6 feet tall at age 7. At age 11, he was 7 feet tall. You might think his record growth would lead to remarkable strength, like you'd see in a superhero comic. But Wadlow was incredibly weak. So weak that he required steel braces to stand. Just before he died at age 22, he stood nearly 9 feet tall, and getting blood to his enormous body strained his heart, elevated his blood pressure, and formed a large ulcer on his leg. That ulcer got infected and killed him. Fast growth equals fragility and reduces one's lifespan. This is true in many facets of life. And opposite is also true. If you were patient enough to slowly grow your money in an S&P index fund over any 20-year period in the last 70 years, you would have been rewarded with a 700% return on average and had a 0% chance of losing your money. But sadly, most people are too impatient to follow this massive upside, minimal downside strategy because they try to compress that natural 20-year investment window. Hustle says, no less than 90% of all investing blunders are caused by investors trying to compress this natural time horizon. A good summary of investing history is that stocks pay a fortune in the long run, but seek punitive damages when you demand to be paid sooner. Given all this, the question that we should ask ourselves when investing is not, what's the best return I can get this year, but rather, what's the best return I can sustain for the longest period of time? And when evaluating a business, your business or someone else's, always ask, what is its optimal size? When a business tries to accelerate their growth beyond their optimal size, like Robert Wadlow grew beyond the optimal size for human, they pay for it. Howard Schultz experienced the pain that came from growing Starbucks too fast and well beyond its optimal size. At one point in 2007, Starbucks was opening a new coffee shop every 4 hours around the world and witnessed their in-store sales drop by 50% despite operating in a booming economy. A year later, their stock dropped 73% and they had to lay off 12,000 employees. Starbucks is one of the few companies who was able to salvage their brand and pull back from the brink after growing too much too fast. In his 2011 book, Schultz wrote, "Growth, now know all too well, is not a strategy. It is a tactic. And when undisciplined growth became a strategy, we lost our way." In the end, remember the punch that killed Houdini, the California Super Bowl, and the world's largest man, so you can recall the 3 timeless truths that will save you from financial hardship in the coming years. First, the biggest risk is the risk you won't see coming, so stop trying to predict recessions and just be prepared for it. 2, too much of a good thing is a catalyst for a really bad thing, so stay vigilant and treat every day like day one. And number 3, unrestrained growth equals fragility, so aim to grow at a rate you can sustain for a very long time. That was the core message of that from Same as Ever by Morgan Housel. I love this book even more than his last one, Psychology of Money. I highly recommend it. If you would like a 1-page PDF summary of insights that I gathered from this book, just click the link below and I'll be happy to email to you. If you already subscribe to the free Productivity Game email newsletter, this PDF is sitting in your mailbox. If you like this video, please share it. And as always, thanks for watching, and have yourself a productive week.
his big plan to relocate Gazans and turn their homeland into the world's holiest Hard Rock Hotel casino. And today, the reviews are in. The Arab world hates it, Democrats condemn it, Republicans have problems with it, and the Palestinians won't abide by it. Or as Trump says...
When we asked about your cousin proposal, a lot of people are talking about obviously everybody loves it.
I stand corrected. I guess nearly perfect in every way, his staff spent the entire next day walking back every single part of it.
The president said his intention was to remove Palestinians from Gaza permanently.
If we can get a beautiful area to resettle people permanently.
But today, the press secretary said it would be temporary.
The president has made it clear that they need to be temporarily relocated out of Gaza for the rebuilding of this effort.
Trump's press secretary just had her first walk back. This is an important rite of passage for Trump's spokespeople, their bar mitzvah, if you will. She was spending so much time walking back the plan that at one point she ran out of English words.
This is an uninhabitable place for human beings.
Remind me how it got uninhabitable. Even worse for Caroline, while she was scrambling to salvage Trump's plan, Trump was on Truth Social readjusting it on the fly, which left everybody even more confused.
Breaking just a short time ago, President Trump seemed to backtrack, but also to double down on his plan to take over Gaza.
A backtrack and a double down? And now, on the uneven bars, Donald Trump will attempt the rare combination. Backtrack, double down. Now let's see if he breaks every bone in his body. But while his team tries to fix his Gaza plan, Donald Trump has already moved on because he's basically the norovirus. Every day he spews executive orders all over the place, and while we struggle to clean up all the puke, he comes out the other end with something even worse. He tried to buy out the entire workforce of the CIA. His DOJ is going after anyone who's investigated him, and now he has defeated America's biggest threat.
At the White House today, President Trump signing an executive order banning transgender women and girls from competing in women's sports.
With this executive order, the war on women's sports is over. We're putting every school receiving taxpayer dollars on notice that if you let men take over women's sports teams or invade your locker rooms, you will be investigated for violations of Title IX and risk your federal funding.
You notice how he paused right before invade your locker rooms? Like, maybe we won't make that illegal. Should have proofread this. Look, it's bad enough that he's banned trans women from sports, but spare us the performance of pretending that this is a top issue for women in this country. Maybe start with, I don't know, reproductive rights or pay inequality. Why it's 2025 and still none of my clothes have pockets. Now you might be wondering, is this really going to be the entire Trump presidency? Just divisive executive orders every day for the next 4 years? Probably, but on the bright side, he did have one executive order today that felt relatively harmless.
I have signed an executive order to resume the process of creating a new national park full of statues of the greatest Americans who ever lived. It will be called the National Garden of American Heroes, and I hope that Congress will fully fund this wonderfully unifying project at the first possible opportunity.
Excuse me, sir. Americans already have a national garden, and it sells unlimited breadsticks. I never thought I'd say this, but Elon, I got some government waste for you right here. Does anyone have the phone number of the Department of Government Efficiency? Actually, they're all 12-year-olds. Does anyone have the Roblox usernames of the Department of Government Efficiency? But the question is, in these divided times, will Trump's Garden of Heroes help to unify Americans? To debate this issue, let's go live to Ronnie Chang and Josh Johnson.
No, this country is pretty that being said, this is actually a good idea. I do like a garden of heroes. I mean, America is so divided, but if we can walk in a garden with statues of George Washington and Neil Armstrong and Paul Giamatti, maybe it'll bring us together.
Okay.
Savings you just can't beat. Oh, this orange is gross.
This is the quickest way to pee out fat.
Good God, man, stop eating those. You're gonna blow up. No, I'm not.
Together.
Okay. And Josh, what's your take?
Yeah, it's great. Did you say Paul Giamatti? The bald guy from Billions is in your top 3?
He's also the bald guy in Sideways and Big Mama's House. Also, I saw him eat a hot dog in Union Square, although that might have just been another bald guy. But either way, American hero.
Giamatti's not statue status. At best, he can be a plaque or a name on a bench.
A bench? The thing people fought and smoked crack on? I don't think so, okay? Paul Giamatti gets a statue, maybe 2.
We're not putting Paul Giamatti next to Abraham Lincoln and John Adams.
Paul Giamatti won an Emmy playing John Adams, okay? How many Emmys did John Adams win for being John Adams?
Ronnie, what the are you talking about? John Adams was the 2nd president, and he didn't have slaves. Early America, no slaves. 2nd president. Pretty cool.
Oh yeah, you know who else didn't have slaves? Paul the Hardy with the body Giamatti.
I'm really trying to be unified right now, but Ryan, I'm truly gonna kill you.
Okay, well, why don't you come over here? I'll unify my fist with your face.
Okay, guys. Fist fighting over Paul Giamatti is not what the Garden of Heroes is all about.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't want to walk through a garden staring at Lincoln's penis.
Ronnie, what? Why would his penis be out?
Because obviously the statues will be naked. Like they are in Europe. They all got little baby carrot dicks, okay? It's called culture.
Bro, this is America, all right? Our statues have clothes, wear funny-ass hats, and ride horses.
Okay, look, I'll give you the hats and horses, but they're nude or I wash.
Excuse me, guys, before we get into their outfits, I just want to point out that neither of you have mentioned any women heroes.
Can we please not DI the f***ing garden?
Imagine walking through the park and seeing Eleanor Roosevelt, Rosa Parks, Susan B. Anthony, and other inspiring women who would look great as gnomes.
Gnomes?
Well, the garden, obviously all the heroes will be gnomes. You'll be walking around and be like, oh look, it's Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
Okay. We are not making the statues into gnomes.
And if we did, wouldn't it be Ruth Bader Gnomesburg?
I hate you and I hate your half of the country.
Guys, this garden is tearing us apart. Please, let's compromise, okay? For the sake of all unity and all things dignified, we will give Ronnie a Paul Giamatti statue.
Thank you.
And to please Josh, Giamatti will be wearing a John Adams hat.
Thank you, Desi.
And he'll be naked on a horse next to a proud Gnomes Bader Ginsburg.
Fine, but she's nude and her boobs have to look like Paul Giamatti.
I'm fine with that, as long as she's surrounded by like a lovely little field.
Hey, you.
Did you always want to be in this line of work? Always wanted to be famous?
I do not roast people, I just tell people what they look like to me. Everybody calm down. Everybody relax. Like this. Little risque Disney princess is what you got over here. I can show you this pussy. Like that. Just checking it out. I feel like one of y'all ain't never been to this show and you invited the other one. Oh my God, it's great. And you're not impressed, like this your first time here. Just looking, I like this little face, man. Whose idea was it to bring this young lady? How y'all know her? Who is this to you? This y'all mom? Did mom invite y'all or did y'all invite mom? You know how I know? Because mama fuck with niggas. I want you to know that. this close to having them curls. I want you to know. It was this close. I know your mom from back in the day, she used to have a bob. But this side was dyed, the rest of it was red. I remember. I remember you. From the hood. Okay, Black Panther in this bitch. I ain't seen you since the waterfalls, brother. This was you. I almost didn't recognize you without you doing this. Okay. What up? Shut up, nigga. Show me that watch. Nigga, like, yeah, you see it, nigga. I don't know what you do. You know what? I feel like you do some shit and you really good at it, but you mad that don't nobody know. This nigga the best at something we don't know. He just on Twitch every day. Yeah, I can eat 17 jelly beans. Nigga making $1 million a month. Don't nobody give a fuck. That's what I feel. That's your energy. The jelly bean eater.
Oh my God.
Calls it keep it up. I mean, his sister. Yeah. Will Smith's daughter. She looks fine. Yeah. I don't get the castle on your head though. Yeah.
He got Castle Grayskull on his head.
Yeah, I wonder what message he's trying to send. Huh? I wonder what message he's trying to put out there.
Is that Transylvania or something? I don't know. That's the thing. You don't know, and they won't say it.
Oh, I came up with it. I know what he's trying to do. He's a how. Man, Kim, you crazy. Let me look at it again. Maybe I can come up with something. His sister's beautiful. She look just like Will and Jada. Yeah. Man, what is it? Well, maybe he's in the doghouse.
What was that old? Remember that old cartoon?
Yeah.
And the dog, he had like a dog house on his head. And when he opened it, people freak out like, and he go crazy.
I think I remember something like that.
Marmaduke? No, I forgot the name of the. It was like a superhero.
Right. Yeah.
And anytime he opened his face, they freak out. Oh, I forgot the name of that cartoon.
Just this whole posture when the video starts the way he's standing. It looks like that looks ridiculous. I don't get that. Yeah, that is strange.
Them cartoons, those blocks. I forgot his name. All the references I'm trying to say, I don't remember the name.
I came across a couple of people, they said he's just trying to get attention because Will Smith, he gets all the attention, and Jada, he slapped somebody and Jada's sleeping with everybody.
Yeah.
And his daughter, I think he's a musician.
Yeah, her
she can actually sing. I heard her. So he's just like trying to get some, hey man, hey bud, watch, hey, I'm here too, He clout chased me. He clout chased. That's what he I know that I wear a castle on my head. I wonder where he bought it at. Castle's all right?
I think his dad probably decorated it for him. Like
he kept it his dad. That's all his dad. You think so? Yeah. Man, it's kind of Jada probably made him do it too. Alright, the next video from this is at the Grammys, right? I didn't watch it. This is like a red carpet event or something like that. And then we got Kanye and his girl. Yeah, let's check them out. Kanye look like a Terminator. Yeah, Terminator 6. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
You heard him say, oh.
Hey, Kanye is the truth.
Wow. She do got some racks on her.
She got racks on racks.
Racks on racks on racks.
Yeah, racks on racks on racks.
Do she got a penny on, or that's just...
Yeah, it looks like pantyhose.
You think so?
Mm-hmm. Look at Kanye.
Yo, Kanye is...
Kanye can stand in L.A. Yeah, that's my girlfriend right there.
He looks like, she's like an animal out of the zoo, and he let her out the cage, and he's the zookeeper, just like, yeah. Keep in line. Like...
He exudes masculinity.
Yeah, yo. And what if what if it comes out like she's a straight cologne and she's not? When he goes home, he plugs her up. She powers down. Because she said,
I'm gonna buy me one of those. Hey, when can I get one of those? I'm gonna bend it right off the table. Baby, this ain't cheap, this is fake.
Yo, she gonna be over the table. Ow.
Yeah.
Ow.
was like, yeah, you like that, don't you? Ow.
Ow. No. Wrong hole. Wrong hole. Wrong hole.
Yeah, that's that's nuts. Yeah, a lot of people said he kicked out. And then I read online on People magazine said he wasn't like kicked out. He just decided to leave.
Oh.
Well, he probably left because he didn't want to get kicked out. Well, that's what it says.
That's crazy. She was straight up naked, and that's fashion.
Well, technically, she wasn't naked. She was just wearing mesh. You can see right through it.
Right through it. Yeah. Right.
It's still considered, you know.
You heard the paparazzi? They was like, yeah, take it all good. Whoa.
Papa, yeah, well, talk about Kanye. Yeah, around, yeah, he just, I was reading, they just decided, they just wanted to do the red carpet, they left. Yeah.
Just wanted to do that to shock.
Yeah, he just wanted to go out there and show his girl off.
He's smart. He know what he doing.
Probably on his bucket list.
Yeah, or is she about to drop an album, or he is something.
Something about to drop. Oh, we got an album coming out. It's called Bully or something? A song or something? Yeah, Don Lemon was asking about it when you're
oh yeah, Don Lemon did, and Kanye. He was like, excuse me, I'm working.
Yeah, he said, no, excuse me, give me a second. I'm thinking. So of course it was a publicity stunt. So yeah, it makes sense. He's got an album coming out. Yeah, but Kanye don't need to do that. It's Kanye. No, it's not Kanye. It's Ye. Oh, Ye.
Ye? Oh,
He said gay. Ye.
I thought it was Ye.
Y-E, Ye. Yeah. That's Ye right there. Like he gonna come out a second version of Funky Cold Medina. With some shades on.
Look at
Funky Cold Medina. Tone low. Didn't he look like he was gonna come up with this, gonna do a remix to it? Kanye make a good Terminator.
Is it Tone Loc that died or Coolio?
Coolio,
okay.
Yeah.
Wild Thing. He Tone Loc made. Wild Thing.
How'd it go? Wild Thing. And got it.
I sent you a picture that the teacher sent me. If any of those hoodies were no ties. Is he up? Getting up some breakfast and I'm getting ready. Oh yeah, it's not that long. It's less than an hour. Alright, check that out. See if any of those hoodies are his. Walk down. Grab his clothes and get on.
Traveling with your kids is that each year they get bigger, but the hotel stays the same size. Get an Airbnb and get room for everyone.
What's good, family? On today's video, we're going to dive into a topic that will upgrade your lifestyle and your dating life. The 10 attractive hobbies I believe every man should learn. Now, we all know that style and grooming are key, but adding the right hobbies to your arsenal will take your appeal to the next level. And what we're going to be talking about today aren't just pastimes. There are things that will exhibit your confidence, creativity, and your ambition. So stick around as we talk about the hobbies that will make you more interesting and more appealing to the ladies. Now, if you're new here, welcome Jeff, your Style OG. On this channel, we discuss various men's lifestyle topics, style. Hey, if any of all those topics interest you, I invite you to subscribe, tap the notification bell, and join us. And to my returning friends, Ronnie Morgan, sub. First up on the list of 10 attractive hobbies I believe every man should learn is one of the most powerful known to man, one of my prized secret weapons. Please do much more. Reading. First off, reading will expand your mind and your knowledge base. It will enable you to engage in deeper and more meaningful conversations. And trust me, women love a guy who stimulates their mind. Plus, reading shows that you're curious, disciplined, and always looking to better yourself. Traits women find very appealing. And it also allows you to exude confidence and ambition. And here's something a lot of times people don't realize. When you find yourself coming across someone who's very smart, he may not have been blessed with high intellect genetic. He's oftentimes developed intellect through reading. Whether it's fiction, history, or self-improvement, the right book can help you grow. Let's face it, there's something undeniably appealing about a man who's smart, thoughtful, and has interesting stories to share. So grab a book and level up. Now let's chop it up a bit, pun intended, about why learning martial arts is a hobby you should put some time into and why it impresses the fairer sex. First off, learning martial arts isn't just about self-defense. It's about building your confidence, discipline, and control. Training in martial arts shows that you can be focused, resilient, and you're not afraid to put the time into improving yourself. And one of the most appealing things about learning martial arts, it allows you to exhibit a great balance of strength and composure. Very appealing to the ladies. The strength and composure that it takes to learn a martial art is a powerful combination. Once again, plus it keeps you in great shape and sharpens your mind. So whether you choose to learn boxing, Muay Thai, or Jiu-Jitsu, it's a lifestyle that shows you're grounded, confident, and able to take on any challenge that comes your way. Now let's talk about a hobby that can improve you, your home, and your prospects. You want to take on some DIY projects. The reason why, for one, having handy skills shows that you're resourceful and self-sufficient. Whether you're building furniture, fixing something around the house, or creating something unique, it shows that you have the skills to get the job done. Women love a man who's confident in his abilities and isn't afraid to roll up his sleeves. Plus, DIY projects allow you to show your creativity and your practical skills, a combination that's definitely hard to resist. So get to work around the crib. It's not about just saving money. It shows that you're capable, dependable, and always willing to learn. So grab those tools and level up your apartment or house and your dating life. Now, next up on the list of the most attractive hobbies that women love to see you learn is a tried and true one. Women love a guy who can cook. Learning how to cook is one of the best lessons you can incorporate into your life. Here's why. A man who can cook shows that he's creative, self-sufficient, and he can take care of himself and others. And cooking isn't just about making a meal. It's about putting thought, time, and effort into something that's meaningful. Trust me, a woman loves a guy who can whip up something delicious. It's a sign of an attention to detail and of care. And another bonus, it's an easy way to impress on date night. So whether it's a gourmet dish or a simple home-cooked meal, cooking shows confidence, skill, and charm. So if you want one of the tried and true ways to up your appeal, hit that kitchen. Now, next up on the list is a hobby I plan to learn in 2025 that I've been putting off too long. And I believe it's going to be a great way to catch my wife's eye. I'm going to learn, and I think you should too, how to play an instrument. For one thing, music has always been a universal language. And a guy who plays an instrument demonstrates passion, dedication, and creativity. So whether you need to learn how to play the guitar, drums, or piano, it's a passion that will make you stand.
2024.
Brand new truck, man.
Yes, sir.
What color is your windshield washer fluid?
Windshield washer fluid, purple.
Purple?
Purple.
You got pink on the other side dripping down.
Oh, I just filled it back up. It was probably pink last time.
Your hood over here is unlatched.
Not clicking the switch this morning. I forgot it when I did the washer fluid.
The reason I stopped you is I hear a whistling sound on the exhaust. Usually when I hear a whistling sound, it's people bypass the exhaust system.
Oh, no.
Like, I can't tell without going underneath. I'm not going to go underneath.
Nah, we ain't direct pipe enough.
Over here. Yeah. I don't know. That's why I heard a whistle. You know, you can hear the turbos.
Oh, that was probably the turbo.
Yeah.
They just did
Normally you
maintenance. I broke down in Indiana last week.
Normally you don't hear it. Just one thing, like your trailer,
Yeah.
the ABS malfunction light is on.
That one in the back. Yeah, it's cycling on and off.
So when that happens, it might be an issue with one of the ABS sensors to the wheels back there.
Yeah.
So
It's when I go over bumps, sometimes it go off and then it'll come on.
You turn it, is this belong to the company or you turning it in at your next stop?
This belongs to the company. I just picked it up to drop this off.
Let the mechanic go.
Definitely.
Check the ABS on that bad boy. Because, you need that bad boy, you don't want to jackknife it.
Especially out here in this snow. We ain't doing that.
All right, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Have a good day.
You have a good day also. Scale.
In a serious.
Back to work. No inspection, none of that. Oh, thank goodness. Back to it. My style OG.
lifestyle. I'm going to learn, and I think you should too, how to play an instrument. For one thing, music has always been a universal language, and a guy who can play an instrument demonstrates passion, dedication, and creativity. So whether you choose to learn how to play the guitar, drums, or piano, it's a passion that will make you stand out. Women absolutely love a man who can express himself and create a mood with music. Plus, learning how to play an instrument shows patience and a willingness to grow. Traits women find super appealing. So do like I planned. Learn how to play an instrument. Practice your craft and add some rhythm to your game. Now, next up is an attractive hobby that I believe everybody should endeavor. A woman, man, or child. I strongly suggest you learn a new language. Learning a new language is a powerfully useful tool, especially in our ever-connected world. Learning how to speak a new language shows intellect, ambition, and discipline. All traits that women love to see in a man. Plus, it opens up the door to new cultures and experiences, which makes you more worldly and interesting. Not to mention, learning a new language is very useful, especially for boosting your career. Whether you're traveling abroad or just impressing someone with a well-turned phrase, learning a new language shows you're not afraid to step out of your comfort zone and challenge yourself. Plus, let's face it, being bilingual or multilingual is very smooth. So grab that language app or that book and add some international flair to your game. Knowing how to speak more than just your native language is a major upgrade. Now, next up is a hobby that more men should learn that I've loved my whole life. And trust me, you wouldn't find it very attractive. You definitely want to learn how to dance. Learning how to dance not only is a fun pastime, it makes you more sexy. Because dancing allows you to show off your confidence, your rhythm, and that you can be in sync with your body and with hers. And it really doesn't matter what kind of dancing you learn. Hip-hop, salsa, ballroom. Knowing how to dance is a skill that instantly makes you stand out and elevate your charisma level. Women love a guy who's comfortable with himself and isn't afraid to have a little fun on the dance floor. And dancing is a great way to connect with others, whether it's for a night out on the town or a romantic moment. So don't be shy. Get those dance lessons and add some smooth repertoire. Now, next up is a very important hobby that isn't just about yourself. It's about the community at large. And it doesn't hurt that women love to see a guy engage in. Do some volunteering. Volunteering, of course, is a hobby not only for you, but for others as well. Taking the time to help others shows empathy, selflessness, and a sense of community. Women love a man who's not only focused on himself, but is looking to make the world a better place. It's a very appealing trait to have the ability to look outside of yourself and wanting to make a positive impact. And volunteering shows your ability to connect with people from all walks of life and show that you're grounded and compassionate. So get out there and engage with your favorite charity. Take the time to mentor someone. It demonstrates leadership, kindness, and responsibility. Things that not only help your community, but also women notice and will find you more appealing. It's a win-win for everybody. So find a cause that moves you and
check this out. I'm going to show you how I afforded this car. Okay, you ready? All right, 118.
Find a cause that moves you and get involved. Now, next up is an attractive hobby I believe every man should learn that's been catching a lady's eyes for century after century. You definitely want to learn how to paint or draw. Painting or drawing are not only some of the best creative outlets, they allow you to show not only creativity, but emotional depth and an ability to express yourself in unique ways. So whether you're sketching a portrait or creating abstract pieces, painting or drawing allows you to tap into your imagination and adds layers to your personality. Plus, no doubt, women love a guy who can show vulnerability through his art, and it can spark some very interesting conversation. Plus, painting or drawing are a great way to unwind or stand out from the crowd. So grab a pencil or a paintbrush. Allow your creativity to flow and add some artistic appeal to your life and your game. Now, next up on this is an attractive hobby I believe every guy should learn that helps you get your butt off the couch and move a bit. Definitely can't go wrong taking up hiking, camping. Now, in my opinion, getting out hiking or camping is something beneficial we should all embrace. First of all, being out in nature shows that you're adventurous, confident, and up for a challenge. Hiking and camping are about disconnecting from the everyday chaos of modern life and embracing simplicity, which is a trait that exudes confidence and balance. Women, trust me, find that very appealing. Women love a man who's comfortable in the outdoors and is able to enjoy his life without all the modern distractions we all experience throughout our daily lives. Plus, when you go hiking and camping, especially with that special lady, it's a great way to bond over shared experiences and build great memories. So hit the trails or set up a camp and elevate your outdoor game. Not only is it attractive, hiking and camping is a lifestyle. Okay, so there you have it. 10 attractive hobbies I believe every guy should learn. Now do me a favor, let me know in the comment section any hobbies I left out of today's video that you believe can help the style of your family's life and their dating prospects. And if you enjoyed this video and found it informative, I highly recommend you check out a recent video I did about 11 things us men waste money on. Check it out right here.
Welcome to the Waverhood.
The Wayfair vibe at our place is Western.
My thing, darling?
Gardening.
Some of us go for the...
Like I said, if you show me a woman who got a BBL and she say, mother, you don't understand, I gotta get my money, I gotta be able to eat. I still think you're insane, but I understand. I get it. You're hustling your body. If you're on the internet showing your body weekly, you are advertising.
On your Instagram, your close friends, you be working out.
Yeah.
Period. Have you ever felt like you was influenced to like, you know, like usually people try to influence people to like get BBLs, do this, do that with their body, and like I feel like you just get in the gym, you work out, your body is T. Period.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I've come to the realization that I'm just thinking, and that's why I be man. You feel me? Like they didn't know it was gonna happen like this. You see the ab cuts, you see the legs. I be in the gym. Okay, bam. Y'all ain't that one little thing. The ass is fat. The ass is fat. I give y'all that. But the fucking leg match. Talking about a motherfucking skinny BBL. It's fat. It ain't shit about this. You know, I might be slim and skinny, but that the proof is in the motherfucking pudding. Nobody pressure me, but like my body, I'm like the gym bodies look the best. Like,
They do. The natural bodies, they be mad.
yes, like I love them. Like I always say, like I want like one of them track running bodies, or like how Tiana body is. Like I love Tiana
It's
body.
T.
Like I always said, I wanted one of them types. So I say even if whatever I do in the future, it's because I want to do it and not what nobody else wants me to do. I got the fattest. Ain't nobody telling me. Say it's not. Say it's not.
Would you ever get a BBL?
Hell no, not no BBL.
For real?
No. It already look like I got one.
Oh, dang!
It already think I got this.
I'm dead. Oh my god. Oh, let me tell you another thing about Atlanta. It is the main place for get a BBL and then become a personal trainer. There's so many personal trainers out there that got a BBL every day. They working out. I mean, you got to work it out to keep it up, but don't act like you didn't cheat. Let me know. Tell me where you went. Then when I get back, let me know. We can work out now. But don't be trying to make it seem like you just worked hard for that, baby. You ain't do nothing.
What are you most insecure about?
You know, sometimes I get sad because my ass too fat. I get insecure about it sometimes because it's so big. And like
Just knock over all the time.
all the time my back be hurting. Like,
If you have a man that you expect to be what a man is supposed to be to you, but you advertise your body on the internet, there is no way you can make happy home with nobody like that, unless y'all have agreed to hustle your body.
Greetings, you polite savages.
we are now about to embark on a journey sure to anger feminists and modern women alike. In this one's a doozy, we're going to talk about how someone can never get some satisfaction, no matter how well they have it. The only thing we can do is guarantee to tell you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth as we see it. So there's nothing else left to do but get on into it. Are you ready? Let's go.
Hey, yo, I don't know about y'all, but white savages. Now, I'm not saying that one Miss Glorilla has a BBL or a skinny BBL or whatever she calls it, but give Miss Glorilla an applause. Because she's been putting them hours in the gym, working off that fat and building up that booty. Looking like a proper fit gym girl, putting in the work. Now, I truly have my other reasons why I don't think this is all natural route. And maybe you polite savages will come to agree with me once you hear my reason. Now, let's get this out of the way. Maybe she did get some light work in a light BBL. That's not completely ruled out. When it's widely known throughout the industry, even in the fitness industry, that BBL shots, major body overhauls to appalling results, like pulled back faces, out of control booties, boss jobs regretting the choices that they bought into. But what we already know about Glorilla is she's already had admitted to doing a boob job, as well as fixing her teeth and using the glamour face makeup to upgrade her Kevin Samuels Patrice O'Neal ranking.
My boob, I just bought some new teeth. Y'all know I ain't with that overbrush. You know, just did a little filling, just did the that ain't nothing too outrageous, you know.
Like anything I do, like when I got my teeth done, I wanted to do it. And I feel like, yeah, see, I feel like if I would have did it before I blew up, then nobody would have noticed it. Like, they look good. Thank you.
But oh ho, wait up, white savages. We gotta slow down and expose what she may possibly be doing. Now, this is all speculations. This is all your boy Scotty's opinion. But I'd be remiss to mention my own experience knowing about the fitness industry and the practices that go down in LA and on these social media streets. Is that most of these influencers that you see, of course, I'm gonna have to keep saying my opinion, of course. Well, I'd say the majority of them, and admittedly, even me, have been on some type of TRT regimen using performance enhancers of all kinds, of all types. Working behind the scenes, I can tell you that some people remove fat cells from their body, do Botox injections here, lip fillers there, and even Darlene Ortiz on the Corey Holcomb show has admitted in doing some minor BBL cosmetic shots. What it looks like to me is like Glorilla with any other average gym goer out there. Well, I've got to plead the fifth, but let me just say that there's plenty of ladies that have been using this one substance that we're going to talk about next. That keeps their body banging, the muscle tissues building, the booty be building, bouncing, and ready to twerk. When in the past, the ladies could barely flex their butt.
Anavar, also known as oxandrolone, is an anabolic steroid. It is a PED. So this means it's going to help you grow muscle tissue. I think Anavar could be a great tool for females to use when they're trying to build muscle.
And so Anavar is very anabolic, not very androgenic, and so it carries fewer negative side effects for females. And because of that, I do believe Anavar is the most popular stick used by any woman in the entire world. Whether it's bodybuilding, figure, bikini, and so on, many of the athletes are in fact preferring to use Anavar. The majority of people using Anavar will never, ever compete in their entire life. They just want to look normal. They want to look average, and so they're taking steps in order to have an average looking physique.
In fact, I see a couple girls in the UK as well, like, we know that bottom is not from the gym. It's not, and they want to exercise. Okay, so day one, Pilates, only eating kale today. Well, babe, you don't think you should have been trying to do this before? Now all of a sudden you want to look here, you better get on my face. Now all of a sudden you're trying to educate us for something that you did not, that you purchased. Fake abs and shit. No, but I can always tell when the abs is fake. I can't tell, they look like big SIM cards. They look like Dove bar soaps. First of all, some of them packs be odd, because when you get a 3-pack from, it's not even an even number. It ain't even much. One want to be looking like Johnny Bravo. The belly button look like, you know them belly buttons I'm talking about. You know the belly button. Girl, I hate them belly buttons. Is it body shaming? Okay, you right. BBL stands for be back later. It'll be back.
It's a secret, not so secret. Practice has been inside the local gyms that you go to. The moment you get into that world, well, not only are the men using performance enhancers, but it's also is the girls that's using similar substances like the guys. Just look at the past 15 years with the sudden influx of ladies wanting to be the next social media influencer. Instead of using their sexuality to go spread their legs and do something like spicy content material. Now they're building their legs, they're building their booty, they're building the muscle to be a muscle mommy. And then they'll join the OnlyHams and sell spicy content on the OnlyFans. But there's a problem when these ladies start to overdose.
Taking higher doses of Anavar, they'll experience hair loss.
Even though it's considered one of the safest PEDs for women to use, it is still one that can cause side effects. So one of my biggest insecurities is my voice. Over the years, my voice has changed.
I had a big challenge with my weight and my health.
My vocal cords have elongated. I did a video on this a couple years ago, specifically on what causes female virilization in the vocal cords.
So now Glorilla, I don't think she really got to worry about her voice getting a little deeper, as it's already deep as it is. But if she starts to overdo it, speculating, of course, whatever that she's on, whether it's a
Keep breaking it. Yeah, all you got. Yeah.
Keep going, baby. This is. What do you do? Cut off? I don't know. Think you know what he probably did? He made eye contact with her. Look at her face. Look at her face. Where's the ball she was hanging from the mirror? That is absurd, man. And that's a woman, huh? You think he called her the N-word or something? I mean, she's pissed about something. Nah, I'm thinking calling someone the N-word would trigger this type of response. What? Just call somebody. I'm trying to determine why she's acting like this. I'm thinking he called her the N-word. So you think it's justifiable? Her actions are justified if he called her an N-word to behave like this? If you an N-word, yeah. But I wouldn't behave like that. You know why? Because I'm not an N. Dumb. You know what it is? I don't know what it is about black women and road rage. Well, you know they're being oppressed. And they're frustrated. You know? Yeah, they're frustrated. I took out all the, I saw my ex used to talk with that black girl I married. You know, I was 19. When we get in arguments, that's how she would talk. She'd do this. She'd do all that. Got her hair and braids just like that and everything. She's getting out the car again. That looks like a monster right there. Hey man, y'all probably ask us why we're doing these videos. We're just trying to bring awareness to black women. Right? Trying to bring awareness, man. Don't be like this. Oh, yeah. Oh, it hurts black women. Yeah. When you act like this, it affirms that stereotype that black women are violent and physical and act like men. You know? Dangerous. They dangerous. Did you see what she had on her shirt? The hoodie? What did it say? Straight out of F's. Straight out of what? F's. What's that? I didn't even notice a hoodie. You didn't? No, I didn't notice that.
It's a pig. Thought of what it smelled like. You talking about the windshield washer fluid that he asked about earlier?
Good, you'll see. Yeah, it's all over the video. Okay.
Keep going. 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 You keep.
Sit. Yeah. Keep playing. I like this part.
What's it smell like?
Keep going, man. I like this part. Hands up, I'll run this. But push play.
Go on. Keep.
No, man. Come on, take the part, man. I like that part.
Keep going. Keep going.
Liberty neutralized savings for all.
Mary had a little.
New period is fragile. The great house is light to control. We must act.
Excuse me. Excuse me. You mind if I meet you? What's your name? And why haven't I seen you before, huh? You been out here hiding from me? You been out here hiding from me? Oh, okay. What you in here looking for, huh? You're a little personal shopper. My name Gavin, my fault. My name Gavin. Only on Sundays. Only on Sundays.
What is your age?
How old do I look?
20-something.
20-something? The real question is, how old are you? Because you the little one.
Yeah, I'm little, but there's a big age difference.
That's weird. You don't hurt my feelings?
That was really low. I was saying, I just don't think being younger than myself.
Okay. You probably
55.
50, huh?
55.
No, you're not.
It's like 1 in 69.
55 not making them like that.
But when you take care of yourself,
Okay. I like that. Are you from here?
born and raised.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna do some drawing, okay? Alright, nice meeting you. You stopped so I could talk to you?
Talking to me?
Huh? What's your name? And why ain't I ever seen you? You go hiding? Be hiding for me. What you in here looking for? So you ain't looking for me and then hurt my feelings, man.
None of my business.
Oh yeah? You think I can mind your business a little bit? It depends. I might just want to leave with your number.
Oh, you think?
Yeah. How do I look?
How old are you?
We grown over here. You the little one. How old are you?
Probably older than you.
Probably not. You probably 23? Probably 23. Huh?
That's so nice of you.
What? What? How old? No, you not. 30 not making them like that. Well, you rocking well.
I got 3 kids.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
They're not scaring me.
What you little baby?
Nah, you got me by a little bit though.
A lot of bits.
Listen, that's not no issue though. You said it's 816 what?
816.
It was
What's your
like,
name?
my name Gavin. My name Gavin.
Nice to meet you.
Listen, when you gonna show your face again? It's just a little pretty, that's all.
I even keep welcome from you.
Funny, man.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, you too.
You You didn't ask for my name.
I did. It start with a K, right?
Nope.
What was it?
I never told you my name.
Let me know. I like that. Okay. Nice to meet you. We gonna talk. Who you come here looking all good for? Who you come here looking all good for? For me or you? Or both? Oh, for real? I'm sorry.
I was just looking for,
I feel you. I feel you.
No,
You think I can look for your name? Oh yeah. Will you tell them that look? How old do I look?
27.
Okay. Rated M for mature.
Huh?
Rated M for mature.
How old do I look?
You probably 31, 32.
Oh my goodness, no, 54.
What? No, you not.
Yes. 39 and a 29.
Look, 54 not making it like that.
Yes, they are.
Oh, for real?
I am 54.
I'm loving it.
Thank you. About to be 55.
When your birthday?
March 17th, St. Patrick's Day.
Okay. So what we doing for your birthday?
I am actually doing nothing.
Yeah? Oh, so you free? So you free then?
Huh?
So you free then?
You didn't say how old you were. You're old enough to be my baby.
Old enough to give you something, you said?
To be my baby.
Oh, okay.
One of my babies.
Right.
My
What?
son is coming out.
Listen, you let me worry about him.
No.
We say.
They don't even want me to date or nothing.
Oh, yeah.
Because I actually lost my husband.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, I get it. Listen, that don't mean you can't be happy, though.
Yeah.
Nah, I'm a G. Yeah.
And I got on
You don't
gloves.
believe me?
If you like carbon fiber and supercars, I got something special for you that you can win. It's McLaren 620R with the craziest option I've ever seen. The MSO $60,000.
Yeah.
And I got on
You
gloves.
don't believe me? So she the cold one. I like them cold. What's your name?
Huh?
I like them cold. What's your
My
name?
name's T. What's your name?
Daddy.
That's
Now my
not
name.
your actual name.
My name's Gavin. That's my other name.
Okay.
You from here?
No.
That's why I ain't never seen you.
Probably.
You been out here hiding?
Huh?
You been out here hiding?
No, I've been asking people who they got from the internet.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Who you got?
I got
Oh, you ain't get it from me.
my number one in your phone name.
You didn't ask for it to me.
You think we can make that happen?
That's up to you. You the one with the phone.
What's your number?
314.
Alright, hold on. Excuse me. Was you walking around looking for me? Yeah, we can change that then? Or you gonna hurt my feelings, huh?
How old are you?
How old do I look?
25.
Something like that.
Something like that.
The real question is how old are you? Cause you're the little one. Just a little bit.
Just a little bit. Not too much on the small people.
Nah, what's your name? Well, I ain't never seen you.
Because I don't really know.
Oh. So you been out here hiding for me? Why?
I don't know. I
Right.
don't do all the things.
What you in here looking for? Okay. Nah, I just wanted to say hi though.
What's your name?
My name's Gavin, my fault. My name's Gavin.
Scared of you?
Nah.
Scared of you?
Slip of the tongue.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know. You might be having somebody to die.
Nah, I'll be chilling. I'll be chilling like you be chilling.
Right. My children is so totally different from your children.
This girl, man. You funny.
Are you really funny like that? What, you want to know something?
You gonna bless me with it?
You know when you're talking about that big ass game.
Girl.
Right now.
I was just wondering. Genuine question.
Oh, genuine question.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you got my attention, so I'll give you that.
I like that. You said it's 816 what?
Your name is Gavin?
Yeah. What's my other name?
I didn't ask for that.
Oh, okay. We gonna work to it. So a lot of y'all asking about my weight. Right now, I'm 251 pounds. I might stop the book at like 300. But I'm playing. I might stop it at like 270 though. But yeah, we still plant-based and all. Came a long way. Good job. Listen, I don't know how long this vid's gonna be, but if you made it this far, comment. Retail Reaper. You're a real one. Excuse me. Excuse me. Ma'am, you think I can meet you? Like, can I know your name? Hey, bro. Y'all think they be capping? Alright, look, I've had enough. Drop some Spanish lines. Excuse me. Is that? Yeah. Is that your boyfriend on that phone? So I can talk to you? What's your name? And why I ain't never seen you?
I don't know, I ain't never saw you.
You not hiding from me? Don't be hiding from me. You gonna start showing your face more? Okay. You think I could be the next person you talk to on that phone? What's funny? What is it?
Not wondering.
Okay, I screenshot of it, but I'm gonna hit you up, okay?
Alright. What's your name?
My name's Gavin. My name's Gavin. If you're wondering why I'm uploading so consistently, it's because a couple of y'all like to flood the comments of my Instagram and Twitter with post, upload. It worked. Y'all want me to drop another quick video? Y'all know what to do. Still in here wandering in my store with nothing in your buggy. I'm telling you, I'm right here. But I wouldn't give to be 50 right now, man. I wouldn't give. Hey, excuse me. Can I pet your bear? Huh? Can I pet your bear?
Yeah.
Oh,
Bear
my
cut.
God. Oh.
Let's chill, big.
Should we go handle that?
First, we conquered the moon. Now Verizon is conquering dead zones with satellite and idaho.
The 1973 Toyota Corolla is a beloved classic that has captured the hearts of car enthusiasts for decades. Known for its reliability and iconic design, the Corolla has become a symbol of automotive excellence. In this video, we'll dive into the details of the SEMA 2023 Restamod build, showcasing the meticulous craftsmanship and innovative enhancements that make this car truly special. Under the hood, the Corolla Restamod is powered by a rebuilt and upgraded 110 horsepower 4HE Corolla AE 86 engine with Genbay ITBS, coil pack, and bespoke ECU setup. This engine delivers an impressive 147 horsepower and 118 pound-feet of torque, providing a thrilling driving experience. The car's handling is further enhanced by a 4-link suspension with a full floater Atlas rear axle and BC Racing adjustable coilovers, ensuring pinpoint precision on the road. The exhaust system has been upgraded to a custom 2-inch exhaust system with a burnt teardrop effect tailpipe, providing a more exhilarating sound. The car's braking system has been upgraded with an EBC Brakes custom Apollo 4 brake kit, ensuring exceptional stopping power in all conditions. The car sits on 6 AD forged bespoke design 3-piece wheels, finished in highly polished golden chrome, which perfectly complement the vehicle's overall aesthetic. The unique carbon fiber accents on the front grille, mirror caps, and rear spoiler not only enhance the visual appeal, but also contribute to its aerodynamic efficiency. The car features a custom body kit with a new front splitter, side skirts, and a rear diffuser, all designed to enhance its performance and aesthetics. The body has been meticulously restored and painted in a stunning Lamborghini Pearl Nero Granitas color, giving it a sleek and sophisticated look. Step inside the Corolla Restomod, and you'll be greeted by a luxurious and sporty interior. The cabin features premium materials such as Alcantara and leather, with Porsche-inspired tartan inserts on the seats, doors, and dash top. The original Toyota logo is embossed into the headrests, adding a touch of authenticity and nostalgia.
Full auto Ruger Mini 14. Are you supposed to tell people that? It's supposed to be a surprise.
this a summer to share in the 3-row Kia Sorento. The tech-forward Sportage. The available all-wheel drive Seltos.
place to watch Super Bowl 59.
Are those unlucky cleats?
What if you could elevate game day with a Samsung TV from Best Buy?
The thing about traveling with your kids is that each year they get bigger. But the hotel,
Bitcoin scam of 2025 is spreading like wildfire.
Pretty good. Ready? And give us a 12, 10? Yep. Yay. Look at, oh shit. Oh no. Oh.
I may be a loner, but y'all hanging with people that talk shit about you. Can somebody please help me out with this? I know what a teardrop means. What the fuck does it mean when it's by your mouth? Divorce rates between men and women, 49%. Men and men, 28%. Women and women, 72%. Men ain't the problem, ladies. Apple juice tastes like it wants to be alcohol, but it's too shy. When I was high, I thought this car was floating. Then I sobered up, and I still think this car is floating. When I die, I want someone to hack my Facebook account and post, "It's hot as a motherfucker down here." The moment you realize you're not as gay as you thought you were, me listening to someone vent and realizing they are the problem. 90% of the things that I worry about never happen. See, worrying works. When Facebook suggests people you may know, I don't want to know them. Yeah, right. Meanwhile, she's the reason the boys in the hood are always hard. They're not ugly because they're feminists. They're feminists because they're ugly. I'm buying her a toolbox for Christmas so she can try to fixate her attitude. If I wanted to kill myself, I would climb your ego and jump to your IQ. I wonder if people look both ways before getting on my nerves. Look at that cake. When bald people wash their faces, how high up do they go? True trust is sending a friend to McDonald's and coming back with all your fries. Netflix should have a category called Easy to Follow while I'm looking at my phone the whole time. You ever just want to tell somebody mid-conversation, "Hey, I don't care"? That's it, kids. Remember to like and subscribe. Uncommitted.
Hey, Dad.
Hey.
So?
Mazda?
Mazda.
As classic Mercedes enthusiasts, we all probably can appreciate and have dreamed of owning an R129 Mercedes SL at some point. Now, I personally love these things, however, they've always scared me with the maintenance costs, and I feel like it's the kind of car that I think I need, and I get it, and then I realize I actually have no need for it whatsoever. But it's always cool when you get to meet an owner who's just bought his car and is getting into it. Now, this owner just purchased this car 2 weeks before this video was filmed, which I didn't know until I arrived to film it. I thought he'd owned the car for years, and I thought the build was done. I then found out it was far from even beginning. So enjoy this video, enjoy the interview with an owner who's his first time experiencing Mercedes, and find out why he bought this car and what his plans are with it. Good morning. Today we are in Scottsdale, Arizona, and we're interviewing this beautiful Mercedes SL. You guys know I love Mercedes, and I had to interview this car when I saw it on Instagram. The owner right here, Sean. What do you do for a living?
I am real estate. So predominantly, I do a lot of traditional sales, flipping houses, designing houses, and that translates into designing the cars.
So this is your latest project?
Yes, yes it is. So I picked up this car out of Texas. Long story short, I found it on TikTok and came across it, and it was just beautiful as it is. I saw it exactly how you see it here today, and I came across it and put up a post on my own socials. And small enough world, you know how the car community is. A friend of a friend knew the owner and slid in the DMs, and we worked out a deal, and I ended up buying it from him and bringing it to Arizona from Texas.
So you've just got this car in the last 2 weeks, right?
Yes, yeah, it's 2 weeks old to me. It's still, we're getting the plates registered as we speak.
That's actually insane. I thought when I messaged you, you'd had this for like a year or two. I literally thought this was long term. The build was kind of like done. You finally got it where you wanted it.
No, this is day one of this. So, you know, the previous owner crushed it. He did custom LED taillights out of a 94. You know, the rotor rims are beautiful. The stance is great. He got it teed up to where now I can kind of come in and just add a few extra features to it and really make it something custom, which is what I love doing. You know, starting projects from day one has never really been my thing. I like to kind of take over half-finished items and seeing it through that.
Now I want to know what his plans for the custom build were on this car, because I couldn't see much to do on it.
It's totally fully custom wide body kit. Blackout taillights, the tint's going to be blacked out, trim pieces, rims, everything. And I know that might upset a lot of people, but it's in my garage, so I don't care.
Well, this is his first European car build. Just want to give you some context on what else he's built in the past.
All American classics. 59 Cadillacs. I have a 66 Continental. I have another 59 Cadillac. So all big body American classics. This is actually my first, I guess you could say, Euro classic, even though I'm 99. So it's kind of a new venture for me to try something of this style.
And why did you get drawn to the Mercedes SL instead of, I don't know, an Alfa Romeo or Ferrari or something else?
SL 500s and SL 600s growing up, that's what the parents drove when they were, you know, CEOs. This is what you drove when you were the executive. It was between this and a Porsche, in my opinion. And this has always just had that in my attention, in my eye, and now I found one that's been somewhat done and trying to bring it to completion. I mean, I've always liked these cars just because, you know, the styling of them. It's truly, in my opinion, beautiful with the stance. So then now I get to add that extra touch to it, and something that I grew up always wanting and being envious of. So now I get to do it on my own.
It's so cool to see new people getting into the Mercedes-Benz world.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people, I feel like for a long time, were into them or they weren't. And now people are getting into them that like muscle cars and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, you know, I have great friends in drag racing world. I have friends in the world, and you are right. There's so much. I like blending it all together. It's fun. You know, you meet people from the American classic world who, like myself, I'm still learning so much about these cars. I know enough, but something new every single day on every form in the community. So it's kind of fun to change up the normal cars that you have to something new and learn a whole new world.
Yeah, no, that's how I feel every time we get a new car. The Mercedes people are pretty diehard.
Oh yeah. So I'm curious to see, you know, the American classic guys, like the old generation, the 50s and 60s, which is usually what I cut up. Either they love it or they hate it. So I'm very curious to see how this car is receptive in the Mercedes world here.
Yeah.
Hopefully well, we'll see.
I think generally Mercedes people, they like cars that are customized, modified to their taste.
Yeah.
But there are always going to be the Facebook forum purists.
Absolutely, and I get that. I do. I see the beauty in the original also, but I see the beauty in the custom. You know, respecting the build and trying to understand other people's builds is something that I've kind of grown fond of in the past few years. So this is a whole new venture for me, and hopefully I can create something that doesn't make the purists too upset. So we'll see.
No, this thing, I mean, the tail lights, like you said, these are LEDs updated. And other than that, it's got air ride suspension.
Air ride suspension, upgraded sound system, the Continental Bluetooth sound system. You know, these custom rims. They're
custom for this car?
Custom for this car, yes.
Oh, wow.
I do believe he got them made for this car. As you can see, we got to roll the fenders out a little bit more here, but that's half the fun that's going on.
Our industry has been keeping a secret, but not anymore. Introducing Smart Focus, the revolutionary adjustable glasses.
A little bit more here, but that's half the fun is going down the road and going, oh, I'm a little bit slow.
So you don't mind crunching them because you get a wide body, right?
Exactly, 100%. And even then, I don't mind beating the crap out of what I drive. I've never been a believer of having a perfect car and parking in a garage. That's no fun.
Yeah.
So even when this car is done and dialed in, there's going to be miles put on it.
Yeah.
That's the only way to do it, in my opinion.
This thing is awesome. I love the black, the silver, but you're going to change everything, like black wheels, black side markers. Black headlights.
Black headlights, everything. So I'm going to get the wipers up and running again. I black out the logos on the grill. I mean, it's going to be exactly as if you dipped it into black paint and just pulled it right out.
Wow.
So I've always been a fan of, you know, having people obviously double take your car. It's always a great feeling. So I think once this is wide body, that's going to throw them for a spin, because how many wide body SL500s have you all seen? And then from there, all black is going to be another, whoa, what the heck was that?
Yeah. Now it's time to go for a ride in this. I've never been in an SL before. Wow. The heat works so good in this car.
Oh yeah, it's fantastic. You know, top down, I think it's, what is it? It's 55 degrees out right now, and it feels nice and toasty.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
What have you learned buying this car in the men's community, or just what has it taught you in the car community in the last 2 weeks?
It is a different language. Being specific on exact items, model numbers, part numbers, you know, you're learning that going from old American classics to European classics. Everything is different per se. Process is the same, and then just finding reliable shops and everything you trust and don't have to worry about stuff is definitely a priority.
Have you taken this to any car shows yet?
Only 2. It's only been in 2 shows.
Does this get a lot of attention on the roads, or is it very understated?
Depending on where I am. So if you are an old classic Mercedes fan, thoughts of thumbs up. My first day ever owning it, I got off the trailer, driving up for a coffee, and I got 2 or 3, you know, thumbs ups, which is awesome. That's a great feeling.
I wanted to know if being in Scottsdale had an effect on seeing this kind of car versus all the supercars around here.
Something like this maybe stands out a bit. Oh yeah, you know, the Lamborghinis, the Ferraris, and everything, don't get me wrong, the Pistas are all beautiful, beautiful cars. But when you do something classic and custom like this, if people know or true car people, in my opinion, they know that this is something worth returning or going or checking out. Yeah. But you can't buy this. You can't buy a car like this in this condition.
So I just plan for this car to do the build and then sell it at like manufacturer. So, or is it more to keep for yourself?
It's hard to say. I have a car problem where my favorite saying is the next car is my favorite one. So right now it will be for sale probably the next 2 years. But with that being said, each time I drive it, I get an understanding as to why the purists and the community is so tight knit. You know, this thing, it's from 1999 on air ride with low profile rims, and it drives. I'm in a couch. Like, this is fantastic. The sound is great. Heat works good. It's super easy to steer left and right. And you know, I've been in Honda Civics with similar types of offset rims and tires, and it rides horrible. You're bouncing down the road. This is easy. I'm in a giant sofa. That sounds great.
Yeah.
You know, so it might be hard to sell when time comes.
Yeah. That's what I imagine, like, and especially with the V8 under the hood, right?
Oh yeah.
It's actually fast, because my problem with some of my old Mercedes is they're very, very slow, but you don't have that problem.
No, this has lots of pickup on it. There might be a few mods in the future for the motor on this car, but we'll see what this one-of-one wide body kit looks like.
What is your... Oh my gosh! That sounds so good.
I know.
It's not too loud either.
No, it's not to the point where you gotta scream over it, or you're pissing off the neighbors, or you know, it just sounds like 488 GTB and a 1966 Continental. So when I brought this home, it was a head tilt and scratch, and I love her to death. So she has full faith in me. She wasn't quite understanding when I got it off the trailer, but now that we've taken it around, we drive into coffee Sunday mornings together. It's actually becoming one of her favorite cars. So I'm teaching her how to drive the air ride and everything else, and she wants to take it out into her 100 days.
Do you think she likes this more than the Porsche or the Ferrari?
More than the Porsche, I would say so. Ferrari was her favorite. That 488 GTB, those twin turbos right behind you. She's a car gal, so that's hard to beat.
I love this thing. I love the color scheme. I love how it is, even though right now you have a lot of plans for it. I think it looks 10 out of 10 already.
Yeah, I mean, as it sits right now, it's kind of looks like I'm in no hurry to make these changes. Because it does look how great it is. I tip my hat to the guy who built it in Texas, and he did a fantastic job.
Now, one last thing I want to ask him before I say goodbye. What is a piece of advice he would give his younger self to have these cars?
Go for it. I cannot tell you how many times I have waited for the right moment to do something, but I work better under pressure. So buying the car has always put me in a better position than not. And so for me, I've always been a fan of if you have the goal and it's somewhat reachable, get it. Just take this ride, take the leap of faith. Absolutely. The goal is to have it done by Barrett Jackson next year. So if you come on back out, we'll have to do another follow-up interview so you can do before and after.
That would be awesome. Thanks for watching this video, guys. Remember, never ever quit. I don't ever show these numbers. I think my team really knows it. Last 4 weeks we did $1 million in revenue.
This is him, the 26-year-old who somehow went from trading Yu-Gi-Oh cards to over $10 million trading crypto. But wait, who is this guy, and how did he actually do it? Well, we flew all the way to Virginia to link up with him. This is Brian John, and let's just say perseverance is second nature to him. At 21, he said fuck college and decided to drop out with no backup plan. And that shit worked. He made over 8 figures, retired his dad, and gained over 2 million subscribers on YouTube. But fairy tales were never a part of his story. Brian didn't start as a millionaire or have the easiest upbringing. Brian's parents immigrated to the US before he was even born, and just putting food on the table was always a worry for them. He still remembers sitting with his friends at restaurants and watching them eat because he couldn't afford a meal. But it didn't end there. There was a point where Brian finally thought he made it out. Then 2021 hit.
FTX. I got sued at a time where the issue was going to be from a civil standpoint. The membership group had lost about 80 to 90% of its income.
Millions of crypto traders.
AdSense dropped 80 to 90%. I'd seen affiliates and sponsors, they all just pulled out instantly. I was at the lowest point of my life.
Brian stuck to what he knew. He got back in the trenches and turned his lock.
person that makes 200 or 300 or 400,000 will make it through the filter. The undesirables won't.
Hello?
Hello?
Hi, baby.
Hey.
Your name is Crystal?
Yes.
Crystal, where are you calling us from?
Florida.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
What kind of baby?
Tall, handsome, romantic. He has to love God, because if he loves God, he'll love me. Just a nice guy.
What's the deal breaker?
Deal breakers. I will deal with. He can't be out on bond. He can't be broke. He can't have a baby. He can't have a boyfriend. That's a no. He can't be abusive.
Okay, I agree with those.
Yeah.
Well, mentally abusive.
Yeah.
Oh, child. Have you dated this?
Oh, child. It was this one where he. Never mind. We'll talk about that.
What's the age range you want to date?
35 to 50 would be good.
35 to 50.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you have kids?
Not really, but 18 or older. But
18 or up. Crystal, when was your last relationship?
7 years.
Oh, you keeping it real.
Let me tell you, I knew. Now, you do got some deal breakers I rock with, but whatever. But I have a question. Is this list, is it all or nothing? Like, if you don't get this, would you be okay with having nothing?
Oh, I'm okay with having nothing. It's been 7 years. All or nothing.
How much money does a guy got to make?
I'll do 100K plus a year. Yeah.
Okay. So Crystal, you said 7 years ago for a relationship, right?
Yes. Yeah, that's right. 7 years.
When was the last, you don't got to answer, but I am curious, so I hope you answer. When was the last time you was intimate with someone? Okay, you'll pass. Here's still, Crystal, I think I like you. And I like that you're focused and and you have your list. But let's do Kendrick here.
Okay.
Alright, we'll see you, bro. And you said the guy can't have kids. Oh, yeah, that's another thing. The guy can't have kids. So you want to date a guy with a child that was like 9 or 8?
Oh, absolutely not. No. It's a no. It's a no. No, Kendra, no.
You cannot get a guy that has a child that's 9 or 8. I can see it. Okay. 10?
No.
And a guy that has a 10-year-old?
No, because that's 8 more years with baby mama drama. It's 8.
So you like being by yourself?
No, I don't want to be by myself. I don't like being by myself. It's just.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Well, it seems like it.
No, Kendra, stop being weird. No.
I don't think I'm being weird as AF. First of all, Crystal is your life, right? That's my own personal life. Crystal is your life. But I will say, if you want
try to impress me or anybody else that you're going hard. I think going hard is finding the balance that works for you and your partner and the kids. Then it becomes a question of what are you doing when you're working? Are you good at executing while you're awake? It's not always how many hours you work, it's how productive you are in the hours that you work. There's some people that work 8 hours a day that crush people that work 15 hours a day because they're good at the 8 hours, and other people suck at their 15 hours.
I'm just trying to stand out on LinkedIn, man. I got a small family. I'm trying to spread time out, building the business.
Just starting.
Yeah, I mean, I'm on it. I've been on it, but
you've been bullshitting.
Yeah.
All right, so what's holding you back?
I feel good at where I'm at. I know I need to grow, but I feel good at where I'm at. I got
Well, good. I mean, hold on. Let's talk about chapters in life. You brought it up twice right now. Let's bring value to people. There are chapters in life when there was times when I was starting my family where I didn't go as hard. You know, like I just wanted more allocation. There was times when I went harder, even though I had little kids. It was a moment in time. As you know, I don't really share my personal life that much, but over the last 20 years, I've had different chapters, different seasons in my personal life, and my business life has followed that. It sounds like you're solid. You have 2 kids under 5. I think you're in a nice spot right now.
How do I know when to go out of it? I've been in this for like 2 years now, I kind of feel like, and I'm not sure.
You feel complacent and worried that the business might decline because you're not going hard?
No, because it's still growing slowly, but I know I see opportunities that I miss, and I see where they go.
Tell me all the truths to the following questions. What time do you work?
I work like all day, 4 days a week, from like sun up to sundown, and then.
What time do you wake up every morning? Don't bullshit me.
Like 5:30.
Epic. And then what?
And then I take care of the children until breakfast time, so my wife can wake up.
All right. First of all, you're already in like father of the year category. Keep going.
And then
I'm being dead fucking serious. Does your wife work?
Yeah, she worked. I retired her from working. She's working full time for the company now.
Understood. Keep going.
And so when I'm not working, she's working on the business basically, and I'm working with the kids. She's working on the business. When she's with the kids, I'm working on the business.
So what the fuck's the problem?
I don't know when the complacency should stop. I feel.
It sounds like you guys are fucking hard. What are you talking about? It sounds like you guys are going fucking hard. You're either with the kids or you're working. It doesn't sound like you're doing anything else.
I'm never satisfied there.
Well, good. That's fine. But like, then it becomes a question of what are you doing when you're working, right? So this no longer is this how many hours are you putting in. Now it becomes, are you good at executing while you're awake? So people are flabbergasted when I tell them that I sleep 7 or 8 hours a day, right? They're like, what the fuck? And I'm like, it's because when I'm awake, those 16 or 17 hours, I'm crazy efficient.
Yeah, I think that said like when you said it.
It hit you, right? You're just, and I've been in this moment, brother, where you're just going through the motions. You may need to hire someone to take care of your dumb shit. You probably can feel that you're doing a lot of dumb shit and need to be more on the attack. And I think that getting a minimum wage employee or something you could afford, I think could be a real hit for you. It's not always how many hours you work, it's how productive you are in the hours that you work. There's some people that work 8 hours a day that crush people that work 15 hours a day because they're fucking good at the 8 hours, and other people fucking suck at their 15 hours.
I got you.
Use this moment of serendipity that we're together to don't take this moment and now in a week be in the same place. Act.
I'm gonna go write a list right now.
But fucking act on this list, because the amount of fucking lists that people make that they don't. You know what fucking pisses me off more than anything in life? A fucking list. A list that people don't act on. You better fucking execute.
Yeah, whiteboard.
Right here. Fucking a whiteboard, a fucking list, a fucking 2024 notes on your fucking iPhone, that little yellow fucking app that I never fucking use because I don't fucking make lists, I fucking do shit. Don't fucking make me a list, my man, and don't do anything about it. I need fucking execution to get the fucking list.
Alright,
my man. Love you. See ya.
I'm 34 years old, right? And I've been working with event productions for 5 years now. I like what I do, but I don't really love what I do, right?
You don't love it?
I don't love it, really love it. Is it too late to change my career path?
At 34?
I mean, I know what you're gonna say, but
Well, let me ask you a question. Instead of me saying you're young and you know what I'm gonna say, what do you think? Because you're talking to somebody who changed his career path at 34. At 34, I worked in my father's liquor store building a business for him, and at 34, I started VaynerMedia. And just to remind you, we did $83,000 in the first 6 months of VaynerMedia in sales, so we're a very small company. You're talking to somebody who changed his career at 34.
So what happened is, in Brazil, I had my own, advertising agency for 10 years. It was super hard to, grow that company. So I kind of want to go back and do my own thing, create my own business, but I'm kind of scared.
I got it. You're asking the right question. How bad do you want it? Most people aren't asking me, is it possible to change my career at 34, 39, 45? They're asking me, Gary, do you think I have the humility to live humbly for the next 3 years and eat shit to build up my future happiness because I'm in a jail called my salary and my status.
I'm very comfortable. I mean,
Alex, let me ask you a question. What do you want more? Do you want the fucking comfort, or is it burning a fucking hole in your heart that you want to live your future? And both, by the way, I'm gonna say something very important, Alex. Both are okay. You don't have to go fucking shoot for the moon. Like, it doesn't seem like you're devastated.
I like what I do. I just don't love it. I mean, I think, you know, I can do more.
My point of view is that you jump because if it doesn't work out for 3 years, you're 37, you go right back to being a creative director somewhere else.
Got it.
That's the part that I think people miss. The part that people miss is if you go for it and you leave your cush and you sell your, like, I'm talking about everybody now, and you sell your house and go rent, or you no longer go on nice vacations, or you can't buy every fancy thing, or you can't order out to dinner every night and use Postmates and fucking go out to dinner on Friday and Saturday, or you can't drink $35 martinis anymore. My point of view is if you go backwards and you go for happiness, love, you go for the thrill, you go for the upside, if God forbid it doesn't work out, you just go right back to a fucking job. Jobs are gonna be always fucking, you have time. In fact, you're a more interesting candidate for a lot of companies at 37 trying it for 3 years because they've seen you done the other thing for 10 years.
Yes, I know what I mean. And I've been doing a lot of things, like side projects and trying to do both things, but I mean, it doesn't work, right? You have to fully committed to something, but I don't have the time. I work like 14 hours a day, you know, 12 hours a day here. So it's,
look,
you know.
I think you should go for it because I think you'll always regret not going for it. If it's already bothering you at 34, you're very young and you can get that kind of job. You know?
Whoa, just a second there, cowboy. Let me tell you something. 20 high-ticket, full-pay, qualified clients.
That kind of job, you know?
All right, got it.
All right, good luck, brother.
So my question is, I've been trying to start a grief coaching business, but I'm dealing with my own grief and I'm sick all the time. I have COPD. My question is, how can I stay inspired and motivated when I feel defeated?
Well, it sounds very hard to start a business teaching others how to deal with grief if you haven't figured it out yourself. Literally, my Instagram post that I posted this morning is about having a strong foundation. I don't know if you saw the steel and concrete in the building. Couple things. Don't beat up yourself if you're not ready to build the business for grief. If I'm you, I'm figuring out my own grief first. So Christina, I think that you need to give yourself a little grace. You know what I mean? I think that there's a little bit more time. So many people try to start consulting and coaching businesses on things they haven't finished or completed themselves yet. You understand what I'm saying, right? I think it's okay for you to give yourself a little bit more time. In fact, I'd rather you put your energy into getting further along with your own grief than spending your energy on trying to start a grief coaching business. In fact, you know, even the way you asked the question, I think the answer to your question is to give yourself a little bit more time to get all the way there. Put your resources and your energy, your emotion and your monies to getting yourself into a stronger place, and then you can start from a place of authenticity, your own actually grieving business. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah. I was I had not a lot to my life, so my thing is a life coach, but I focus on grief. That I did in my life.
I think that's beautiful that you're focusing on that, because I think so many people don't give themselves enough room, time, and grace when dealing with grief or a loss. So, baby, I think you just need to give yourself a little time, honestly. And you cannot make grieving the central operating system of your life. It needs to be the side dish, not your main meal. It's very heavy. It's a negative energy. It's very heavy. Look, mashed potatoes and vegetables and green beans and mushrooms and asparagus, like salad, those are important parts of the meal. I'm not saying push it aside. I'm not saying put it all the way down there and not deal with it. But try to make it the secondary energy. Try to find, if you're grieving yourself and then your whole life is about being a grieving coach, you're just gonna be fucking grieving a lot. And I think it's time for a little fucking joy, do you understand? And like this smile that you're giving me is what I want. Like, I think you need to please find your balance, okay?
Okay. I listen to you. I make reels. I make, theory for my LinkedIn content. I'm posting like 30 to 40 contents per day. But the thing is, I feel like, I've been stuck. I don't know how to innovate and be creative more. How can I make more content on TikTok? How can I make more content on LinkedIn? How should I proceed it forward? Just a little brief, my business is about pet industry.
Are you still doing the green screens?
Yeah, I do every day.
So I think you should go live. I think you should go live on Instagram and TikTok and answer people's questions. You should literally do exactly what I'm doing because it will force you to make new content and then you can clip it from your live and you have new content. You can break out of creative ruts by bringing the community into you and answering questions. Now you're receiving energy instead of creating energy. Instead of using your brain to create ideas out, you're using the community to bring ideas in. Do you understand?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
You got it?
And another thing, just to mention, I'm also doing my personal branding as well. Where I'm posting on LinkedIn about my industry, I'm also doing this, my personal branding on LinkedIn as well and on other platforms as well. It's just not about those 30 contents I'm posting. It's like 20 more of my personal branding, because as you said, content is not like how much you should post. It's like how good it is, how creative it is, and what kind of, help or motivation it brings to the people.
Quality and quantity are both very important. But I think for you, my friend, what I can feel is you have to bring the community in. Start doing more lives and start doing Q&A sessions live, okay? All right, my friend. Love you.
I have a day job, but I am doing bartending as my own company called The Walters. And I recently broke into more of the consumable side of things, started making simple syrup. I recently went to an event this past weekend and handed out a bunch. And there's this company called Not Your Average Joe's Coffee. They came up to me and they said they wanted to do like a partnership deal. But I started making the simple syrups about 2 months ago. And they have a ton of locations around Oklahoma. And if I do end up partnering with them, I'm going to need basically a better way to make them. First, how do I prepare for a partnership conversation? And secondly, how do I get to that size to where I can produce that much with almost upfront capital?
Honesty and humility. Let's break it down. On the partnership side, it's honesty. Don't try to front and act bigger than you are. You need to tell the coffee company, I'm flattered as fuck, but I'm 8 fucking weeks in. I'm 8 weeks in. I know I've got it. You know I've got it, which is why you guys want to do something with me. But I have to be honest with you. I don't feel like I'm ready for that level of scale. And I want to be upfront with you because I don't want to let you down. What that will lead to, that level of honesty, may lead to, believe it or not, them being the people that want to put in the capital to help you grow. Like if you said that to me and I could feel that you're, like I felt it, I looked at the chat and someone said the kids got it. I literally felt, I don't know if you can see the goosebumps, I can literally feel like you've got it, which makes me think of a group of entrepreneurs or operators who built up that coffee company and probably know you've got it too. If you come in with levels of humility and honesty, like I just told you, they may overly react and be like, oh fuck, we want to support this kid because we caught a future tiger by the tail. And they themselves may be the people that fund you and even help you on the manufacturing side since they're already there. And you're going to need a manufacturing partner. And that's a good game of Google and networking. In fact, email me at gary@befriends.com and break down what you're making. I'll send it to my people and they'll give you 2 or 3 people that might be able to help you.
I will, definitely. Thank you. And
always tell the truth, even if you want to be in a place where you're like, whoa, like I get where like you don't know how to like fully play it because it's a big opportunity, but I'm telling you, the humility and the honesty, the double H combo of humility and honesty. Of humility and honesty. When you're talking to somebody who's above you, always over index.
So basically I've been doing a lot of music video, production work, etc. Grinding that out. I moved to Detroit when I was 18 for it. I was living in a studio apartment I made into a whole like music video setup. Was living there, showering at the YMCA, building up like an income for it.
Love it.
I ended up transitioning, getting a house for myself, and then I just got my first this week.
Congratulations.
Moving to kind of like corporate. And my main question for you was, like as you were creating your agency, and doing and scaling it from the very start, what would you suggest for someone like me who kind of came from nothing, putting every dollar back into this stuff?
Well, I think the recommendation you don't need. You've already decided to go for it. It's all just perseverance and patience and making sure you over-deliver to clients. Make sure that you're communicating very heavily to this client the whole time, making sure what she or he likes and wants and needs. The other thing I would recommend is as you start bringing people on, I'm a big fan of bringing homies to the table. The first 5 or 6 employees we had at VaynerMedia were all my brother's friends from high school and college. So when you think about getting either interns or minimum wage employees, or in those early days where you can't afford much,
try to get the bros.
Get the bros, get the sisses, get people that really, really, really fuck with you. Like, do you have people around you that are like, they're
yeah,
like...
my manager is basically my best friend. My grandma's kind of like my accountant.
I love it. Yeah, bro. I would start really with that crew, and honestly, it's going to be patience. The biggest issue, and this is why I always talk about it in my content, the only reason when I hear that level of fucking hunger, when I hear showering at the fucking, bro, no shit, because when I hear showering at the YMCA, I lose my mind. Like, I want to invest in every person that ever showered at the YMCA, because it's black and white to me, that level of humility and hunger. But the problem with the problem with hunger is oftentimes it's not coming with humility and patience. And people get fucked up. I've seen 22-year-old you get fucked up so many times in my career because you wanted it too fast.
That I was going down that lane for right around to the age of 18 when I made that move, 2 moves, and go full on. I thought about it before I actually went about doing it for so long. So when you make that final move, you say, all right, let's proceed with this, stop caring about everything else, and just go full blown.
Yeah, when you go full blown and you can't hear anybody else, it's game over. The biggest issue for all 700 people that are watching right now and the tens of thousands that will watch this content in the future is they just give a fuck about other people's opinions. And they live their life based on fucking other people's opinions. So anyway, to answer your question, make sure you're over-communicating with the client that you do have. Make sure that you're making content or making moves or emailing or phone calls or networking to get more clients. It's more clients, keep clients. More clients, keep clients. More clients, keep clients. And then bring on homies, bring on homies, bring on homies.
Okay.
Gotcha.
I appreciate it very much.
Logan, I'm rooting for you, bro. Stay well. Gotcha.
Originally I'm from Ukraine, but last 3 years I live in UK.
Very
London
nice.
here.
Very nice. I wonder why. I'm sorry, brother.
Yeah, so probably like you already mentioned, so my best question, if it happened to, if you like already have, not bad life, so like you own apartment in the middle town, you have, second car you own, I mean, you have like small business and like work happened to you, so, and you should build your, because when work started, so like from Kharkiv, it's very close to Russian border, and for 2 months I help great people from the dangerous area, so I'm not really have something too much left in Ukraine, so it's like one-way ticket to new life, and if you need build your second life, and it's happened with you in 25, what's you gonna do?
I know what you're saying because I watched my father do it. My father left the former Soviet Union and at 24 years old came to America, and we lived in a studio apartment with fucking 8 family members, and he fucking picked up garbage outside the house and would sell it at the flea market, and then he got a job as a stock boy in a liquor store, and I watched him build his life. What I know is that so many people from the part of the world that you and I come from over the last 100 years have been uprooted by war and have gone to other places to start their lives again. What would I do? My intuition based on my chemicals and my DNA and who I am, I would fucking eat shit and restart and build a bigger fucking empire. And that's what you're gonna do. That's exactly what you're gonna do. Thank you, brother. Listen, Dennis, I feel very optimistic about you. I swear, I feel it. If you were good enough to do it in the Ukraine, you're gonna be even better at it doing it in the UK.
Did you know that you could be generating 10 grand a month or more by simply teaching other people what you already know, extract that into an online course?
Do not be confused. And you've got plenty of time. Promise. He has a shrug. Love you, brother.
So my question is, how do you balance being the bigger person with kind candor when dealing with toxic people?
There's only two ways. One, by cutting the toxic person out of your life, even if it is a very close relative. Cutting or limiting. If your mother's toxic and you talk to her 2 times a day and she's toxic, you don't want to never talk to your mother again. But talking to your mother once a week instead of 2 times a day can work. Number 2, accepting that your parent in this situation had a very toxic upbringing and that you're okay with that and that you will be the bigger person. You feel bad for her, not for you. And that goes for employee, that goes for spouse, that goes for brother, that goes for father. It is about understanding you're in control. Even if your mother, brother, father, sister, wife, husband is the toxic one, you're in control. And by the way, I have decided sometimes to cut or limit people out, and other times I have decided to be the bigger person and keep them in my life. Hold on, I have an important question from Lou George. Lou George says, what do you do if you have a small penis? Lou, you accept the truth of your life, that is your DNA, and you move on happily with your life. It is not a bad thing. Honestly, it was a very simple question. There was nothing wrong with that. I know we all laugh like it's middle school, but that was the question and I gave the answer. Like, you deal with it, just like fucking anything else in life. And you realize that nothing is bad. Everything is fine. It's all fucking life. I don't understand. Like, it's not 6th grade, right? Fuck. It's a great opportunity for me to really talk about, in the last couple minutes, this theory that I have, which is for some reason, 99% of the world does not leave high school as grown-ups. You may go to college, you may go into the corporate world, you may become 30, but we fucking stay in high school. Watching people fight each other on social media about everything. Politics, sports, like anything, social issues, anything. Just a bunch of fucking 8th graders running around Earth. No class, no grace, no emotional strength. A bunch of fucking softies out here. Everyone's crying. Bunch of fucking crybabies. Nobody fucking can stop you. Not a politician, not how you grew up, not a small fucking penis. Nothing can fucking stop you. You decide. Fuck.
Women say crazy shit to us about in relationships. Stupid shit, dumb shit. You know, like I want to get married. Dumb shit, right? 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 Dumb shit. Because women don't understand what it takes to be in a marriage. You don't understand what it takes to be in that motherfucker. How much love and consistency we gotta have. How many times you actually gotta take me back and accept my apologies. You understand what I'm saying? Because marriage is till death do we part. Till death do we part. You can't leave me because I cheated twice. Bitch, did you die? No, you still alive. You still gotta be in this relationship, bitch. Come on. Marriage is for better or worse. Do you believe in the vows of marriage? Do you believe in the vows of marriage? For better or worse? If I cheat, shit got worse. That don't mean it can't get better, right, fellas? Right, fellas? You see, this is why they keep fucking leaving us, because we ain't got no fucking unity, you know what I'm saying? We ain't got nothing. Women break up when there's like unity, you know what I'm saying? As soon as you go to work, it's 4 bitches in your fucking house, and that bitch taking everything you got, like fucking ninjas, so she can get the great escape. And I can't get 4 niggas to sing to this bitch, I'm at her window by myself. This is why I can't get her back. Stupid. Women was like, oh, that shit's funny, but that shit's some bullshit. Like, he funny, but that was some bullshit you just said. Because women not in relationships for better or worse. Women are in relationships for better or better. As soon as you get worse, that's when she find better. I swear to God, this find them amazing, nigga. You like, God damn. Next thing you know, you stuck by, I miss you, miss you. That's what it is, nigga. It's petty. I don't like that shit. Oh, shit's dumb. You know what I'm saying? I was engaged once before, though. I don't know if y'all ever engaged. I was engaged once. The shit didn't work out. For the better. She wasn't shit, though. Like, you believe this heifer had the nerve to bring a picture of her ex-boyfriend inside my house? A picture, she had like one of those little boxes with the, she had a teddy bear and that shit. You got one of those fucking boxes in your house, don't you? Over here laughing and shit. Fucking boxes. Had the whole fucking kit and caboodle picture of this nigga. They over here looking cute together in the picture and shit. Pissed me the fuck off. I snapped out like shit, nothing for past relationships can be inside my house. Nothing for past relationships inside my house. You know what? You women are crazy as fuck. Cause she snapped back. She snapped the fuck back. Nothing from past relationships inside your house, kid. Nothing from past relationships inside your house, kid. But can you have things from past relationships inside my house? I said no. I don't got anything from past relationships inside your house. This how crazy I knew she was. Cause she looked me dead in my eyes. She said, well, what about these kids? What relationship they come from, nigga? What vagina they pop up? As I remember. Tired of this bitch. You ever pray for something you really want to happen, but you really want it to happen? Like, damn, little better alligator eat this bitch. Come on. Alright, cool.
Now Texas is getting the TurboTax.
She did everything she could not to have him tested, all right? She even testified that he's not the biological. I know she was there when she became pregnant. And for her to come in and say that he's not the biological father is very bothersome. Then, like I said, then he comes in and just says, look, I want to be tested. I want to be tested. He had to file another motion, even though she was ordered to be tested.
We are now entered in this case, Your Honor, and I've spoken with my client. She understands the importance of complying with court orders and a timely manner going forward. We'll comply.
I don't think she needed an attorney to know that she shouldn't lie.
All right, guys, so the case I have for you today is a story that happens far too often. The story of a bitter mother attempting to weaponize the legal system in order to keep the child away from their father. But fortunately, this was a judge who saw through all the smoke and mirrors, all the lies, all the games, all the landmines that this mother attempted to put in place just to prevent the dad from being actively.
I talked to you at 7:30 this morning, and he's still not at school?
Child's life, but the judge wasn't having any of it and didn't allow her vindictive ways to create a false narrative. Let's jump right into it.
Both parties are present. Ms. Johnson is represented by Ms. Palto. Mr. Jackson is here in pro per. This is a couple of things that we need to deal with. First is entry of a paternity order. Mr. Jackson requested paternity testing. After repeated requirements of mother, she finally cooperated with it. Don't know why it took so long, but she certainly was not cooperative to begin with. Mr. Jackson was found to be the father. Are you objecting to entry of that paternity order, Ms. Palto?
We are not, Your Honor.
All right. Now, then he's also made a motion for at least a temporary order or something of custody. And I've looked in the file, and Ms. Palto, I don't know if you did, but on May 31st, 2024, there's an order that says, per the sworn testimony of the defendant, your client, on May 31st, the plaintiff, Martell Jackson, is not the legal or biological father of the minor child, as there is no affidavit of parentage or DNA and stuff like that. I don't know how she testified that he's not the biological father when in fact he is the biological father. So I'm just warning you, her word isn't particularly good right now. All right, the credibility is lacking. So what are we going to do as far as some type of a order so that because he's going to start seeing this child that's his.
All right, guys, so what we have here is the case where the dad is trying to get the DNA test done. He's actually fighting to get the paternity test done, and in order to prove that he is the father. You know, we usually see, just going off what we kind of tend to see out in the world, you know, we see cases where it's always kind of just shown as the dad being the deadbeat and the mom has to fight him. But we know that perception isn't always reality when we have these type of conversations. And what we're seeing here is a case where the mother's bitter attitude is getting in the way of what's best for the child, that she's doing everything to not cooperate with him nor the courts up until the point where she had no choice so he could prove paternity and the fact that he is that child's father. And you know how bitter she is towards the father based on the fact that she was willing to give a sworn testimony saying that in fact he is not the child's father.
Your Honor, the minor child in this case is 3 years old, and I know that Your Honor has a longer history with this case than I do. We were retained a couple days ago.
Yep.
Our understanding is that the minor child has been residing exclusively with mother since the court ordered in May, and
where was the child residing before that?
prior was residing with Mr. Jackson.
Yeah, all right.
And so since May, there has not been a parenting time schedule in place. That is in part due to the fact that when mother received the child back into her care, she had some concerns about the child's health, and also took her in for some routine medical care that then led to a CPS investigation due to a diagnosis that the child had of bacterial vaginosis, which led to an investigation into sexual abuse. She was advised through a safety plan not to allow the minor child to communicate with the father or enter into his care. She complied with CPS until that investigation was closed due to the minor child's inability to complete a forensic interview.
So what you're saying is they didn't substantiate?
They did not substantiate, Your Honor.
And that was back in May when she was also saying that he's not the father?
That was carried through September, Your Honor.
Yeah.
This is the quickest way to pee out fat. Good God, man, stop eating those. You're gonna blow up. No, I'm not. The numbers on the scale just keep going down, bro. What? How are you losing weight? I've been trying this new drink every morning. It's totally natural, and yeah, it's just falling off. Sounds made up. No, Doctors at Yale School of Medicine figured out how to flip a metabolic switch in your liver cells, and it liquefies hard fat in your belly, legs, and hips. What do you mean liquefies?
Okay, check this out. This chocolate literally fragments fat cells into tiny pieces and flushes them out of your body so quickly. It went viral on TikTok. Some people even think it's too effective because they're losing weight too fast, and it might not be healthy. But it turns out it was discovered by Dr. Melissa Newman, fat loss expert and esteemed professor at the University of Cincinnati, who used this fat fragmenting chocolate to drop a whopping 83 pounds. Even better.
Yeah. All right, guys. Yeah, this judge isn't playing any games. You can see him piecing together the timelines of events and things that have happened and transpired in the past in order to understand the mother's motives as far as what's going on here. He's piecing together the timeline and seeing how she weaponized the legal system when it came to her denying that he was the father, while at the same time trying to put this sexual accusation on him against his child. And I wanted to know for myself, because I hadn't heard of this before, what bacterial vaginosis is. So I figured, why not share it with you guys? Let's check this out real quick. Quick Google search: bacterial vaginosis in infants. Bacterial vaginosis in infants is referred to as vulvovaginitis. It's a condition where the normal balance of bacteria in the vaginal area is disrupted, leading to inflammation and irritation, and can manifest with symptoms like redness, itching, soreness, and sometimes a vaginal discharge. It also goes on to say that the imbalance in vaginal bacteria can occur due to various factors like poor hygiene, use of an irritating soap, tight clothing, or exposure to bacteria from the mother's vaginal flora during birth. Just so we know, let's get back into it.
Yes, in addition, Your Honor, there has been a history of domestic violence in this case, including some convictions related to Mr. Jackson's conduct against Ms. Johnson, including when she was pregnant with a minor child. So I think we just are asking Your Honor, understanding that there is an established custodial environment with mother, acknowledging that there's a history in this case, whether or not, you know, that's led to now the child has been with mother for 8 months, hasn't seen father during that time. And so we would just ask that the court would consider that when granting parenting time, for that time perhaps be supervised, knowing that there's been investigations by CPS and a history of domestic violence in the case.
I'm sorry, but first of all, CPS investigated and didn't find.
And real quick, one thing I would say to, if I was coaching this gentleman right here, would be remain calm, remain in control emotionally. Don't let her see you in a manner where you're allowing her lies and her deceit and her foul ways to get you out of yourself. As far as in this courtroom, remain calm. Recognize that the judge, in fact, is speaking highly in your favor and sees all of the deceit that this mother is trying to weave as far as attempting to keep you away from your child. And stay calm, stay cool, stay collected, and just let the process happen. Don't give her any type of victory or joy by seeing you squirm because she's telling these lies about you that you know aren't true about you, if they aren't true.
Anything, okay? I'm not going to use that against him. Second, he had the child, and then she did everything she could not have him tested. All right? She even testified that he's not the biological. I know she was there when she became pregnant. All right? And for her to come in and say that he's not the biological father is very bothersome. Then, like I said, then he comes in and just says, look, I want to be tested. I want to be tested. And he had to file another motion, even though she was ordered to be tested. And she didn't do it. All right? I find her conduct to be rather bothersome and
yes.
basically contemptuous at times.
We are now entered in this case, Your Honor, and I've spoken with my client. She understands the importance of complying with court orders in a timely manner going forward. She will comply.
I don't think she needed an attorney to know that she shouldn't lie.
Your Honor, my understanding is that there was a lack of certainty about whether or not Mr. Jackson was the father that there had been.
Certainty is one thing, but to swear that he is not the biological father is something totally different.
Exactly. It's one thing to not be certain and you just say, I'm not sure if he's the child's father or not. But it's a whole nother thing when you give a sworn testimony. You're promising under oath that what you're telling is the truth. And if it comes out later that you lie and you knowingly lie, then you can get charged with perjury. But clearly what we're able to see based on her actions and the accusations she was trying to put against him, her goal was to try to prevent him from being a part of the child's life for reasons that have yet to been uncovered, at least during this particular court case, where it went from a situation where he was having full contact, full custody, the child was with him for 7 months, which was stated, to then the child being with her as she tried to accuse him of a sexual act against their child. One can only wonder what happened in between that 7-month time frame between the two of them, where she decided that she would try and leverage the legal system in her favor in order to make him pay by not being able to see his child anymore.
Yes, Rob.
All right. So I mean, I'm not in. I'm not just going to give the child to him right now. I'll tell you that he hasn't seen the child, but I'm going to give him some time starting right now that he's going to get the child, so that he can start building that relationship with that child. And we might take a look at it farther down the road, but at least for now, the child knows him. The child until May was with him. It's clearly acknowledged that. And like I say, she has done everything she can to inhibit his ability to see this child. She should have taken the DNA test many months ago, and we wouldn't have had from May till now.
In May, he had it dismissed, sir.
Asia, just hold on. Yeah.
So,
yes, Your Honor. I think with some also understanding that had the testing been done in May, CPS still would have been investigating, and she would have been advised to comply with the safety plan for several.
It doesn't matter whether she's advised or not. I make the decision on that. Okay. CPS can say, you know, no, I don't think you should do that, and I'd be saying, well, wait a minute, we can do a lot of stuff to make sure it's safe, especially while you're just investigating. They can investigate you for armed robbery, Ms. Pelto, even though you were not even in the vicinity or anything to do with it. And you wouldn't want that to be, you know, used against you, especially when they ultimately didn't find anything against Mr. Jackson. You can say whatever the reasons are, but I can't sit here and say, oh no, I guess he must have sexually abused the child, even though there's no evidence of it. All right, because that's what the mom is kind of trying to do, is make me make that finding, and I don't have any evidence of it. Anybody, I get this stuff all the time where people come in and claim he's a bad guy. CBS is investigating. They didn't.
Exactly. And we know that there are cases where children do need protection from dangerous parents, but we also know that there are many cases where mostly you see it's mothers attempting to keep their child away from the father and attempting to weaponize not only the legal system but their child in order to control the situation and dictate terms on their watch. And we see clearly that this judge recognizes and sees everything that the mother's attempting to do and is having none of it as far as her trying to get away with keeping the father separate from his daughter.
Yes, Your Honor. I think given these allegations, given the history in this case, we would also be requesting a referral to FOC just to get some clarity about some of the facts in this case.
I don't have a problem. Do you have a problem with Mr. Jackson with referring it to the friend of the court? But I'm going to give him parenting time in the meantime.
No, I do not. I just want to see my baby.
All right. We got to find a neutral spot to meet, because is there a PPO against you from Miss Johnson?
Ms. Johnson has a PPO, yes, Your Honor.
All right.
She's going to do everything in her power for me.
Just so you guys know, PPO, I'm pretty sure most of you know, but personal protection order, you know, restraining order, and all that kind of stuff.
I understand that. I've gone through that, Mr. Jackson, and I understand, but I can't.
I have witnesses from when I had got to PPO.
Listen, there is a PPO, and I got to protect both parties. And that's as much protection as you, Mr. Jackson, not to be alone with her so she claims that you did something.
True.
Yes, sir.
All right. Where is an exchange place that we can do for this child? Is it a, you know, Mr. Jackson, can your sister pick up the child? Or I'm just looking for something.
Well, I would have my mother, but she has a case against my mother, so I can't have my mother. So it's like we can meet anywhere possible.
Grand Rapids Police Station?
Let's be real for a second. Getting dressed shouldn't feel like solving a Rubik's Cube. You want to look good, but you also want to keep things simple, practical, and comfortable. Enter the world of simple outfits. These wardrobe warriors are here to make your mornings easier, your style sharper, and your overall vibe cooler without making you break a sweat. Let's start with the ultimate no-fuss, always-works go-to staple, the plain white t-shirt. Every guy should own at least 3, because they go with everything. Yes, everything. This shirt is like the pizza of clothing, deliciously versatile and always a win. Pair it with some dark denim jeans for a classic James Dean-inspired look. Throw on a denim jacket if it's chilly, or go for a more modern twist with a bomber jacket. Add some white sneakers, because why mess with a good thing, or opt for boots if you're feeling rugged. The fit is crucial. Too tight and you'll look like you borrowed your little brother's shirt. Too baggy and people will wonder if you're auditioning for a reboot of 90s rap videos. If you're ever in doubt, just pick a colour and roll with it. Wearing different shades of the same colour is a foolproof way to look put together without overthinking. Monochrome outfits also make you look taller and sleeker. Perfect if you're aiming for that suave, I don't try but I'm always stylish look. Go for all black when you want to feel effortlessly cool. And bonus, it hides stains if you're a little clumsy. Navy blue is another great option if black feels too intense for a day out. Experiment with grey tones for something softer but equally sophisticated. Mix different textures to keep things interesting. A wool sweater, cotton chinos, and leather sneakers make a monochrome outfit stand out instead of looking flat. This one's a crowd pleaser. Jeans and a button-down shirt are like peanut butter and jelly. They just belong together. Whether it's a date night, a casual Friday at work, or brunch with friends, this combination works every time. Opt for a light blue Oxford shirt for a preppy, timeless look. If you're feeling adventurous, try a plaid or flannel shirt, but don't go too lumberjack unless you plan on chopping wood afterward. For footwear, loafers or Chelsea boots keep things elevated, while sneakers keep it casual. Roll up those sleeves. It gives off a relaxed vibe, and frankly, people like a little forearm action. Hey, we don't make the rules. If comfort is the main goal, and let's be honest, it usually is, a hoodie and jeans are your best friends. You can still look stylish even when you're not trying to win best dressed at a fancy event. The key is to keep your hoodie slim and fitted. Think more modern athleisure and less high school gym class. Pair a grey hoodie with black jeans and white sneakers for that cool streetwear inspired vibe. Layer a denim jacket or bomber over the hoodie for an extra style boost. If you're worried about looking like you've just rolled out of bed, we've all been there, make sure the rest of your outfit is sharp. A fitted hoodie plus clean, well-fitting jeans will do the trick. When jeans feel a little too casual but you're not ready to commit to full-on dress pants, chinos are the way to go.
Hello, my name is Nick Kemp and I am the design director for Flint Tender. Today I'm going to talk to you about one of my favorite pair of jeans, the Everyday Stretch Selvage Denim. We designed this pair of jeans to be the perfect year-round weight for maximum wear.
Chinos are the way to go. A t-shirt and chinos create a look that's laid back but slightly more polished than your everyday jeans. A navy t-shirt with khaki chinos is the ultimate smart casual combo. It's like showing up to a casual event with an extra 10% effort. And trust us, people notice. If you're going for a dressier vibe, swap the t-shirt for a knit polo or short sleeve button down. Roll up the cuffs of your chinos slightly if you're wearing low-top sneakers. It adds a little flair without going overboard. Want to step it up a notch? Reach for a sweater and trousers. It's cozy, refined, and perfect for those cooler months when you still want to look like you know what's up in the fashion world. This is an easy way to channel your inner professor without the lecture on medieval history. A crew neck sweater in neutral colors, think grey, beige or navy, goes perfectly with tweed trousers or slim fit wool pants. Layer with a shacket or peacoat if it's chilly out. Don't be afraid of a little pattern. A subtle houndstooth or plaid on your trousers gives you that old school elegance without looking like you raided your grandpa's closet. When the weather heats up, less is more. But less doesn't have to mean sloppy. A simple t-shirt and shorts combo can look sharp if you do it right. Go for tailored shorts that hit just above the knee, and avoid anything too baggy, unless your summer plans include starring in a 90s basketball movie. Pair with a simple t-shirt or a polo shirt if you're feeling extra polished. Finish with canvas sneakers or espadrilles for a laid-back summer vibe. No cargo shorts, just don't. We know they have extra pockets, but at what cost? Even the most basic outfit looks amazing when it fits right. Find a good tailor, or at least pay attention to those sizes. You don't want to drown in fabric or look like you've outgrown your clothes. You don't need to overcomplicate things. Stick to a few solid staples, mix them up, and you're golden. Your sneakers or boots can make or break your outfit. A solid pair of white leather sneakers, some quality boots, and a smart pair of loafers should have you covered for any occasion. A watch, a belt, maybe a hat if you're feeling it. That's all you need. Don't go full-on Mr. T with the chain, unless of course you are Mr. T, in which case, carry on. At the end of the day, it's not just about what you wear, it's how you wear it. Stand tall, own your look, and you'll always pull it off. White t-shirt, dark denim jeans, leather sneakers, boom, done. Navy crew neck sweater, grey chinos, brown boots, effortless. Light blue Oxford, dark wash jeans, loafers, classic. Grey hoodie, black jeans, white sneakers, street casual perfection. Black t-shirt, khaki chinos, white sneakers. Smart casual made easy. Striped t-shirt, tailored shorts, espadrilles, summer vibes. Flannel shirt, jeans, boots. Ready for anything, especially brunch. So there you have it. Simple outfits for men don't need to be boring or uninspired. With a few key pieces and a little attention to fit and texture, you'll have a wardrobe that works for any occasion without turning your mornings into a fashion crisis. So, throw on that white t-shirt, roll up those sleeves, and get ready to conquer the day in style. Just remember, no cargo shorts ever. Until next time, stay stylish.
You need some vitamins.
I hate when I can't put my leather boots on, so I got the Vivaya Ryan boots.
Number 1. 1962 Ford Falcon, priced at $3,300. The car has already swapped a 302 AOD using a Mustang 8 rear end, Edelbrock carburetor and intake, and Flowmaster exhaust. All major work has been completed, but there's still an oil leak. Offer your attractive car that doesn't need work. Recent repairs include tires, wheels, brake shoes, wheel cylinders all around, new brake lines, master cylinder, front shocks, springs, ball joints, sway bar links, rear leaf springs, fuel tank sending unit, 2.25, dual Flowmaster exhaust, steering, and engine mounts. This Falcon project has seen significant updates making it nearly road ready. With a competitive price, it's a great opportunity for Falcon car enthusiasts looking to finish a project or own a unique, powerful ride. Number 2. 1970 Mercury Cougar XR7, priced at $4,500. It features a 351W engine, non-numbers matching, currently insured, registered, and drivable. Work done since 2020 includes new tires, aluminum radiator, new battery, starter solenoid, distributor, coil, cables, spark plugs, speedo cable, rear flasher module, ignition key set, door key replacement, exhaust, chrome oil pan, crank bearing check, fuel pump, new front shocks, fuel tank, time kit. A great opportunity for Falcon car enthusiasts looking to finish a project or own a unique, powerful ride. Number 2. 1970 Mercury Cougar XR7, priced at $4,500. It features a 351W engine, non-numbers matching, currently insured, registered, and drivable. Work done since 2020 includes new tires, aluminum radiator, new battery, starter solenoid, distributor, coil, cables, spark plugs, speedo cable, rear flasher module, ignition key set, door key replacement, exhaust, chrome oil pan, crank bearing check, fuel pump, new front shocks, fuel tank, timing chain and sprocket, front shoulder belts, carburetor rebuild, front disc brakes, rear drums, chrome export bar installation, new carpet, custom XR7 floor carpet, new horn, steering wheel, many new parts from this car, right? Also, flasher relay, power steering pump, hydraulic cylinder, 90% steering and suspension linkage, alignment, brake lines, engine bay hook, front vacuum motor headlamp cover, antifreeze overflow reservoir, new engine bay springs, new side mirror glass, kill switch, new heater core, transmission rebuild, and new torque converter, 2024. Old paint needs stereo. Number 3. 1970 Pontiac Catalina, priced at $9,000. An original car without modifications. The paint is old and faded but still looks cool. A rare two-door model produced in the factory, surviving with a good trunk condition and well-maintained interior. Needs some cleaning under the hood. Powered by a 350 engine with a 3-speed automatic transmission, all matching factory numbers. Just replaced the battery, trunk carpet, package tray, Y-pipe exhaust, and front headlight switch. Also included are new valve covers and engine bay insulation. Bought from a family that owned it for 53 years. Must be seen in person to appreciate the true value of this car. Clean and well-maintained, very affordable for a current two-door model. What are you waiting for? Become part of that car's history. Number...
Exploring without travel trailer insurance could have your adventures going in the wrong direction. Keep yours moving forward with Progressive. Get a quote today from a leader in RV insurance.
Waiting for. Become part of that car's history. Number 4. 1973 Ford Gran Torino Sport, priced at $9,000. This is a rare Q code car, one of 1,600 produced, originally equipped with a 351 Cleveland Cobra jet engine and 4-speed transmission that has been replaced. Now using a 351 Windsor engine with Edelbrock aluminum intake, 4-barrel carburetor, headers, and C4 automatic transmission. Mechanically in very good condition with a new MVI, floors, trunk, and a sturdy frame with minimal rust, plus a solid and repairable body. Over the past few years, many parts have been replaced such as the battery, carburetor, oil pan gasket, high torque starter, transmission, flywheel and torque, new brakes, and much more. Looks great for driving, although there are some cosmetic issues on the body. With a little work, this car could become a rare and valuable collection piece. Number 5. 1973 Dodge Challenger, priced at $10,000. Are you interested in trading for a new Challenger or Camaro? It has a 340 engine and a 4-speed pistol grip transmission. This car is a solid project that needs restoration, 99% complete with additional fiberglass fenders and a 1970 Challenger grille. While the frame rails are in good condition, the car's floors need repair. Who's ready to restore a classic car? This is the solution for you. If interested, check the description below this video. Number 6. 1966 Pontiac Catalina sedan, priced at $9,500. An original American car, 4-door hardtop. Not a show car, just for cruising, but in decent condition for its year, although not perfect. This Pontiac was restored a few years ago, and equipped with a 389 big block engine. The interior is nice and the engine runs well. New drum brakes were installed last year, and dual exhaust was installed 2 years ago. The owner does not accept trades. If we pay attention, this is a good choice for you as strong performance for leisurely driving. Number 7. 1972 Cadillac Coupe de Ville, priced at $10,000. With low mileage, this car features leather interior, power steering, strut tower, power seats, and power windows. Accident-free and available through an AMVIC licensed dealer. Financing options are also available to suit your preferences. This is the best choice for those seeking comfort and luxury in a classic car with low mileage. Number 8. 1975 Chrysler Cordova, priced at $8,400. In very good condition, it has a 360 engine with hooker headers, dual exhaust, and Flowmaster Series 40. Column automatic transmission 727 with 40,000 miles. Runs well, evaluated in 2021. Good inner tires, 15A8 rally wheels with rear 275 and front 255 tires, and semi-gloss black paint. This sturdy car has no rust. Price negotiable. Also equipped with original and well-maintained interior, adding to its appeal for collectors. Number 9. 1973 Oldsmobile, priced at $6,900. Powered by a well-running 455 rocket engine with very clean condition. This 2-door model has 165,000 kilometers on it. Claimed to have a great assessment, with a very solid body and clean interior. The car's floors and frame are also in very good condition. Equipped with 4 good tires as well as a water pump, radiator, master brake cylinder, and new battery. Ready to use and register with no concerns to worry about.
In other news, Massachusetts residents are going to be happy to hear this. It just came out. There's a new website where any Massachusetts residents
Number 10. 1964 Plymouth Valiant Signet, priced at $8,000. Slant 6 motor in very good condition for its year, with a solid bottom and frame. The car runs and functions well. Purchased last year and stored in a garage. Needs minor repairs to pass inspection. The car's wheels have a distinctive spoke design. A good time for collectors looking to own an American classic with a little extra effort. Number 11. 1965 Chevrolet Bel Air, priced at $5,200. Running and already licensed, equipped with a 230L inline 6 engine and Powerglide 2-speed automatic transmission. The engine starts easily and works well. Seats have been reupholstered and also equipped with spare side mirrors, wheel covers, and uninstalled gauges. Some body parts need repair due to rust on several spots on the fenders, but the car's frame is in good condition. New parts include rear window repair, fuel tank, fuel sender unit, voltage regulator, control arms, master brake cylinder, and reupholstered seats. This car is suitable for classic car enthusiasts looking to restore a strong foundation. Number 12. 1968 Mercury Montego MX, priced at $4,000. Powered by a 302 automatic engine, recently tuned up with a also comes with new carpets and a new headliner, both not yet installed. New brakes were replaced 2 years ago, including a new emergency brake cable not yet installed. This car runs and functions with a mileage of 100,000 miles. All engine and transmission are original. Has dual exhaust and registered as an antique car. Sold because the owner lost interest in storage space. Ready for more attention. Number 13. 1979 Plymouth Volare, priced at $2,900. It has Duster side emblems. Not sure if it's a special package or not. Runs and works well. Powered by a 318 two-barrel engine and automatic transmission with a new windshield. It has some rust that can be fixed with time and patience. The white seats come from an Aspen, but the original plaid bucket seats from this car are also included, although the outer material is worn. Comes with a 1979 Dodge Aspen for parts. He's offering 2 cars at once and hopes the white one sells first. This is an interesting restoration project with great potential for classic car enthusiasts.
What do you think? Should I make a little acrylic box for these? Can't say this is a 2-inch speaker. Yep. Baby, you're ruining my video. Is it holding? So far, yeah. Cool. Let's get the top part. Pull this round back out and give it a little bit of pressure. Pretty good. Push on it, see if it's got some good push. No problem. Okay, we got this thing put back together and kind of ready to play. Glue stuck really nice. There's only one problem. Slight bit of coil misalignment on our parts. I mean, it's put right back together the way that it was. The coil's misaligned just a little bit and feels a little bit scratchy. So I know it'll play, but who knows what it's going to sound like. And I think it'll play. Let's hook it up and see. And if it plays, even if it's a little...
So you got to pay $80,000 for 24 minutes of work. Yeah. Content creation is wealth creation. And I think that the reason that people don't create content is they don't like understand what they're creating content for. If you are really good and you happen to put yourself out there, that's your competitive advantage. Yeah. Brands are built over time, not overnight. What are some really good keys on how to win on YouTube? What does The Rock, Kylie Jenner, and Elon Musk all have in common? They all have billion-dollar brands. And if you want to get paid for who you are in 2025, you have to have a brand behind you. So today we have one of the best brand strategists that's going to give you all the strategy on how to start your brand, scale your brand, and get paid for who you are this year. All that plus more in today's episode. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another episode of the Melanin Money Show. And this is a special episode for a multitude of reasons. So yes, we did have our very first episode in the studio, but what you didn't know is how this studio all came together. I know you see how crispy the camera quality is. I know you hear how crispy the audio is. So we decided to bring a person who brought it all together for us. Omar, how you doing, man?
Thanks for having me, guys. What an honor.
Yes, what an honor. So this episode right now, I'm just telling you right now, is selfish for me. After you become a friend, and it's a full Ask for a Friend episode. I met you over a year ago in a mastermind, and I actually knew of you before meeting at the mastermind because you had some of the most crispy clips I have ever seen on the internet. Glass, right? And as I got to know you, I really got to know, what you do and how you help people grow and scale their brands. And so it's just an honor to have you on the show, man. And I know that it's, we're entering into a new year, and people understand the importance of content, right? And the importance of building a brand now. They never knew it before, they know it now. So I want to talk about a little bit about that on today's episode. Before we get into that,
180. That's how many clients I'm going to get you, and that's how many days I continue to do it. And I will do it on a pay and results basis, and I will guarantee it works, as I have done for more than 2,000 agents here as coaches and consultants. If you're interested, click on the app. Hey, my name's Charlie Morgan. I've got an important message for you, and it's that you do not need to bombard your niche with cold emails and endless follow-ups to get clients. And you certainly don't need to hire an army of appointment setters, and you most certainly do not need to go spending a fortune and paying up front to some random appointment setting agency that, let's be honest, is not even going to deliver results. And I know that you don't have to do any of this because I didn't do any of this, and last month I made $800,000, and it wasn't just me. All of my clients did the same thing. They're using the same systems that I've used to build multi-7 and 8-figure businesses with a predictable, reliable way of client acquisition. And all they
about that on today's episode. Before we get into that, how did you even get into this, bro? Because were you a pastor beforehand, or like?
I'm currently a pastor.
Okay, so give me the whole breakdown. Yeah.
I started in high school. We had the elective, and I took broadcast journalism.
Okay.
And that was the group of people that were responsible for making like the morning announcements
on the PA.
Yeah. And so, but we did video, and it was a different time. And it's weird to say it's a different time because I still feel like a child. But like, you would have to capture, frame by frame into the editing software. But long story short, I fell in love with the process of making videos. And so I, told my mom, can I get a laptop and a camera? And then I started vlogging. This is 2006. And so I've been doing video for over 19 years. And I didn't know that by not putting the camera down, it would lead me down a path of then teaching it. And then realizing like, oh snap, now this is a non-negotiable, for whatever. It doesn't even matter what you do. I believe video is an essential form of communication now. And, they actually stopped teaching cursive like in 2010, like in schools.
Really?
Yeah. Okay. So like that was the whole form of communication that we used to learn growing up.
Right.
And I feel like video is that new thing. And then my daughter, who's 6 years old, loves making videos. So like this concept of content creation or video creation is powerful, and I'm just glad that I never put the camera down. I guess that will make it. And so and just again, like it doesn't matter the organization, the person, the brand, or whatever. Like, cause you come 2020, like the amount of churches that had to come to whole meetings, and they had to like get resourced and figure out how are we going to go digital. And so I guess I got my hand in a lot of different things and been able to see a lot of cool growth on YouTube and. Now I spend most of my time coaching and consulting entrepreneurs on building their personal brand.
Right. What is some of the biggest impacts that you've seen in entrepreneurs' businesses by making the decision to lean into build a personal brand? Some people are resistant to it, right? It's like, I'm the expert or whatever. Like they're resistant to the idea of getting in front of the camera. So what have been some paradigm shifts that you've seen for entrepreneurs who decided to make that decision?
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to the benefits of video, a lot of the times it's kind of indirect benefits. One indirect benefit is just being the known expert. Because one thing about being
an expert different than being the known expert. That's why a lot of people come to me, they're frustrated because there's already somebody more known than them and they realize that they're not as good at them as them.
Right.
But that all comes down to putting yourself out there. Like that person put themselves out there.
Yep.
The other, benefit is getting better at communicating. Like just because you're good at what you do doesn't mean you're good at teaching what you do. And so putting yourself out there gets you better at communicating. And what's his name? Super rich guy, stocks guy.
Which one?
No, everyone's Elon Musk. What's his name? Like the guy that has hundreds of billions of dollars of stock. Warren Buffett.
Yeah, you see your value. Sorry, Warren. What's got $1 million in stock for a
But he says that your value goes up when you get good at communication. Your value goes up 50%. You know,
Wow.
and there is something like the power of communication. So so that's just like those like the good stuff, right? The even better stuff is building trust and automation.
Yeah.
And that's the biggest frustration people have is it's like it's not working fast enough. I've tried. I put it in 90 days or 6 months or a year.
Yeah.
And you don't like brands are built over time, not overnight. And one of the best compliments I get is, Omar, I've been following you for a long time. So in a world where everybody's getting started to create content, that needs to be your compliment.
Right.
Hey, I've been following you for a long time. You know, I know we have shared mentorship with Myron.
Yeah.
He started YouTube 3 years ago. Yeah. So like, there are people that have now been following him for a long time, 3 years ago. But when I discovered him on YouTube, he was like in it 6 months.
Yeah.
I actually was able to go backlog his content
Yeah.
and then watch. But now he has a library and archive, and he's somebody who has been followable for a long time. So I think the patience, aspect to it, like you building a brand worthwhile.
Brands are built over time, not overnight. That is, I think, just a calling to all the people who are trying to get started because, it's not working fast enough. How long you do it? 3 weeks? Like, what are you talking about? How you doing? So, and I think it's very important for everyone to understand that, like, it's not, when it comes to business and entrepreneurship, it's not the best that makes the most money. It's the most well-known, right? Like,
are you looking to establish your business using an address other than your home? Wish you had a professional business address and phone.
right, like, everybody in this room can make a better burger than McDonald's, right? But they're the biggest hamburger company in the world because they have the most real estate and they're essentially built the biggest brand.
Yeah, his songs aren't made, they're marketed.
Yeah.
Right? We always wonder why these trendy songs, like, why is it at the top of the charts? Well, it's because they're shoving it down our throats, right? Pause. No, sorry, please. Take it there, the pause, please. But yeah, I mean, it's just a realization that as experts or as an authority, you just have to come to terms with. You can't be the person that's like, oh, well, it's not the art, it's about the craft. That's true, but it's both and, right? And if you are really good and you happen to put yourself out there, that's your competitive advantage. Yes. Because then people can see that difference. It's like, oh, dang, I just didn't know about it, but now that I know about it, I'm definitely going with that guy.
Can you dig a little bit deeper on, you said building trust on automation? Because I think that when the why is stronger, the how becomes easier. And I think that the reason that people don't create content is they don't understand that what they're creating content for. Right. But you said building trust on autopilot. So can you just dive deeper on that and what that means and how that can help a business grow?
Really good. Yeah, I mean, there is that saying that people do business with others they know, like, and trust, and that's what I mean by automation. Like, even your likeness is automated with video. I think the starting point of your perspective should come in the place of the viewer. Not all viewers are created equal. So people who, if somebody gets hit with a paid ad, their apprehension to pay attention or lock in is very low, right? Or actually the reverse, but you know what I mean. So but if I'm searching for something on like YouTube and I find a person, like my buy-in and my desire to want to learn, it's a completely different dynamic on a consumption standpoint. And so being the person that's at the end of those searches or being the person that's on the other side of your search, like you just went to a workshop for Alex. Like, how much content have you watched of Alex before you actually did something? Tens of hours, and then you took the next offer. And it was so easy. Like, Alex didn't really even have to sell you.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the imagery that it can be created with any kind of entrepreneur, honestly. Like, and I even find with local businesses, it's actually faster because the trust of being local, there's a quicker dynamic. You don't have to have a global personal brand. You can have a local personal brand, which is super powerful.
Yeah, I read something once that somebody has to see you 7 times before they like click to buy something from you. And I think that in a day and age where Instagram is free, YouTube is free, Facebook is free, Snapchat is free, TikTok is free, we have all these different touch points that we can meet our clients at for free for them to see us a few times. And in that way, when they do see our advertising, when they do walk past our store, they're probably more likely to buy because they know who we are.
One of my favorite things to do is to get somebody to reverse engineer how they like came into my program.
Yeah.
Wow. And I love it. Like one time, this guy, and it was 14 touch points. It was like 10 podcasts, and I was on this. I sent an email, and he like read it through, and then he finally took the web class, and then put off the offer, and then like signed. And it was like I like tallied it up, and I was like, look, everybody, do you have the patience to spend 14 touch points with a person so that they can join or do whatever you're looking to do? And it is like it's a compounding effect when you start really uploading consistently, intentional, consistent content. There's a compound effect where he's just an example of like what's going to be now hundreds and maybe thousands of people. But that more than 7 touch points, it's time based too. This is why I love long form. In a world where everybody's saying 3 tips, 3 hacks, here's one thing, like, can you talk for 8, 12, 15, 30, 50 minutes? You can't fake it. Like, people know, can feel that. And honestly, I believe that's a huge reason why Donald Trump won. He went on podcasts. You were able to consume him for 17 hours unedited, like raw. Like, there was no, he couldn't be a politician. He had to just be a man that's on a conversation, right? And so, whereas Kamala, I think it was 3 hours that she was able to be consumed.
So it was 4 to 5 times, over 5 times as much watch hours.
Right.
Okay.
Which, when you're trying to, I mean, I believe real influence is changing the way somebody thinks about a thing. Yeah. And so, if you're trying to change the way somebody thinks about the political candidate they are deciding on, maybe they're in the middle, like, time is going to do that.
Right.
And so by him jumping on these bigger podcasts and just having a raw conversation, it's a lot of people just went his direction. So that's the power of it. But I think that every level can get started and just begin that journey because it is like a plant. It's like a wealth.
Yeah.
I actually think content creation is wealth creation.
Can I it's intellectual property, right?
Yeah.
The asset class. Yeah. So this is what changed the game for me, right? So I've been a long-term investor. Obviously, George is my business partner, so he's been investing longer than me. And when we look at money differently, right? So before we spend money, we automatically think about what that dollar could do for us if it was invested, right? And that's why we have the spending habits like $1,000 over 30 years, bro, compound interest. That's gonna be a lot of money, right? So when I started looking at content the same way I look at investing, everything changed for me because that piece of content compounded over time, it could yield a substantial result for me. So if I'm posting once a day, that's 365 deposits that I'm making into my investment account or my podcast or my content account that could yield dividends for me 5, 10, 15, 20 years later. And I think that once I shift my paradigm, creating content became equally as important to me as investing.
Good.
And I feel like whatever your thing is, whether it's investing, whether it's content, whatever it is, if you could find a way to shift your paradigm and do the same thing you do with content and visualize it, it'll make creating so much easier.
Right. Yeah, I mean, my favorite stat on YouTube is not views, it's watch time.
Why is that?
Because minutes matter most. Like, that's the time people are spending with me on brand. Because a view could be 10 seconds.
Right.
But watch time, I think in 2024, if I'm not mistaken, we had a little over 500,000 hours of watch time, which would equate to about 65 years. So in the year of 2024, people spent 64 years on my brand. Do you want to close more deals as soon as next week, possibly? Now, when I say more deals, here's what I mean. I mean 2, 3, 4 times what you're doing now, even if you're already doing these. Let's say that we could show you examples. People spent 64 years on my brand. So that's the stat. That's the stat. That's the stat. And so, but that's why I love long. That's why I'm like, dude, if you're good and you can talk, like go long form, because time spent is the most valuable thing. What's the? They're saying like the new oil is attention. So, it creates this celebrity factor in my industry. I go to a conference, people want to take selfies with me, which is so funny because I just offer helpful advice. You know, like, but they gotta know me, and I can't hide behind an hour-long conversation. It's me, right? And so, the second stat I love on YouTube is real-time views, which means in any given 48-hour window of time, how many views did you get on your channel? Yeah. Like, I love that stat over just all-time views because, I don't know, while I'm doing this with you guys in Dallas hanging out, I think we're going to go to a Mavs game tonight. Yeah. Like, there will be about 18,000 people that would spend close to an hour with me. You know, while I might take it, while I'm chilling, while we're here, while I'm traveling, like, that's what I mean. Content creation is wealth creation.
So if you had to pick a so somebody wants to get started today, right? What platform would you push them towards, and why? And if it's YouTube, like that probably is the case. But I was wondering, like, how would I get started? A good platform should I go, and why am I starting my content journey?
Yeah. Well, there's one I would prescribe, and then there's just like the, you know, Coach Omar helping you figure out your own way. Okay. Right? Like the helping you figure out your own way, I like to ask the question, what content do you resonate most with? Because in the world of content creation, there's so many ways to express yourself that sometimes your best way to doing that is vlogging your day. So other times it's sitting down in one spot and having a shot that never changes, and you just deliver. You know, some guys are building like millions of followers on Instagram with just talking head video and then reaction, and then we got the reaction stuff. Like I know I see. So like, there are so many ways to go about it. My thing is, if you're starting out and you don't know which one, I would learn YouTube. It's worthwhile. YouTube's not going anywhere. It's the platform that has the least amount of changes. It's the platform that does pay you more than any other platform, but rather than you going on a Hulu or a Netflix, YouTube is more streamed than both of those platforms. So you can actually create this dynamic where, I mean, I watch YouTube on my television when I get home. That's kind of just like how I, you know, watch TV. That's why I would say go YouTube. So if you don't know which one you're attracted to, focus on YouTube. Get good at that. That's a skill. That's like very hard. That's why everybody has a hard time going on YouTube.
Yeah, I think it's the hardest platform to go on. Yeah, so people try to avoid it
because it truly is a skill. It's not just uploading videos, crossing your fingers, and hoping it goes viral. Yeah. You should be able to reverse engineer the success on YouTube. Got it. All the way down to the packaging of a video, to how you start a video, to the thumbnail and all that stuff.
So when you think about, like, naturally people are getting into content creation for impact, for becoming authority, all those things, but they also are getting into it to make money, right? So what are the ways that content can lead to various forms of monetization in your business?
It's really good. I mean, we could break down the year I had my first 7-figure year last year.
Congratulations. Well done here. I still be honest, like,
are you guys captivated?
Yeah.
Well, no. So, you know, like, 2024, Google paid me to find customers. I usually talk about that for a second. Like, well, most people's number one goal to make money on YouTube is to get monetized. Now, I believe you could monetize your channel from day zero by having something to sell. Because if you get, I actually have a student. She has 13 subscribers, 9 videos, and she made 30 grand from one client. So, like, you don't need a large following to make a lot of money. But it is this like really cool thing when you get monetized by Google, and that comes with a threshold. I believe it's 4,000 watch hours and like 1,000 subscribers, give or take. They're always changing it. Now, being monetized means the ads that they run on your videos, they're going to share some of that money they make with you, the creator. The thing is with that, you kind of get paid per 1,000 views. That's how they, allocate it. The best performing niches for highest payout from Google are a lot of times business and finance, for obvious reasons. The quality of viewer. And so when I said I was going to set out to do a podcast and go all in on podcasting, I knew it was going to be like a business angle to the content stuff. And so I get paid about $20 every 1,000 views. So last year Google paid me about $60K in AdSense to find your...
Young people are facing serious financial challenges. I mean, it's messed up, but my dad found this unique income strategy that's been...
Google paid me about $60K in AdSense
to find your customer for you.
To find my customer and to build trust with an audience that one day they will work for me. One day they might not. I get thank yous all the time, right? But yes, essentially, Google paid me $60K to find more money and make more money.
Right. What's so powerful about YouTube for people who historically spend money on paid media, whether it's on Instagram, Meta, whatever, is the thing about that paradigm shift. The better I get in content creation, the more I'll actually get paid to get in front of the person I want to sell. That's a paradigm shift.
Yeah. And then, it's actually funny. Myron was telling me about Russell, and Russell was like, bro, I'm coming after you when it comes to like the organic stuff. And then Myron said, he'll never catch up to me. And he said, why? So he's like, because when everybody sees you, you're asking them for something. He's saying every time people see me, they're wondering what they can get from me. Paradigm shift. So, and that's brand, right? Anyway, the cool thing that happened last year, I signed my first brand deal as a solo, creator. Because I've done 7 figures in brand deals when I was making content with Think Media. We're working with brands like Sony and Canon and stuff like that. But he did an $80,000 brand deal for 24 ad reads. Pretty cool. With equipment I already use. It's like the brand of this tripod. Yeah,
so you have to endorse a company that you really believe in, and 24 ad reads, call it 60 seconds a read, so you get paid $80,000 for 24 minutes worth.
Yeah, that's what I bet.
Yeah.
And that's just bonus, right? Like I don't see that as like main finances for my business. Right. It's just this. Yeah, I know it's nice to say. I'll say it back. Yeah. And then I'm a firm believer of sending people one place. Like, is it a newsletter? Is it a free download? Is it a web class? Like in my case, my one ad read for my business, I sponsor my own videos. It's how I monetize my own channel. Yeah. Is I offer my 5-day challenge in it, and probably with ticket sales last year, I don't know, probably made $100K in ticket sales. Cool. Like, yeah, great.
That's what we need to do. We need to set a ticket sale goal for YouTube. It could be 30 people at a good time.
So, not only that, it's also just like finding the person that signs up for it, that says yes to you, to your offer. Where did you find me? All that stuff. Like when they say YouTube, it's like no wonder you were so easy.
Yeah. They've already, the 10 hours of you, set up another 5, it's a wrap.
Yeah.
So $100,000 from just autopilot ticket sales for your offers, an $80,000 brand deal for endorsing something you already believe in, and $6,000 from Google to find your customers.
Correct.
All money made from YouTube or autopilot. So brand.
And then like the challenge is dialed, and I probably get closer to 900 with the selling an offer on the challenge.
Yeah.
So when you combine it, that's how I adapted the 7 figures.
And you spent 0 money on advertising.
Whoa, totally. In this Thursday end of last year, 2024, I think I was like right under 20K.
Is that a 50x ROI? That's insane. 50x for having, and this is one thing that George, I'm the marketing and ads guy. I'll be even brand, but I'm the marketing and ads guy. He's the brand guy, right? So like we always go back and forth on what's more important, like brand or advertising. And one thing that we both can agree with is that having a solid brand drives your advertising costs to the ground. Because it's more of a reminder than it is who's this guy running on the screen and talking to me.
Yeah, just to like articulate, one of the people that joined my program like November, she's like, I saw your ad on Instagram. I was like, oh, I remember him from YouTube. Let me check out the web class. And she was like, he's talking my language. He said, this is exactly what I need. And then she said, she was like, before the challenge started, Omar, I was a yes. And so that's just a powerful
That should cover.
It just makes you approach content creation so much more differently. It's not a let me get this done. It's supposed to be relevant. I'm supposed to show up online. It's like I have an opportunity to create a compound interest machine at scale, nurture at scale, right? And have people, something I created 5 years ago could still be relevant to somebody that just came into my ecosystem. So yeah, just really powerful.
And then we're seeing podcasts get bought out for very crazy amounts of money. So there is like a piece, like, yeah, I did obviously, you know, we're always comparing other people's industries and what other people are doing, what we could be doing, all that stuff. But there's something I have a piece to know that like what I'm doing is sowing good seed. And one day, even if that one day is I don't want to work anymore, I just want to turn on a camera and just like pontificate, and like I will have a people that would love to hear from me.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah. So you mentioned that YouTube is something you have to figure out, right? So let's talk about figuring it out.
Yeah.
Right. If you're somebody starting on YouTube, right? What are some key factors on, because there's making the video, then there's editing video, then there's publishing, then there's titling and thumbnails. So like, what are some really good keys on how to win on YouTube? It's good. And let's take our time with this because I'm asking forefront right now.
Yeah. Good. So everything you just listed was like essentially like an obstacle or objection.
Yeah.
Let's just remove the editing part.
Okay.
Don't edit your video. Now your delivery on the approach is a little bit different. You kind of want to prepare.
Yeah.
And then you roll through the hang-ups.
Yeah.
People love that stuff, by the way. Like when you're not so polished and it's not perfectly edited and the jump cuts and it's like, dude, what if you just delivered the thing without it being edited? Cool, that means I don't have to edit. Perfect. Now you just need to come with it with the content value. So like there's production value and content value. A lot of times production value means, you know, good lights or sound. You want the experience to be good. Because my thing is, if an audience, if somebody who's consuming your content has to work hard to consume it, that's even worse than a neutral position.
Yeah.
Because you just sowed, you know, bad seed in there.
Whereas they're making for somebody to pay you as an entrepreneur. Is that cash or what are we doing?
Yeah. And you don't need much to make it good, right? But I say don't edit your first videos. Just upload them straight. Now, if you want to maximize an unedited upload, you want to enroll the people that are watching the video. And that's why I like starting a YouTube video with questions. Like, enroll them. Have you ever thought to yourself, you know, have you ever desired? Are you wondering why? Like, if you can get in the mind of the person, this is why I like saying too, don't create content for people, create content from people.
Gosh.
So come from, because like we get really good at what we do, and then we get in our own sphere and we start using the jargon, and there's jargon in the area. So like, that's why I love listening to people, and like when they vocalize their pain, I'm like, oh dang, I never thought of it that way. But the way you put it, you ever thought of yourself as, I'm not a social media person, but I know I need to be on social media? I literally heard that from a client's mouth. Like, I'm like, that's a great way to put it. I would have never put it that way, but because you did, thousands of other people did, so I'm gonna start a YouTube video like this, right? So, and the pre-game to your intro is very important because your intro is going to win somebody to watch the rest of the video. I know that there's literal gold on YouTube. It's just not discovered because it's incorrectly packaged.
Right.
And it, like, I have a friend who he retired himself at age 40 and did it by acquiring rental properties his entire, you know, from his 20 to 40-year-old life, whatever, 20 years. And he made like 1,000 videos, never got views. Like, I'm sure they were incredible information.
Yeah.
He just didn't know how to package the video. He just gave the information, which it's really hard to grow that way. So I should be very intentional with the intro. The intro should contain 3 things if you can do it. You want clarity.
Okay.
Clarity meaning you're almost reinstating what a person clicked for, right? So best performing podcast as of late was Content Game Plan for Entrepreneurs in 2025. And so I start off the video saying, do you wish somebody could just give you exactly what to do in order to build your business with content this year? So like, there's resolve. Like, I click on the right video, this isn't clickbait. Those are clarity. The next thing is credibility. Credibility is if you can have a phrase or a sentence that says, well, this person has gone from 6 figures to not 7, but 4 figures all in just 3 years. That's a credibility phrase.
Right.
So I'm gonna let you know what I did in 2024 that made me 7 figures in my business. Credibility. So we have clarity, credibility, and then we have comprehension. Comprehension is like, sometimes the credibility phase could be a comprehension phrase, but comprehension meaning they get something in 30 seconds. So even if it's just knowing that in 3 years that could be me, that's kind of comprehension. Or how you were able to grow your business all with just YouTube. Like that, it communicates to somebody that like, I got something.
Yeah.
YouTube's the answer. Right? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So those like if you have those 3 elements, even so, like I know when you guys do the podcast, your editors should be looking for that. Like look for a credibility moment. Look for a moment where there's a tip given. And the reason is because on YouTube you want 60% of retention past the 30-second mark.
Yeah.
So of the people that click on your video, you want them to stay. But how do you get people to click on your video? Glad you asked. It's through the title and the thumbnail and how that works together. I'll talk about the biggest mistakes people make with the title and thumbnail is they're not intentional with it. Like they just put whatever and they think it's gonna do its thing. And then the thing with the thumbnail, it's just way too busy. So like YouTube is a game of less is more. The less you can condense everything down to its like core essentials, then you have a good package video. So when it comes to the thumbnail, no more than 3 things. If I can count 4 things in your thumbnail other than faces, text, and maybe it's the background, maybe there's an arrow or something, nothing more than 3. You'll find the most pro level creators, they have nothing.
Yeah, it's just it's just an image. It's just an image that communicates either video.
Yeah. So less is more. But for most educators, kind of like us, I would say using words is going to be very helpful. Use picture phrases. Things like when I read it, a picture should come up in my mind.
Can you give me an example?
So I did a podcast on how to grow on YouTube, and which would be actually good to link up because it's just I break it down way more fully in like an hour. But become YouTube rich was in my thumbnail. Like that's word picture where people can imagine themselves in a way. And as a marketer, this is a copywriter. It's great. Like use imagery to get people to imagine. And then as far as the title goes, I mean the best thing I could say is your title should read like an article. It's easy to read. I believe people go to college to learn how to write article headlines. So what I like doing is I actually like using Google to find articles and I just recontextualize them for my video.
Yeah, I was in Derek's coaching program. That was probably one of the best things I got. He said, when you think about a title, think of what you want. Go to Google, hit the news button, type in what you want make the title, then look at actual paid people who are better at the job than you are, who make your title better, and then copy theirs, put it on your YouTube channel. Like so, and
this work should. The more prepared you are, even in podcasting, the stronger. Because then even our conversation will be more. And I always, especially if you have people kind of come to your podcast, which is like free yourself from the thought that you could only be on here once. No, you're gonna come on here, we're gonna talk YouTube. The next time you come on here, we're gonna talk podcasting. The next time you come on here, we're gonna talk about how this makes money. Like you can have people on multiple times, right? So the more intentional you are coming in with it. I also like book titles. Book titles are great too, but to get insight from, something colon. And by having your title before you start making a video, it gives you so much more clarity to create that video. For instance, if you guys did a tax planning video, maybe you had, 4 tips that you wanted to break down, but then you see an article and it's like 7. Yeah. Like maybe we should come up with 7. Yeah. Or maybe we should do 3. Like it just gives you more direction on like what's out there, and then by you doing that, you're also giving your video the chance to be potentially shown up on Google. I believe if you type in YouTube studio setup from my time of making content like that, I still show up in Google. So like not even on YouTube, because Google owns YouTube, but like you can also show up on Google search because videos is what people want to consume. So like Google's probably doing its best. So Those are the three elements: your title, your thumbnail, and your first 3 seconds.
Did you know that you could be generating 10 grand a month or more by simply teaching other people what you already know, extract that into an online course, and sell it around the world fast? This is Kerry Eagler. He's generated 7 figures teaching other people e-commerce. And this is Joanna Tompkins. She just had a 30 grand month teaching nail technicians how to get more.
Your thumbnail and your first 30 seconds. Like, that's the art and science of YouTube.
Yeah, strong. So we're, pretty early in 2025. And I feel like every year there's some evolution or trend in content, right? What are some trends or changes in the content creation landscape are you seeing or anticipating or predicting?
Yeah. I mean, one definitely is just more transparent, unedited content.
I'm seeing that.
Yeah. Like, there's people that they'll have 1,000 subscribers, 300,000 views on a video where they just went out walking and just one straight take delivered an idea or a concept or something.
Yeah.
So like more personal content, less edited, less polished, and I think it's like the time for the small creator. Like as far as like being able to accomplish a lot, whether that's making more money or a lot of people even with a very small niche audience. There's a story that Alex told about some girl who had 5,000 followers.
Oh yeah, and made like
over $1 million.
Yeah,
5,000 followers on Instagram.
Yeah.
Like,
there's something super niche,
right?
Like specific. Yeah.
And that just opens the opportunity for more people to get involved. Now, you can't be I think another trend is just like you can't be a generalist.
That's a trend in business. Yeah, what I say overall,
I think it's because when we see like The Rock and we see the Kim and they are generalists now. Bro, they must start out. They thought we are in something. So I think it's just knowing your journey and that people evolve, and it's okay for your content to evolve over time. Yeah. If one day you guys exit and you still have this podcast or what have you, like the conversation will continue when you guys exit. Yeah. Or maybe this podcast gets sucked into the thing and that's just all you got to show up for. I don't know, whatever you guys think it would be. Yeah, it'll change the dynamic of how you even talk. You're going to change because you're human. So I think the trend is just like finding the humanality, even with like the AI stuff all coming in and everything. There's even going to be like AI creators.
Yeah, I saw that.
Another reason why I love long form is just like this. If there's anything that's going to get replaced quickly by AI creators, it's short form content.
Right.
But you can't AI this. There's too much feel going on right now.
Right.
Yeah.
So, when it comes to Instagram, which is like my main platform, it's really volume. So like the more you post per day, the better chance you get when your reels going viral. And so I'll post 3 to 4 times a day, right? I think YouTube is different. I don't think it's more of a volume game, is it? Or like should people be trying to post every day, twice a week, once a week, once a month? Like, is there a sweet spot on posting on YouTube?
Yeah, it is audience dependent. Okay. Right, depending on how you want to build. So, Jimmy or Mr. Beast, he would say just do one a month. Like you're better off doing just one video a month. But that's not practical for people like us, right? I mean, I think a healthy balance is one a week. One incredible piece of content a week, I think is great. I even told Myron, like, bro, when you started uploading more, I gave up. Because like your stuff is so rich, when you drop something,
it feels overwhelming.
Yeah, and that's fine. It's like, but he was like, no, that's actually a good insight because I love that. I love that. Like, I'm just creating the expectation because that's what we have. We have the opportunity to create the expectations the viewers have from us. So whatever it is, just stick with it. But I like a healthy rhythm is one a week. Just a good long form video that you put intention behind. The reason why I would say people are doing every day, I have a friend that started like a Bible Devo 365. So he pre-recorded close to 300 videos already. And so that he's going to journey with people every day. And that's not the first person I've known that's done that. So again, thinking about the audience and what they're doing, so he's dropping a video every day in that case. But the people that are doing more entertainment-based stuff, they're doing way less. They're doing maybe once a month or twice a month because they're putting all their eggs into that business bit. But yeah, I would say one a week. For most people, great place to start. And honestly, I believe great place to stay to keep the quality of your content high.
I love it. You mentioned a few, but like, do you have any like really good client testimonials that you would like to share about somebody who thought that like content wasn't for them or they couldn't do it, and then they joined your program, and then like, oh my God, I gotta say, like, you know, like just because I feel like this is something that people have to get over.
Yeah.
And they look at us like, y'all got to figure it out. But like, can you guys give a client story to help people like see the picture?
Yeah, I mean, one that comes to mind, his name's Jamil. He was like a financial advisor coach guy, you know, that like wrote a couple books, didn't really like have like a huge following, like had his like almost like a past life of a finance.
Fuel up. Another Falcon driver.
being a part of my thing is to come to one of the workshops I put on where I actually produce content for you so you see the process. Wow. You see how simple it is. Yeah. And then not only are you going to leave with content, but you're also going to see, you know, that you can install this in your day-to-day or whatever. But yeah, like, he's never made money online like that before. He sent me a DM, like, Omar, I had the craziest month. Thank you so much. Another guy I think about, his name is, he's a real estate marketing coach, and he teaches real estate agents how to market their businesses and stuff. He came into my program in May. He has like a flat line of his online business. And then I gave him, and a lot of times it's just insight. That's why everyone has their own thing. And I think the power of coaching, somebody's seeing what you can't see. Mm-hmm. And just with one tip, and the tip I told him was like, bro, you need to implement story sequences. You do this really well, where it's just like reveal the problem, give the solution, and the next step. And he started doing that, and his calendar got booked out, and now he's doing like 40K monthly recurring revenue. And that was it. You know, it's a growth that happened over, you know, the course of 2024, and that's just one insight. You know, I told about the story with the girl. She did short-term rentals. That was that 30K client. It was very specific: Cincinnati, Ohio, Airbnbs. Yeah. And then she made content specifically on that. Can you help me buy a house? Yeah, I can help you commission on the house. Can you help me set up for Airbnb? Yeah, it costs this much. Can you help run it? Yeah, I have that too. So she was able, like, with one client to be able to do that. Another guy, his name is Brent. He does like back-end automations for literally car wrap shops. It's like one of my favorite things too is like a collective picture of different entrepreneurs that are my way. Yeah. I mean, his monthly reoccurring has gone through the roof since uploading just raw videos, unedited, look and sound good enough, and he's really good at, you know, so like when you have the sales and communication thing, good content it's over. And so he's able to just get people on a phone and then close them for a monthly reoccurring package. Yeah, I mean, there's about like 80 people in my program now, and I know people starting from like different places, and that's why my program is a year. I tested different cohorts in there, yeah. And I just found because it is a journey, you know, like there's so much to it. The number one content when we get every week is I finally posted my first video. Like, you'd be surprised how much mental hang-up people are in just to put that video out, which is why I'm like, how do you go over client stories? Because like they just have to get started, whether to hear other people's results. The clarity comes after the action. Right. You know, I remember reading $100 Million Offer before I put out my own offer. I didn't know what I was reading. And then I like, yeah, I journeyed a couple of years, joined Mastermind, had offers out there, boom, bap, bap, and I read it again. I was like, my goodness, this is good. This is where I was, and that is where I was, and this is where I was, in the same way. Like, you can't get massive amounts of clarity until you do that thing. And I even felt that with my own podcast. Like, my podcast found its voice, I think, 15 episodes in. So I was just, like, you know, I was interviewing people I thought were interesting, or like, you know, but like when I really like, and now it's dialed. Like, and now I know what I'm doing completely, you know, with the conversation and how I take it. I could have easily had you on and be the CPA, but I had you on my podcast and had you as the local business owner that, you know, markets their business really well. Yeah. And that conversation got like 50, 60,000 views. Yeah. Like, incredible, very fast. Yeah. So the biggest thing is just to stick with it. I'm finding that there's not a lot of people that do that. So, you know, I think my season of even like the coaching stuff is, you know, people are in that beginnings of starting season. And then some people who have aligned offers. I mean, real estate agents, it's every week, Brett. I just got 3 leads from that one video. You know, we shot at your workshop. You know, how much does that add up to? Well, this one's $1 million, this one's $750. So how much will you make? Probably like 45 total on this. Great. Off that one piece of content, congratulations. Yeah. Keep it going. Yeah. Another guy, a fitness guy, Michael Sheedy, he posted a clip from our workshop, got 1 million views. He had the many that connected to it, and you know, brought him a ton of leads. So yeah, man, it's powerful.
What do you feel like is the balance between production value and like content, I guess, value, right? Because I know you mentioned that those two differences, but like we just invested in a setup, right? All about production value. But years after we just were, you know, then we started out with a Zoom camp. We were so embraced. Yeah, it's always dirty to mine. Yeah, like rough arms. And then, you know, doing it in person, but in other people's studios, to now having our own, in our own office setup. So what is the balance? Obviously there's value in it. You would have invested from your perspective. What is that? The value in it, and what is the balance of still
like having that lower production value, just authentic content that you put out.
Yeah. Whoa, just a second there, cowboy. Let me tell you something. 20 high-ticket, full-pay, qualified clients